Alrighty, what is up? I am back with another day of Spyro Gaming, and I hope you guys are excited as I am always. The day today is May 18th, 2026, and I feel very happy to be back to this game. It's been, I think, 4 days. It's either been 3 or 4 days since I've last played this game, and in that time, Jordy has improved his PB to being within 3 seconds of world record, and I have improved my Sonic Adventure 2 180 emblem grind to be, I think I'm like within like 20 or 30 emblems now. So making a lot of, we're both making a lot of progress. Obviously, I'm really changing the world with my Sonic playthrough. But I figured it was time for me to get back to Spyro and just do some individual level practice. I'm actually going to start with Alpine Ridge, I think. And yeah, we're just going to screw around in some of these levels. You know, Alpine is one that I want to look at. Dark Passage is another. Treetops is another. And the Night Flight. Night Flight, maybe Dry Canyon and Clifftown as well. So let me go ahead and turn up my game volume here because it's still turned down after Sonic hours. And let's just freaking get into it, man. So let's just do a playthrough of this level first. Actually, before I do, let's get the save state button working and change my color to something cute. We'll do this one. Actually, let's not do that one. Let's do... Where's the candy's good. Alright, that's good. Yeah, change the flame color as well. Very important. Not acid. Hold on, pink. Pink is fine. Okay. Let's get it. What's up, Range? What's up, April? What's up, Megan? How you guys doing? So I am on a different controller today, which has better, it has a better left joystick, but it's not, like, great. But it is definitely better than what I was using before, so I'm fine just getting used to this and rocking out with it. Oh, no big thing. What's up, Blues Fire? How you doing? Thank you for the good luck. Welcome. Yeah, definitely a little, we'll see if I do a run today. I kind of put it in the title, like, maybe I'll do a run. I think I want to get through those 3 levels. This one, Treetops, Dark Passage, maybe some Night Flight, maybe some early Peacekeepers. Ice Cavern, I think, could use some work. Oh, almost. Okay. Feeling a little under the weather, but taking it easy. Did a lot of cleaning on Saturday, so you're skipping Monday. That's pretty cool. Hope you get better soon. Megan, we love you. What's up, Wiggy? God, my nose is like so itchy out of the blue for no reason. What's up, Wiggy? Thank you for the good luck. Day was on early. You've been awake for 3 hours. Yeah, I woke up pretty late today as well, so it feels early for me too. I know the feeling. Thank you for the good luck, Hunter and Elucidark and everybody. New week, same grind, and hopefully a little different than before. You know, in previous weeks, I've been kind of sounding like a broken record about this, but in previous weeks, I've been mostly just banging out chill, no resets or low resets without really having much of a focus on changing any strats around, like just regressing into old muscle memory and things like that, which is fine. But today we're going to try to implement a few little things, try to work on the problem levels of mine, levels that I consistently lose time in. Oh, come on. I want to do the whole level up to like that side area that right after I died. And then I'll make a save state there so that way I can practice the next section of the level. And have all the correct cycles. Spyro matches my shirt. Hell yeah. Tie-dye vibes. I'll make a save state here. Yep, that worked. Actually, I'll make the save state like right here. That way I can do this part. Please make it. That's not gonna grab those in time, but let's just play it out, see if we can recover it well. Oh, not quite. And then alternate strat here. I might make a second save slot at that part. Let me just work on the whole section a few times. Matter of fact, actually, I'm gonna make a different save slot right here. And then just practice this. Well, because what I want is to flame charge the 2 boxes here and then like keep moving. That's what I want, but it's a very scary strat. Maybe something like that would be good. What do I normally do? Is it something like that that I don't even remember what I normally do here. Maybe I should just do it like that instead of getting too fancy about it. Yeah, I shouldn't overcomplicate this. And that way I'm facing the right way. I think before I was doing this. Yeah, I think I was doing that before, when really I want to be doing this. So that way I can hopefully catch the correct cycle here and be chilling. Tricky part of this setup is kind of anticipating the druid's movement. Also this guy as well. So let's go back to the other save state where we're actually on the correct cycle. And try to get it all in context. Dude, I'm trying to like jump charge out. I get a little too freaky with that. What's up, caffeinated crustacean? How you doing? I'm pretty caffeinated myself today. Chugging some black coffee out of the Sunseed mug. Fuck up some spaghetti. Suck up some spaghetti. Oh my god, Megan. Let's go. What's up, Moon Dancer? Thank you for the good luck and Reflecto as well. What's up, Orphan Annie? Tie-dye skin idea. Oh yeah, yeah. Has I'm sure you've been talking to Composer Megan about these skins. Has he shared with you a timeline about releasing the new practice codes? Maybe I would assume not, but it'd be cool to know when those are going to be all publicized. What's up, Kin? What's up, Gulp Skip? Flying Cat. Hey, everybody. Yeah, long time no see indeed, Gulp. Hope you're doing well today, man. Just doing some practice here, doing some much needed practice in Alpine Ridge. But I'm feeling good today. The game feels good to play. I feel good. Life is good. Yeah, see, I need to make sure I hit this one and not that one, so that way I can, yeah. We got this. Ooh, tough jump charge there. Gulp Skip with the fucking 54 months. Thank you so much, Gulp. I love you. One of the longest subs here. Thank you so much, Gulp Skip. Kicking off the hype train as well. If you guys are excited for the return to Spyro, feel free to follow in Gulp's footsteps. Hit me with a Twitch gift or sub. We'd highly appreciate it. Or if you're watching on YouTube and you have Amazon Prime, link to my Twitch stream is down below. You can sub for free with Twitch Prime. Yeah, it's a rough jump charge there. I'm tempted not to do it. I could try jump flame charge. Could be an option. Like one of those. A little sketchy. I think it's best I just slow it down there a bit. I just make sure I get that. Wow. Like that. Nice. Nice. Now that guy's on a good cycle, and this is all on a good cycle. That's what we want there. New job. I hope the new job's going well, Ken. I forgot exactly what it was that the new job entailed, but I hope it's all going well, man. Hey, lurking counts in my book. Oh yeah, I actually didn't watch that the new Ricky video about we could watch it together actually. Thank you Gulp Skip for the 5 gifts. I was gonna say like we should like sub goal that. That'd be kind of fun. I was just at 431 subs before Gulp Skip gifted. We're at 435 now. I said how about like 450? 15, if we get 15 more subs by the end of today, I'm gonna be playing a lot of Spyro, a lot of Sonic. I think if we hit 450, I'll do a reaction to Ricky's new video on stream. Talking all about mentality and speedrun. I believe it's called like how to become goated at speedrunning. So I'm gonna actually change my little built-in Twitch sub goal thing real quick. How do I do that? Manage goals. End goal. 450. Let's do it like that. Cool. Yeah, don't spoil it for me now, Ken. Don't spoil it. If we can get up to 450 today on Twitch, that's 14 more subs. Then I'll watch that video. We can talk about it together. I think that'd be a fun thing to react to because I would assume that I would have a lot of input on the matter. Speedrun psychology. I know some of you guys take an interest into the psychology aspect of speedrunning, the mental side of things. I know for some of you guys that can be a bit of a draw to my stream since I'm big on discussing that type of thing. So we can dig into that new Ricky video together if we hit the sub goal. Love that. Good idea. Thought I quit this game? Oh yeah, don't joke. Don't joke. You might just make it come true. Careful what you wish for, Lockdown. No, I'm happy to be back to this game today. Feels good, man. Oops. All right, let's just see how this recovery looks. This is a very common situation here. Yeah, he turns that way. And we're off cycle there. So it's like, if you're behind at all there, you might as well just grab the 2 boxes so that way you're back on a favorable cycle on that ramp. Oh man, tried to slide off. What's up, Tay? Thanks for the good luck. Good luck on runs, thank you, Star. Fresh Pocky with the 41 months, thank you for the chill vibes. Love you, man. Hype Train level 2. Once again, I am doing a sub goal to react to Ricky's newest video. All about mentality and speedrunning. About how to get better at it. So if you want to see me react and bemuse on that topic, feel free to hit me with a Twitch sub. Enough shilling though, let's see if we can get this strat. Your dad told you you're gay? That's cool. Hope you're having a nice day today, Justa. I hope you're having a gay day today. What's up, Mutt? Alright, I'm thinking we should probably continue on in the level here once we get the strat again. Oops. Let's see how this looks. Go this way now. Yeah, not ideal. Actually, I should probably just stick to just doing it the normal way every time now, since I am going, like, since I'm setting it up more that way anyways. Let's make a save state right here. Nice. Just try that part again. I'm wondering if hitting all 3 here is better, or hitting 2, then up. I feel like 2, then 2 feels like better lines, but it's a trickier jump at the end here. Some secret music here. Who's vibing? Just chill here for a sec. Let my thumb regenerate. Oh, another thing I didn't tell you guys. I just like smacked my hand, and it has to do with how I just smacked my hands right now. It actually hurt like a lot when I just did that. And the reason why is because I recently got some injuries skateboarding. So I don't know if you guys can tell. It doesn't look bad anymore because it's been a few days. But I've kind of scratched up my hands, and I actually bruised my left palm right here. Yeah, you can kind of see the bruising a little bit. So, I can definitely still play Spyro fine, but I'm definitely also trying to, like, not put too much strain on, especially when you're doing a lot of this, you know, save state practice. You end up just holding, like, you know, you're just pressing buttons a lot. You don't really get so many of those breaks like you would in a run with, like, the load screens and stuff. So, you know, I'll be periodically, you know, letting my thumbs breathe here. That's an important part of the practice process, not to strain my thumb muscles. But in case you guys want to see, all right, warning to people who are squeamish, I want to show you guys some of the scabs I have that are healing over right now. So here's one of them. There's one on my arm. This all came from like 2 drunken skate accidents when I was coming home from one of the Halo LAN parties recently. Here's another one on my leg. Couple of things right there. And then I got one more that's like right, you see that? Look at that. Got another one right there. Beautiful. So yeah, I definitely have gotten I had some road rash on me. I got some scabs. I got some bruising. Oh, also notably, this is the first time this has ever happened to me. I also got I bruised one of my ribs. So whenever I take a deep breath, I can like feel it. It's like, oh, it's the worst. But luckily I can still get a deep breath. Luckily I didn't break a rib. But yeah, anytime I like rub like right under my nipple here, I can like feel the one rib that's bruised. But yeah, dude, it's a quite. I haven't really sustained that many injuries just from like a single skate fall or 2 in a while. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll count the hands as 5. That's like 5 different injuries in like 2 drunken skate wrecks. So yeah. Cue somebody in the chat telling me to be careful now. Don't worry, I get a lot of that. Sorry if you guys can hear that noise. Somebody, of course, they always wait till I go live before they start blasting the lawnmowers outside. It's just how the universe works with this stuff. So don't mind that, just lawnmowers. Or like, you know, people like wait until I go live to like have like a fucking heart attack, and then, you know, you got like 10 different ambulances like flying by, like the cum police. So rude of people to like have medical emergencies while I'm streaming, right guys? Kidding. What's up, NG? How you doing today? Welcome, welcome. I have to come clean since it's on my mind. NG, I did not watch the new video. I have to come clean. You know me, dude. I'm really bad at supporting my fellow Spyro creators. In fact, I'm doing a sub goal today to watch Ricky's newest video about how to become good at speedrunning. about the mentality and the different approaches. So if anyone's curious, feel free to drop a Twitch sub. If we can get up to 450 today, we're about 14 subs away. If anyone's got a Twitch Prime, feel free to sub for that. If you're curious about some, like, you know, all the psychology stuff with speedrunning. All right, let's go ahead and get out of this level. I'm thinking we should head over to Treetops. Let's go Treetops. And then let's go Dark Passage after that. I mostly just want to focus on the start of this level. Yeah, it's a tie-dye shirt. Pretty cute. Oh, also in other news, I'm going to be meeting up with Gile Cones at the local brewery later tonight. So that'll be pretty cool. The local gamer brewery / Vietnamese place. Gonna have some pho with a viewer today, so that'll be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. Shout out to Gile, the homie. Maycon, yeah. Is that you, Star Platinum? Sorry, it's like different usernames across platforms. Yeah, shout out to you. So what I was thinking here with these guys is instead of going right to left, I think I want to try going left to right. But the thing is that I don't want to get, like, fucked on the corner too hard. Wait. Dude, I keep hitting the wrong button combo. Oh. I'm gonna also try charging more here at this spot. Just hard to get around that corner optimally. Did I change Spyro's colors or did you switch dimension? Yeah, I changed Spyro's colors because I'm playing a hacked version of the game, and for more info you can type !practice codes in the chat, all one word. What's up, Luca Gelmedi? Thank you for the good luck. The competition is becoming insane and fun. Yes, you might be referring to the fact that Jordy recently got a 120.00 in this game, like 2-3 days ago. So yeah, he is now 3 seconds behind my record. I have yet to improve my record since getting it over a year ago. So that is the current state of affairs. So for that, you know, for all of that context, you know, I've recently been doing a lot of no resetting and just chill grinding, not really taking it super seriously. And as you guys may remember, the last whole weekend I've been either not streaming or just playing Sonic. So today I'm trying to take, in fact, just in general this week, I'm trying to take a more practice-oriented approach, where I'm just working out sore spots of the run for myself in hopes that it can stimulate my brain enough to actually get a good fucking time for once. But we'll see how any of that goes. You know, my natural state of being is just playing the game and not really worrying about it. So, you know, now we're going to worry about it, and hopefully it's a fruitful approach. And If not, then whatever. But yeah, that's what's going on with me right now and this game, and I hope whatever's going on with you and whatever game you're playing, dear person listening to me rant, I hope you're not too tired of me spinning the same old broken record about what I'm up to in this game. And I hope you're having a beautiful Monday. Happy Monday. So how's that for an update? I'm trying to flame charge the first little guy here. And then do that. Yeah, that's what I want there. Now another strat that people do is this. What's up, Waxy? How you doing? Thank you for the good luck, Michi. Vibing, loving that. Doing clues, cool. Love that. Get any good drops, Richie? Any good caskets? I'm gonna run some Twitch ads real quick. That's bad when they wake up. We do not want that. So I have to be extra vigilant about seeing when the second guy wakes up here. What's up, Tulu? Welcome, welcome. Great to see you as always. It's going good. Hope you're doing good as well. This is a predominantly practice stream. I would say it's mostly just dominantly a practice stream. There's no pre or post domination to it. Have drop logs for easy and mediums already. Working on increasing the high score rank for boosting your ego. Oh, you have the collection logs, you're saying, for easy and medium. So you've like opened thousands of caskets, I'm assuming. That's pretty insane. You're like one of the YouTubers I watch that does like casket videos and stuff. I like watching those videos. I get kind of bored of them and click off them like halfway through, but they're like a fun watch for like 5 minutes. Yeah, we're going for some dominant. We're not really going for sub. What's the word? What's the opposite of dominant, sexually speaking? Subservient. We're not going for subservient vibes here. Submissive. Pardon me. We're not going for submissive vibes. We're going for dominant vibes. We're going for dominant 7th chords on this practice. Sub-zero. That stands for. When people say I'm a sub, they mean that they like to just freeze their genitals off. I didn't realize that's what that meant. Spyro's pretty today because I'm playing on a hacked version of the game called the practice codes, and for more information you can type !practice codes in the chat, all one word. You guys like how like YouTubery I am with that explanation? I'm gonna get just more, I'm gonna get more eloquent with it as time goes on. We're actually waiting for a new version of the practice codes to come out. These skins are actually quite old. And Megan in the chat is working on some new ones. So looking forward to some actually nicer skins here. With an S, Pixel, with an S. Practice codes. I'm just wondering... Hold on, let me try it like this now. Kind of the way I've been doing it now, just like that. Maybe it's just better that way, honestly. Just stretch for the long run. But it's hard to flame charge him for some reason. Not really sure why. I think that's just going to be a more safe bet in general. So then if they wake up like that, it doesn't completely kill me. What's up, Burned Oils? I am having a great day today. Kosher indeed, I believe. I actually did, you'll be happy to know I actually have some kosher meat in the fridge. I got a beautiful kielbasa. Or is pork kosher? I don't know. It's Muslims that can't eat pork. Jewish people can eat pork, right? Yeah. Yeah, so I have a nice kosher sausage, I believe, in the fridge that I got from a wonderful European-themed market recently when Sarah and I went to brunch. So yeah, it is kosher vibes indeed. Jews can't eat pork? Is that true? Can someone confirm that? I don't know, like, the doctrines of the various religions, what they can and cannot consume. Is that true? Oh, okay. Wow, sucks to be Jewish. I love pork. It's delicious. Alright, let's try moving through more of the level here. I think I did that wrong. Right, okay, I had it the other way around. Muslims don't eat beef, right? And then Jewish people don't eat... I thought Muslims don't eat pork either. And I know this, I want to, like, disclaimer, this doesn't apply to every Jewish person or every Muslim person. It's just for, like, the really hardcore, whatever, Orthodox versions of them. Before someone comes at me like, actually... Hindu, okay, thank you. Why are you laughing? I'm trying to learn here. You're laughing at my lack of religious knowledge. I was raised by a family of hippie atheists. So it's kind of like not relevant information at all to me. You're lucky that I give a shit to learn at all. Fuck every religion is really kind of how I was raised. But I don't take such an attitude. Yeah, it's fun learning about religions, actually. People do some funny things in the spirit of faith. And who am I to judge? You know, speedrunning this game, I've developed quite a spiritual connection to the nature of randomness and luck and skill and manifesting realities and things of that nature. So really, I'm not so different than someone who is religious, I like to think. You could call me spiritual. They have chicken Big Macs in India? That's pretty cool. Elucidated Brethren. I don't know what that is. I'm assuming that's a joke, but if that's a real thing, feel free to, you know, enlighten me. I wish atheism didn't mean that you expressly don't believe in God, like that you have to say agnostic. Because I think like the actual word atheist, it just means like without theism. But like, It's like you have to use a separate word to like say that God could exist. You know what I'm saying? That always pissed me off about atheism, because like if you're gonna say that like you know, whatever spiritual forces don't exist, then in my mind that's just as illogical as saying that they do exist, because you can't know. The Satanic Temple, but that's saying you believe in Satan. Is Satan not like a part of theism? Like God and the devil are both like fucking theists, no? I've heard that before though, that like atheists can be devil worshippers, which to me that doesn't make sense, because again it's like Satan is also just as imaginary of an entity as God. You know, they're two sides of a coin. Why can you have one but not the other? And still be like atheist? I don't understand that. If anyone wants to enlighten me here, feel free. Maybe I'm misunderstanding like what atheism really is. Have I ever tried to explain to someone who doesn't know speedruns what they are really and what's their first reaction? Yeah, I do that like pretty much any time I introduce myself to a stranger in public, and it gets to like, oh, what do you do? I start with, oh, I'm a live streamer. You know, I try to keep it as vague as possible. Like, I'm like, oh, I'm an internet live streamer. And, you know, that's usually where the conversation, you'll be, oh, that's cool, you know, fuck yeah, what's your YouTube? Or maybe they don't care and move on to something else. That's usually how it goes. But then, if they dig deeper, they're like, oh, what do you stream? Then I explain speedrunning. I say, oh, I speedrun Spyro the Dragon. And surprisingly, more people than not that I've met just randomly in public both know Spyro the Dragon and know what speedrunning is. Even if they don't know the game Spyro or they don't know speedrun, they usually, I would say like 80% of the time, know one of the two things. A person would have to be like, I would say like above age 40 or 50 to be unlikely to know what either or of those things are. So it's not often that I have to explain speedrunning to person just randomly. To a person randomly, but when I do, the way I explain it, to answer your question, the way I explain it is I just try to beat an old PlayStation game as quickly as possible from start to finish. And then again, I make it as general as possible. If there's more questions, I can clarify the questions, you know. You use a timer, how do you track that? How do you, like, what do you mean, or whatever. But that's always the basic explanation, is I try to beat a PlayStation game as quickly as possible from start to finish. I feel like that's the easiest explanation of speedrunning. Or I try to beat a game, that's even more general. I try to beat a video game as quickly as possible from start to finish. It's pretty simple. I mean, I think speedrunning is a pretty simple to understand concept. It's just the details that you know, can be confusing to people, like what's allowed, what isn't allowed, can you do glitches, how do you time it, how do you use a timer, how do you capture your gameplay, how do you make sure it's fair and that people aren't cheating. Those are the real, like, down and dirty kind of confusing parts of speedrunning. But the actual overarching concept of beating a game from start to finish, I feel like is pretty easy to understand, even for someone who's not interested by video games at all. And again, even among those people, a lot of them do already know what this game is or know what speedrunning is. So I'm pretty, I have an easy break in that regard. Let me take my shirt off. Ugh. Nearly ripped out some of my hair doing that. Are there people that still say a Nintendo or a PlayStation? It'd be an older crowd that does that. People that are our age or younger would not do that. In fact, people I would say 10 years older, so like, I like to say like age 40 or below would not use like incorrect like terminology. Like say, oh, this is just like all video games are a Nintendo, you know, like, because those people grew up as kids when Nintendo came out, so they like know the difference. Whereas anyone who's like over that age might not. Because back when they were buying it for their kid, it was just a Nintendo. You know, back then it was a more acceptable like vocabulary. Whereas nowadays it just is kind of silly to use that. But no, I don't see people use that word much or use that type of terminology. But yeah, a lot of it comes down to the age of the person I'm talking to and just generally how interested they are by the overall concept. So I really try my best not to over-explain things and leave room for if they want to ask questions, then I can get into the nitty-gritty. But yeah, I'm not big on, oh, what do you do? And then fucking a 5 minute essay explaining like all the details of speedrunning and Twitch streaming. Actually, a common question that comes up is how do you make money from streaming? Like it's less so about like the way I play the game to people and more so like, oh, how do you make money live streaming? Do you have a lot of sponsors? And I'm like, nope. People give me, and this is how I explain that. That's the much more common question. And so I explain that by saying like, well, you know how a street musician will put a hat out and let people tip them? I do the same thing just over the internet. I'm really no different than a busking musician. I just do it through a video game computer screen. And that usually, and again, that'll like usually elicit more questions, but I explain it in those terms. This supercharge is called Stone Knot because the guy who found it is named Stone Knot, his username. He still shows up in the chat like on very rare occasion. In fact, I think it's kind of funny, don't quote me on this, but I think we were talking about this, me and Stone Knot, in like the chat one day, and he actually had mentioned that someone had, found this or done it before him. So it's just funny that it got named after him. He was probably one of the first people to implement it into runs, maybe. That little bounce up to the upper section here. So yeah. What's up, Wadey? Thank you for the good luck. I appreciate the entertainment while you're working from home. Dude, I appreciate you being here, man. I hope you enjoy the stream. Let's get out of here. I'm not doing anything here. Let's go over to Dark Passage. I could use some practice in Passage. Thank you, Richie DeCaro, for the $5. Really appreciate that, man. Legend. And once again, since you remind me, we are doing a sub goal today. We're 14 Twitch subs away from 450. And if we can hit 450, we can get those 14 Twitch subs over the course of today's stream. Then I'm gonna bring up Ricky's newest video and do a full reaction to it, which is all about the psychology of getting better at speedrunning, which is gonna be something I'll have a lot of, pausing and input to add to. So if you're interested by that, what it means to be good at speedrunning or to get better, or as his video is called, How to Be Goated at Speedrunning. Feel free to drop a Twitch sub or a gift if you want to see that. For my input on his research. Oh, dude, no worries, introvert. I am not tripping, man. You are good. Just enjoy the stream, man. No pressure to anyone who's financially struggling. Beard with the 10. What a fucking legend. Hope you're doing well today, Beard. What an entrance. Beard coming in hot. Let's go, dude. Welcome. Hope you're having a beautiful day today in Norwegia. Hope you're enjoying the beers. I'm definitely going to have a few beers myself. No, I'm just talking about Twitch subs. I don't have a way of like tracking them both like simultaneously, so I kind of have to just sub goal one or the other. But if you are watching on YouTube and you have Amazon Prime, you can Twitch sub to me for free. It takes like 5 minutes. Just look up Twitch Prime on Google, and the link to my stream is in the YouTube description. Thanks if you decide to do that. Again, no pressure. if you don't want to. But it is a nice, easy, and free way to support me. It is not better. I don't have a preference there, Ryan. It's the same difference either way, but my sub goal is for Twitch subs. Got a couple of hours left of your Switch, then you'll have a couple of beers. Nice. Enjoy. Hope your shift goes nice. Alright, let's focus on this intro here a little bit. I'm gonna make a save state once we get past the dragon. Let's just do the whole start, like, somewhat consistently here. Try that again. Just want to make sure the cycles are as consistent as possible here. So I'm not practicing the wrong thing. No, there is no best way to donate to me. It all basically evens out in terms of like the fees that YouTube or Twitch or Patreon take from me. There's no one best way to donate to me. Or merch-wise is the same thing. Just do whatever you want. Like, it's all good. Don't try to min-max it. Like, it's a losing battle. I basically get like a 70% cut of whatever money you throw at me. I basically get 70% of it. Is an easy way to think of it, no matter where you do it. Some websites it's like a few percentage points more, you know. But at the end of the day, it's basically that. If you were curious. Technically, you know, if you did want to min-max it, actually going to my Kick stream is probably the best way to do that. I think Kick gives like streamers like a 90 something percent cut. So if you really are trying to min-max it, check out my Kick stream, which is also worth plugging because there's no ads there. So if you've been struggling with Twitch or YouTube ads, check out the Kick stream linked in the description. And remember, I show all three chats on stream as well, the Kick, YouTube, and Twitch ones, so you won't be left out. Anyways, enough shilling. Let's try to actually get a good dark passage here. It's always this section that I struggle the most with, because it's like I'll either miss a red there or what have you. And then those dogs are a problem. So I'm probably gonna, when I get up to that part, I'm gonna make a new save state right before those dogs. Let's see here. Damn it. So I have to load the save state, select the next one. All right, hold on. So load the save state, move. Select the next one while I'm moving here, which is kind of awkward. Yeah, because now it's going to be a little off cycle. Just pretend like I got everything there. No, and that was a fail. Pretty awkward. What's up, P-Man? Thank you for the good luck. It's great to see you. Hope you're having a fabulous day today. What's up, Magruts? I think Jordy goes like left to right here. Like that. That does seem like better angles. Yeah, it does feel a little more lenient that way. Yeah, that definitely got ahead of the cycles more. But then again, maybe that's just because I was like looking away right there, so it's like it might just be giving me the false impression of better cycle because I was looking away there instead of at the area. It might have something to do with it. Because, like, you don't want to be too fast there. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I think I'm going to stick to doing it this way. Even if the movement is arguably, like, a little slower, you're, like, putting the camera more in the correct spot there. So that can be adjusted with any given run. Okay. Nice. I think that's the best bet, is to just charge and then do that and bonk. Because you have to wait for the gem either way. Like, there's no way you're grabbing this gem out of the air without doing some annoying movement that would negate its speed. The thing is I'm trying to get this other dog to, yeah. As long as I hit the 2 dogs, that's like, hit the 2 dogs and keep the camera facing forward, and that's like the key here. Don't be a hero. It's tricky. You gotta take that exact right line, though. Like, it'd be cool if I could, like, hit these 2 dogs. For some reason, flame charging, like, makes it harder to hit that second one. Weird. I think it's because you stop. Yeah, that's why. Because you stop for a moment. So say I miss that first flame charge, and then I hit him back this way. Like, could that be... is there a world where that's fast? It's, you genuinely have to hit him so far the other... Like, you would think that this would be enough. Well, I guess that was enough. You have to, like, fully get in his ass there to do that. Hard to say whether it's better or not. Either way, you still have to wait for dogs anyways, so it's kind of like... Dislocation. You're talking about, like, do that? How's it going, Farnia? How you doing today, man? What's up, Tiny Sausage? What's up, B-Mac and Brizzle? What's the nerve-wracking enemy charge lineup? What's up, Ryan? Rin? Nerve-wracking enemy charge lineup? Well, it's gotta be a, Misty Bog, Epstein Island. I'm gonna stick to doing it this way. I think that's probably gonna be the best, like, balance of consistency for me, while still keeping the camera forward. Like, it's okay if I bonk on the guy. Just the question is hitting the fucking dogs. Oops, should have flamed him. Okay, let's do the whole from back here. Do the whole section there. We're not done with this level. We gotta get this clean a few times, because I literally always fuck this up in runs. Nice, beautiful. Keep it moving. Yeah, see, it's like if you're too fast there, it doesn't even make it any faster anyway. Let's continue through the level a little bit. Switch to another save slot. Jordy does do a different version of those boxes. Wait, did I not create a save state? Ugh. Let's do from back here, do the whole spiel again, then make another save state before going down there. Ugh, painful gem RNG there. That's another reason why going left might be nice here. But it does make the cycles a little bit... It does put you annoyingly, like, ahead of the cycles here. But in this case, it didn't matter. Okay, that's fine. Like, it doesn't make you go faster to be too ahead of these cycles, because you have to wait anyways. Okay, pretend like I got those. Okay, I'm gonna activate save slot number 2. Don't hit me. That's fine, whatever. And we're gonna make a save state right there. This should be good, yeah. Gotta be careful with the glide there so I don't bonk as often. Yeah, I want to say like Jordy like leaves one of these dogs or something, like intentionally. Yeah, and then he like grabs them all like that or something. He does some movement along those lines. What if you like stretch the flame all the way to the red guy there? Could that be fast? Feels like not really, to be honest. You'd think I would like time these things, but alas. Don't mind the lawnmower outside. Oops. And then it's weird because if you do that, then you have to like take the one problem with optimizing that spot is you want to approach these turtles from this angle. So if you like are coming towards them like this, it's much harder to get the double kill without taking damage. These turtles are like some of the probably 2 of the hardest enemies not to take damage on. And it's all in the approach. Also, I'm gonna try to stick with the double flame here. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to my old muscle memory here. I'm not gonna overcomplicate this. You have the nice ideal run up there. That's the way to do it. It's just hard to get that consistently, but when you do hit it, it feels like sex. So just for that reason alone, I'm gonna stick with it. Do that a few more times. What's up, Cavex? I'm gonna come at them this way and then jump. I gotta try playing it out if it's suboptimal. Because recovery is big here. See if I can like jump flame charge there as well. Just try to reach the guy. One of those. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to like get the right. That's why I do an extra jump charge before the flame there, because it's like hard to reach it in every case. One of those. Even though that looks like pretty awkward, it's kind of like, kind of makes sense. Might as well just single flame them as well. It may arguably not even be faster to double these. I think maybe charge jump. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. Charge jump and then flame out of the air after. If you don't bonk. Okay, see this recovery. And then I get that damage a lot where I'm like tapping it too hard and I end up getting hit anyways. Even though I'm approaching from the correct angle, I'm like tapping it too much. I'm like doing over adjustment on it. You have to kind of like find the angle and commit to it there. Welcome, Adept. Did I ever say hi to you? What's up, Starleska, Adept? Everybody. What's my opinion on Mega Man X4? I've not really played any of the Mega Man X games, so I'm not the guy to ask. They look cool. I like some of the music from them. Have I ever heard of Einhander? No, I have not. Sorry I'm not able to vibe with you about that, Rin. I hope you still enjoy the stream regardless. Ugh. Sorry for being lame. Alright. I gotta move on from this section here in a minute. Dude, really? God, it's just, you know, I'm really tempted to just single flame these boxes, just because it's just hard to gauge it every time. Yeah, I'm gonna just, I might, on good runs, I might just single flame those boxes. If I'm YOLOing, I can double, but it really doesn't fucking matter there. Okay, let's make another save state right here. And work on this part, even though I don't have gold sparks. This is technically like the optimal strat. Here, hold on. Let me give myself a perma gold here, like as if I have gold sparks. Thank you, Ganji Marine. Thank you guys for typing that name in the chat so that way I can actually pronounce it. Oh no, it says next to your name. Welcome, Ganji. I appreciate you. Thank you for the good luck. Welcome, Ricky and Eb. Ricky, I'm gonna if I get 4 more Twitch subs, I'm gonna react to your newest video. I still haven't watched it yet, but I feel like it'd be a fun thing to pause and talk about as I watch. Japanese Ratchet Runner. Well, dude, hell yeah. Arigato, my friend. Welcome. What's up, Pofi? Welcome, welcome. Oh, yeah, I have to activate, okay, let's activate, Perma Sparks here. Or, yeah, there we go. Now I can actually practice this strat. Dude, it's tough. This is a tough one. It's been timed that this is like a second faster or something than what I was doing before. Also, can we, like, get the music back? Let's get that music back real quick. Here we go. And then, like, double those. Also, another fun thing, you can get him to shoot that, which is, like, arguably maybe not fast. Oh, you learned Vortex? Yo, that's fucking awesome, Ganji. Let's go, dude. Vortex hype. Vortex hype. Any other Vortex players in the chat? Where are the Vortex players at? They're a dying breed. Dying Vortex players. Old Vortex. Old men and women and bitches. Where are you at? This is weird, because, like... By the way, can you see that every time I'm, like, respawning, it's, making Sparks's, it's, like, adding more bullshit to Sparks's, like, thing? Hopefully this doesn't crash the game or something. Sparks is, like, looking hella fucking lit right now. Sparks had one too many beers. You have a thing in the description to discourage XQC from reacting? But with me, you don't care? Like, where do we draw the line? There. It's like, seems a little arbitrary, you know? Like, I get the thought process. Like, you don't want someone to just watch it and just fucking, content farm off you with like 1 million viewers and just not say anything while eating Chipotle. Like, I get it. But it's like a hard line to draw, right? It's a very gray area there. I've always held the opinion that, like, if you make something and it's public online and people want to react to it and farm off it and milk it, or repost, even worse, like repost it, you know, make money off it without your permission, it's sort of like, what are you gonna do at a certain point? Yeah, it can be frustrating in some circumstances, but I guess I should say I'm lucky not to have been on the receiving end of people stealing content and stuff, but especially with reactions, it's tough. At least in this case, like, you know, I can justify the fair use argument, because it's like I'll be pausing and talking about my thoughts on things a lot. So it's not even like stealing at that point. But yeah. Tough thing. But I see the logic. I mean, I'm not dumb. I'm qualified, but see, that's what I'm saying. It's like, these are all quite arbitrary measures, don't you think? I mean, one thing that's not arbitrary about fair use is like that you don't let too much of the video play without pausing and adding commentary. I mean, and even then, it's still a gray area. So my opinion is that it shouldn't be limited to community members, but rather it should fall in the guidelines of fair use. Like, even if a layman were to come along, XQC even, were to come along and react, it would be my opinion that he should be able to do that. But it would be unethical for him to do it without adding relevant commentary. So that's just my opinion. I don't think it should be like, only certain people are allowed type of thing. I don't think that's right. But that's just my opinion. Again, I get why you say that, you know, people like XQC, Asmongold, you know, these people have track records of just farming off of other people's videos. So I get the frustration, absolutely. Like I said, I'm not completely blinders about the whole thing. But you know, I still have that live and let live attitude. What do I know? I really, you know, I can't speak on the subject. I don't really have videos that people care enough to like react to anyway, so what do I care? My opinion is irrelevant on the subject, honestly. I'm wondering if I can get this guy to, if it would be beneficial to get this guy to shoot the box or not. That's what I'm wondering. Also, yeah. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Ricky. Like, you're not mad if someone like does go against your wishes there, but you want to make your wishes known regardless. Like, it's not like you're acutely aware that like you're not going to be able to enforce that or anything. Like, you're not going to get mad if someone breaks the rule or whatever. But just you want to make it known regardless. Seems to be the attitude, right? Like, and that's respectable. But yeah, I'll be sure to add extra commentary here. I'll be sure to make my reaction as fair use as possible in the spirit of your wishes. Yeah, no eating. I must starve, yeah. Yeah, no, Richie, that's actually like a meme, because if you guys follow Mario 64 speedrunning, you guys know Simply. He had like a long stint of like reacting to new records or whatever, and then people would react to his reactions, and then he'd react to the reactions of his reaction. So it'd be like a triple reaction. It was so funny, dude. There's like fucking like 4 face cams and chats like on the thing. That's like the meme, right? Fucking epic. Just like 4 people talking over each other. Dude, welcome Wilf. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, I'm gonna keep working on, let me actually just go this way real quick. I'm gonna make like another save state just like right here. And I wanna see if I can get this guy to shoot the thing consistently. Because the tricky part about it is like you have to wait here, which kind of makes it not fast. But it does technically make it explode more quickly than if you weren't doing that. Alternatively, what if you like sideswiped and like flamed him? A little tricky. I don't think you're getting that. Yeah, not quite reaching there. But that does work. And then wait, hold on, because I know not Ricky, Jordy does this the other way around, where he goes like this. So maybe that's the play, to where I can get that and, okay, hold on, brain blast. How long does this take? 1, 2, hold on, let me use my timer to time this. Because if the time it takes for him to shoot the thing is less than the time it takes for me to flame it and make it explode, then I think this could be worth. So let me just close real quick, close these splits. And let's just time this from the flame. That was like that was about 2 seconds. Let me do that again. Oops. From the moment the flame touches it. And so that's like 2.2. And then that same spot, I did it a little early, but that was 2. Hold on. That would have been 2. Yeah, it's about the same, honestly. About same time for the thing to explode. Ricky, thank you for the 43 months. Subbing for the reaction, dude. Hell yeah, BRB 30 minutes. That's perfect. That is actually perfect timing. Because we're still waiting on, we still need 3 more subs. And I still need to get through some more of this practice session before doing the reaction. I might even do a run. We'll see. So yeah, 3 more subs and we'll react to Ricky's new video all about the psychology of getting better at speedrunning. How to be goated at speedrunning, which is something I have tons of thoughts about that I will surely be pausing and sharing. So if you're interested in speedrun psychology, please feel free to drop a gift. Simply's your go. Yeah, Simply's pretty funny. I remember one time being at a GDQ and seeing him on a bed, like just walking into a random hotel room, you know, drinks everywhere and stuff, and he's just laying on a bed, and he's got 2, I'm not kidding, Simply's like a pretty big guy. He's like, I want to say he's like 6 feet or something. He's like pretty tall. And he was laying on the center of one of the fucking beds in the hotel room, and there was like 2, like, I don't want to call them like twinks, but they were like way obviously smaller than him, like Mario 64 like fans or whatever, or players, I don't know. And he was just like sitting there on the bed like that, and it wasn't even like sexual or anything. It was just like, yeah, on the bed with like, and they were just all cuddling and just chilling. It was just like the funniest thing to walk in on. I was like, what up, simp? Oh my god, dude. The Mario, it's really funny at events like GDQ or ESA. The Mario 64 streamers, like, they have an entourage. It's so fucking funny. Like, even GTM, you guys know GTM? Bro, at GDQ, he'll have an entourage, like, around him if he's at a TV or something. Or, like, chilling in a hotel room. There'll always be, like, 1 or 2 motherfuckers, like, following that guy around. Same thing with, like, you know, Simply or, you know, whoever else. Not many other not many other high-profile Mario 64 speedrunners in the mix. But, yeah. Yeah, and it's just so random, too, because it's like... I mean, I love... GTM's funny, you know, I like him, but it's just like... The entourage is just so goofy. Like, where's my entourage? You know, like, if GTM gets an entourage, I gotta get an entourage. I need it. You know what I should do? I should, like, hire a crew of people to, like, follow me around at GDQ. Just go on Craigslist and be like, all right, I need 3 people to just follow me everywhere. Like, bodyguard status. So funny, dude. But you gotta respect it. Maybe I'm just jealous, honestly. It's probably the case. What's up, Photo Bomber? Thank you for the gift, and Pat with the gift. We are very close. We are 1 sub away from the reaction. Again, I'm gonna finish my practice session. Let's go, Photo Bomber. Finishing it off. Here's the plan. I'm gonna try to finish this practice session and do a run, I think. And then after that, hopefully we can stay above 450. And then we'll check the we'll watch the video at that point. We'll see how we're feeling. By the way, EPJ, thank you so much. Did I even thank you for this? Thank you for the big super chat. It says, good luck with the practice today. You have a free afternoon and you're gonna spend it on Spyro's plus Sonic. Yeah, is that the vibe? I think that's the vibe, is keep practicing, bang out a run, and then do this reaction. And then if I feel like it after, we'll play Sonic. If not, I won't. I think that's the play. Feels kind of pointless to do practice, but like not finish with a run. Feels anticlimactic, if you will. Not that there's anything wrong with that. In fact, we'll probably get some insight on that from the video in question today. Let's practice this part here. You know, I've not seen it yet. I don't want, actually, like, I always talk about this. I'm like a really unsupportive speedrun YouTuber or Spyro YouTuber. I don't watch any of my peers' content at all. Not that I don't like them, it's just, I just prefer to watch, like, non-Spyro or non-PlayStation speedrun related stuff when I'm not streaming. It helps me, like, mentally, like, disconnect from the hobby instead of being so plugged into it all the time. So yeah, happy to watch things regardless. And there will definitely be moments where like I'll randomly like get stoned and just like watch an entire like run from someone, like watch one of Jordy's PBs or something. Those moments will happen, but I look at those more as like study instead of entertainment. Like, it's like, okay, I have to sit down and study this and practice and take notes and stuff, you know? So it's really like you're saying, it's very like job coded whenever I'm like watching Spyro videos. I'm always looking at them. Like, I can't help it, but like look at it as a fellow YouTuber and be like, oh, I like this, I like that, you know, just from like a video maker perspective or whatever. Or as a speedrunner or what have you. Which kind of, to me, it kind of ruins the enjoyment a little bit. For some people, that's fun, but for me, it's kind of like, I'm not trying to take my work home with me in that way, you know? So I hope that makes sense. I hope people don't feel personally offended that I'm not watching their videos or anything. I know a lot of Spyro and speedrun YouTubers watch my stream, so. I support you guys, absolutely, you know? I'm just not always, you know, sussing every piece of content out there. Yeah, that's what it feels like. And literally, anytime I watch someone's PB, it's like, okay, like, oh, maybe I should try that. I'm like just looking for every little thing that they do differently or good or bad or whatever. It's like a very judgy viewing experience, which is like not, it's very much not like, okay, just kick back and just watch and enjoy. Like I don't know. Just funny. Just a different mind frame, I suppose. Not to say it's good or bad or anything. Make a save state right here, see if we can get this room nice. Let's also refresh the music. I'm gonna get out of this level here in a minute. I've sort of practiced myself out here. Yeah, watching a stream is, I would say, it is a lot more casual than like watching a speedrun focused video or, you know, challenge video of this game or something. For me. But still, I won't like lurk for super long in like a Spyro stream. I might like lurk for like 5-10 minutes. But you know, You won't see me getting like thousands of channel points or anything. And it's not that I don't love all of my fellow, you know, Spyro streamers, YouTubers, speedrunners out there. It's not that I don't love them, it's just that, like, I need as much, like, I need to have a healthy, like, relationship with this game, basically. And just being constantly, like, degen, like, watching videos is just not, I don't know, I just don't want that. But I know at a certain point I do have to do that in order to, like, study and learn as well. So there's like a balance there. There's some kind of balance going on there. Perfect, finally. Didn't quite charge out of the air as much as I wanted to there, but still good. Ideally, you're charging out of the air on all of these collections from the red guys. Nice, beautiful, man. God, it feels so good to hit that strat. Hit this whole room smoothly. You have to go so wide on that fucker. Yeah. So that's like the hardest part right there, is that guy. Oops. Yeah, Velita, in the spirit of what you're saying, like, there's no perfect job in this world. You could think that what I do is like a dream job and that there's no worries around it, but the truth is the grass is always greener on the other side. First of all, I don't make that much money, for starters. Secondly, this game stresses me out in ways that the average speedrun hobbyist, you know, it does not. You know, I have to, like, actually, like, compartmentalize, like, parts of my brain so that I'm not, like, overwhelmed or burning myself out and stuff like that. Like what I was telling you guys with the type of content I consume. And like the self-pressure it's awful, you know? It's like I haven't made a video in like 2-3 months now. I haven't gotten a PB in like a year and a half. Feels awful. It feels like fuck. I suck, you know? When if I just had a real job, you know, it's like, oh, okay, those things wouldn't bother me as much. So then, say I had a real job, then I'd be like, man, I wish I could devote more time to streaming. So you're never gonna be fucking happy, guys, like, is my point. There's that, like, what I do isn't perfect, what you do isn't perfect, you're never gonna fucking like what you do 100%. The grass will always be greener on the other side in this respect. So it's all good. There's no, it's kind of a good food for thought that it's like, there's no use like dwelling on the negative aspects of your whatever you do in a given day. Because it's like the grass is always greener. You're always going to be able to find something to complain about, I'll tell you what. Even if you have like the most blessed life, which I can definitely say I do have one of the most blessed lives. You're always still going to find something to complain about, that's for sure. So, best not to dwell, I think. What's up, Dev? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alright, the rest of this level is basic. I'm starting to run low on the practice steam here. I've been going for almost an hour and a half. Trying to think, what levels do I want to look at anymore? Let's go Night Flight real quick just to work on that strat there. because I do feel a little, not 100% confident in it yet, especially on the different controller now. April Sauce with the sub. Thank you so much, April Sauce, for the 22 months. And I think after we do this level a couple of times, or after I do this ending a couple of times, I might do a run. I think that's the play. Yeah, the left to right movement on this stick is not great. Yeah, there we go. Now, you just gotta be preemptive with it is the thing. With that strat, you have to be preemptive with those left to right turns. Right here. And then you gotta know when you turn like too early or too late and use the camera accordingly. To like kind of give it that extra little push or pull. Scary strat. Very easy to throw your whole run to this. And I have. And this is all for like a half second of time save, by the way. Ooh. See, like the way I did it there, I'm not even saving time. Even though I didn't even bonk. You played Spyro 2 Reignited last week. I don't know what you're so worked up about as a kid. Well, as a kid, you know, it's a different game. Love. So I wouldn't like compare your childhood experience to like what you played in Reignited. But I will say, in the spirit of what you're saying, you are right. Like as an adult, some of the things you thought were like fucking impossible as a kid were like not that bad as an adult. Just I think it's just for the, not even that you're better at games as an adult, but just for the sheer fact that you have more patience as an adult. Like your mind is more developed and you like can go into something knowing it's going to be hard and it's going to take multiple attempts. Whereas when you're a kid, you haven't like really developed that sense yet. So you're definitely right, you know, like that is definitely a real phenomenon, regardless of which game. All right. Try again. Why am I so low? A little scary. So that's bad. That's bad. I mean, I'm coming at it from a weird angle here. Bad. I have to like make my save stay further back. Hold on. Come on. Dude, I'm like unlearning. This is like one of those strats where you'll learn it and then you'll unlearn it. Fucking hate it. Like I had it and now I like don't have it anymore. What the fuck? I don't know. I might not go for this in runs today. I was feeling it at first, but now I am not feeling it as much. Dude, you know what level I need to practice is fucking Town Square. I need to go there. Let's go to Town Square. Enough of this. I'm like just driving myself crazy here. Let's go to Town Square. I'm genuinely so trash at this level compared to Jordy. And it's not even that we do much different, but we do enough different that it's like a big fucking difference. So let's just work on it. I will say I have gotten better at this beginning part here, even though I just fucked it. Let's fly in again. We'll just make a save state right on the fly in. Please hit it, dude. Emily Lou, thank you for the 5 months and the good luck as well. Appreciate it. We're getting towards the end of this practice session today, so hopefully you're looking forward to a run here. That's the biggest part I struggle with, is hitting that second flame on the fan chest. Like, really, dude? Like, you're fucking kidding me, man. Let's do it from the flying, and we'll make the save state after the dragon this time. Hold on. What's the best way to collect these? I always fuck up with this. It's like that, right? You turn around and do that. Just weird, because like... Because you can jump before you can turn here is the problem. So if I wait till I can turn, then that's like not ideal. But if I jump early, then I don't get a correct turning radius. So it's kind of like a lose-lose. Maybe if I turn around and then jump charge. Or like jump and then turn around and then jump charge out like that. That might be the plan. Hopefully not missing the red. Fuck. Missed that. Got that. Nice. This isn't even the part of the level that I need to practice. I need to like go deeper. But looks like I do need to practice this because I fuck it up very consistently. Let's just move on for now. We'll come back to that start later. Let's get the music back, go here. What's up, Hylian? Thank you for the good luck. So I want to make this save state up over here. After this whole section. I'll make it after the metal boxes. Dick Butters with the 29 months. Been a while. Loving the Sonic. Dude, love you, man. Yeah, we'll see if I get around to Sonic today. Like, we'll see. But thank you for the 29 months. Appreciate it. We're planning on doing a reaction to a Ricky video after today's Spyro sesh. So that's the first thing I need to do, is do this jump charge. Like, smoothly. Which, that is not exactly smooth yet. Like that. And go up here and do this. And then the next thing is we need to hold. Oh god, hold the fucking skitter in that room, which I'm also bad at. Dick Butters with 5 gifts, you fucking legend. Thank you, Dick Butters, keeping me above 450. Hopefully for today's stream. If we can stay over 450, which I think we should have no problem thanks to Dick Butters, unless we lose like 20 today or something. We're going to be watching that Ricky video, so thank you so much for helping out with the sub goal there, everybody. Like, I don't know how Jordy holds that for so long without accidentally getting a charge jump. Like, there's got to be some sauce to that I'm missing. Let me make a save state right here. Why is it so hard for me to hit him now? Thank you. Yeah, like that. I think it's like you gotta cross up. Jordy, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but by the way, welcome. You gotta like cross up like towards the end of this hallway. Like if I could just look at it for a moment. It's like you gotta start it like down here somewhere. And then like curve it across. Because if you stay too much to the outer part, you'll get a charge jump, which is not good. But if you stay too far on the inner part, it's like you also get a charge jump. It's just really annoying. But I have to do this. This is like easily my weakest artisan's level compared to Jordy, so just gotta figure it out. Figure out whatever version of this works. Why does this save state, like, why is it such a struggle for me to get the thief skip on this save state? Not really sure what's up with that. Like, if I go back here, like, it's gonna be, watch, it's gonna be so much easier. Yeah, like, okay, just do it from there then. Nope. Probably because the approach angle is a little different. The approach angle is a little more acute. Oop. That's bad. Missed the green. Missed that. Missed all that. Oh, my thumb hurts. And maybe go like over here. What if you like jumped off of this part? Would that be like good? I'll just do that. We'll see. Hold on, I gotta let my thumb rest. I have like bruised my palms a little bit after skating recently, so gotta take it easy for a sec. Backup thief in the tunnel. I don't even know what the strat is for that. You're saying you can get a skip on the thief in the tunnel if you fail him? Because whenever I miss him, say I miss him there, I always just do this. Is that like it's a suboptimal backup, you're saying? Like you get the full jump there? It's better to not get him at the doorway. At the first doorway? I think I don't know. I'm gonna not stress it right now because I feel like if we're playing like a game of telephone here, and I don't think it's gonna like whatever you tell me. I'm not gonna do it like the exact way that you're telling me. So let's just not worry about that backup right now. Let me just try to get the normal strat correct. See, I'm like a pussy because, oh yeah, you need to grab those greens, of course. I was like, why do we always jump off that perch? There's greens there, dude. Oh well. Key thing here is remember to get that jump charge there, and remember to get better skitters here, which is so hard. I'm still really bad at those skitters. That's the major key here that I have to figure out. The rest is, I would say, fine. Maybe not perfect, but fine. On its way to being better, let's say. Was that good? Like, I'm focusing so hard on the Skinner, I'm not even, like, really focusing on the movement post tunnel now. Looks good to you? Jordy is secretly trying to make me be okay with suboptimal movement, so that way I never have as good as artisans as him. I see right through your plan, Jordy. Kidding. Alright, let's see. Oh, it's so fucking hard not to hold that fucking skitter for too long, bro. You gotta cross over the room. There we go. That was good. That was what we wanted. And then again, when I get those greens, I'm kind of like tempted to, oh, I missed one there, by the way. I'm tempted to, not jump off the edge like that, but like, grab them and then maybe like try to just jump off that side. I don't know. Probably stupid. That's actually stupid. Fuck me. Fuck me. I remember I was doing a little skitter on that, like, little nipple there, which is probably ideal. Bad. And then skitter on the, after the glide as well. Okay, got you. Just do all the skitters. Don't worry about if you accidentally jump off the fucking ledge or anything. Just do all the skitters. Right, right. No, I hear you. See, that's a fucking scary ass skitter right there. Pre-glide. Do you go for that skitter there, like right before that glide off the nipple? What's up, Roki? Thank you for the prime, the 2 months, and the good lucks. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Almost. We're getting a little better at that time. Okay, skitter there, yeah. Skitter here. And then we want to intentionally grab that second gem, which is kind of tough. Also, I need to be slide offing at the end there as well. Like, you can jump charge off of this, but you should be slide offing here. In fact, I think what makes a lot of sense is, since you have the room to do it, just like charge jump before the slide off. And then we'll see what I do after that. Bad. Oh, that somehow made it. Slow. I did not skitter for long enough there. Slow. Fucking missed the blue. Epic. Ah, bad slide off. And then say, okay, say I made the slide off here. What is the movement? Glide into them? Surely not. Jump charge glide, like the shortest jump charge glide of history? Is that the play? That's the only way I've figured it out so far. Technically better than this. Or than even just like manually collecting one of them. That's diabolical. Short hop charge glide. The slide offs suck. Okay. So, explain to me this, Jordy. How is the slide-off pre-dragon in Dr. Shemp better than jump charging against the wall, but then this one isn't? Like, riddle me that. Because you go against the wall harder on Shemp. That actually makes sense. That makes sense. You don't have to go against the wall as hard here. Oh, I accidentally redid. Let's do the whole level and see if I can get a clean one. Fuck. I'm still confused about the start as well. Like, was that a good start there? Hard to tell. I know you want to jump instead of, like, turn then jump. Because you can jump more quickly than turning. Oh my god, how'd that not reach, bro? Let's see if I can recover this. Actually did. I gotta hit that further to the right. I should really turn on the dragon, like, frame count thing. Where's the jump charge? Just get all of my momentum cuffed there. Nice. It's terrible. Good. That was actually good, I think. And that was terrible. Keep going. Is jump charge the play there? Or like coming down off of this? I jump charge, but you could also just like charge jump it as well, right? I don't know, I'm overthinking it. What's up, Escape Point? Thank you for the super. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Do the whole level. Let's do the whole level a few times. The whole level needs work. It's just all just overall inconsistent. I can do every like little piece of this level like correctly, but it's I struggle to put it together. Oops. Why did I think I needed an extra flame there? Idiot. I'm just gonna do it from the top. Can you guys tell that my brain is melting here? I'm like just absolutely overthinking every little thing. And I'm not just chilling and just playing the game, which is all I need to do. Can you guys tell that that's what's happening? Terrible. Let's see if I can recover it. It's like I feel like I'm always in a recovery situation in this level. I'm like rarely just like, oh yeah, everything went perfectly smoothly here. If it's not one thing, it's another. I think I missed the blue back there. Let's see at the end. It really makes me consider going back to the old strat. It really does. This route has just never clicked for me. Like, I can do it sometimes better than others, but I've never, like, been good at it. Wow, missed all the greens there. Missed that skitter, missed that blue, just miss everything. Missed that, missed that. Wonderful. Did I miss the blue down here? No, I didn't. These gems are so lenient. Oh no, I did miss the blue down here. I was about to say. Matt, they're about the same, but I think now, like with the amount that Jordy has optimized this route, I think it's like maybe 2 seconds faster, 1 or 2 seconds faster. I don't know if Jordy has any input on that. How much better this route is now than the old one. Back when it was implemented, it was literally the same as the old route. Now there's probably an argument that it's like actually faster now that the skill ceiling has been raised on it. Hopefully I got all those reds. Slow. Should take a more inside line there on that nipple. Bad. Let's do this. And then I gotta remember to jump charge glide at the very end there. So let's go from right here one more time. Work on that ending. Don't hit him at the door. Like, this is what Jordy said. Don't hit him there, because then you have to wait for him to disappear. Wait for him to go into the hallway. That's what Jordy was saying about that. I'm in this headspace where I'm just trying to like, go, 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 go! And it's just fucking everything up. Like, I'm clearly like getting worked up here and it's affecting the gameplay. It's such a real phenomenon with me in this game. It's just like, the more I try to like play and go hard, it's like, just the worse everything gets. This game really keeps you humble in that way. Terrible. I should be jump charging there, right? Around the corner. Jordy, do you jump charge around that corner? Instead of just empty charging. Like that. You can go there. Still barely, no, you actually can't make that. You need to jump straight off the nip. Whatever. Perfect. Yeah, true, true. God, Jordy, how do you always know everything? Jordy just knows. I defer to Jordy on everything. You'd think I'd have more confidence in my knowledge of this game. Like, you can really play a game for like, what, 13 years and just not know anything. Like, Composer came into the fucking Spyro Discord recently and was like, actually the birds in Clifftown are RNG, when for many years I would say that they're not. And you know, I didn't base it off of any like, you know, actual reverse engineering, and Composer does. So that's just like the key difference, is people are timing things and reverse engineering them where I'm not. So whatever the fuck I think is the case is generally just based on vibes and stupidity. And that's just a really hard, like, thing to get over. Yeah, everything feels like a reminder that, like, I need to break free of, like, whatever headspace, like, I approach this game with, and, like, just defer to the knowledge of others. That's, like, what speedrunning, in a lot of ways, that's what speedrunning is all about, is you just, you can't assume that you know the right thing in this hobby. Even if you've been playing forever, you have record or whatever, you just can't assume that you know what's going on. time and time again, I get proven wrong about what I think is fast. Time and time again. And it's very, very humbling. I think Jordy jump charges there. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Jump charge down there, unless you have enough space to do the charge down, which is generally ill-advised. Yeah. Scary jump. I've been going for like maybe an hour and a half. What is it like? No, towards 2 hours. I'm already mentally tired. This is like another like layer of complaining I'm gonna do here. I was talking to Saboom on the phone yesterday, and we were like, "Man, Jordy's about to take record, like, pretty crazy," and just kind of speaking on like the emotional implications of that for me and all that. Since I did that to Saboom, you know, many years ago, you know, he really had a lot of emotional attachment to this category. You know, back in the day, and you know, I sort of tore down his preconceptions of the game as well in a very similar way to how Jordy is doing that for me. Jordy and Composer are doing that for me. And I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, like the element of like just being mentally tired is, I don't know, I can't know what someone else is feeling like Jordy or Saboom or anything like that. But all I can say is that after like 2 hours of playing this game, I feel very mentally drained. Like, and surely that might have something to do with the fact that I've played it for way many thousands of hours more than most people, even most speedrunners, including Jordy. And so it's like, Saboom kind of said this thing to me. He was like, well, you gotta remember, Jordy's like a young buck or whatever, you know, he's only been playing for like a year or two, so like everything that he discovers or does well or gets a good run, everything's like exciting to him. Whereas for me, everything is just, like, so many more things are just depressing to me. It's like, oh, you were wrong about that, oh, you suck there still, oh, that's wrong, oh, you have to relearn that for the 5th time. So it's a lot more, I just feel a lot more mentally drained playing this game. That it's, you know, it's partially a symptom of the attitude, but definitely partially a symptom of just the recurring just time in this. Like, you know, like what Saboom and I were saying was like, you know, in 2020 for me, like, this game was so much more exciting because it's like I was on the cusp of, like, you know, breaking record and stuff. And I'm sure that, like, that excitement, I'm sure Jordy is feeling that. I feel like Jordy is just so much easy. I don't want to say it's easier. That's like the wrong way to say it, because you can't know how someone else is feeling, but it's like the excitement and motivation factor is just so much more positive on his end of the spectrum than it feels like for me. But again, what do I, like, I can't know how he feels, right? Like, so I can't say that for sure, but that's how it appears, is all I can say, really. You know, I think some speedrunners would go so far as to say that difference doesn't even matter. That you should just fucking figure it out and grind it out anyways, whether it's tiring or fun or exciting or not, you know? And that's like a valid perspective as well. Just interesting, like, perspective shifts there. Oh, that was better. Nope, that was terrible. I'm like trying to like cut a corner on that nipple and it's just not working out. Have you felt that way with Crash? How many years were you playing Crash for? Not that it's like a competition, I'm just curious. Several years doing, it was like what, Insane Trilogy, or I don't even know your speedrun history that closely, if you want to enlighten me a little. I keep missing the skitter there. It's like a weird skitter. You have to like do it from the right a little more. I don't know. Hold on, let me like make a save state from this jump. Yeah, you can go left to right on it. Oh wow, you played Nitro Fueled for 6 years. Like speedrunning and like trying to get times and shit. It's a long time. Yeah, Colty. And you know, I'm not going to dwell on the topic. I just was trying to point out that you know, we have a very different like perspective, you know, and experience with the game right now, Jordy and I. Even though we're both playing at a pretty high level, like the motivating factors and the excitement around what we're doing is very different, I think. I hope that Jordy would agree with me on that. I don't want to speak for him or anything. But yeah, not to dwell on negative thoughts or anything. It's just worth acknowledging, you know. In the spirit of not getting myself like too worked up, you know. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that you kind of understand where I'm coming from with your previous Crash experiences, Jordan. Dude, how many hours of loading screens do you think you've watched in Nitro Fueled? Like, that had to have been like quintessential to the experience. It's like having things to do on the loading screens. More than the actual game, right? It's like part of getting good at that game is like dealing with the loading screen. Like, oh, you want to restart the level? Like, loading. Like, that's like part of the process, is you have to like, is it worth restarting for that? Or maybe the restart isn't that bad, but like loading a new map, I don't know. I actually never really played much Nitro Fueled enough. And nowadays the loads are better than they used to be, I think, right? Oh, I know. But yeah, that's like one of the most annoying parts of that game. It's a great kart racer, it's just the loading screens are fucking dog shit. Especially when it came out. Reignited actually had a lot of... Dude, it's not just Nitro Fueled. Reignited had this problem, has this problem in some levels. If you guys ever watch a Spyro 1 Reignited run, Stone Hill like randomly takes like a minute to load. Like a full minute, or like 40 something seconds, I think we timed it. And it's like the one level in the whole game that applies to. Or like in the Spyro 1 part, at least. It's like, why? It's like... Yeah, it's like a 40-second load, Stone Hill. Go watch a Reignited speedrun. It's like ridiculous. That's always been one thing I've been thankful of in this game, is that the load times are literally perfect. And when I say that, I don't mean like, oh, they could be faster in this game, like, you know, with the dragons or the level transitions. I mean, like, I wouldn't want them any faster. It's like really nice to have exactly 6 seconds whenever you touch a dragon, or exactly 7 seconds whenever you exit or enter a level. It's so nice to have that exact amount of time to, like, you know, stop hitting buttons, let your hand rest. You know, like right now I've been having to stop and let my hands rest because my thumb will get tired. My thumb doesn't get tired playing this game because it's like you get that 6-7 seconds to like gather yourself and then get into the next section, which is generally about 1 to 2 minutes of like just straight hardcore gameplay and then another 6-7 seconds of just like... The load times in this game are just like... Insomniac didn't intend this, but they are literally perfect for speedrunning. They're perfect for giving your mind and body a rest in between segments of the run. I've never seen another game that has as good of load times for speedrunning as this one. And like I said, even if the load times were faster or non-existent, that wouldn't necessarily make it better. Because it would introduce other issues like hand strain and, you know, prolonged, you know, fucking high execution and stuff, focus. Yeah, 6-7, exactly. Yeah, Sonic 06 has like really bad load screens as well. That's why Sonic 06 would be a really cool speed game if it weren't for all the load screens. That's like a common thing in a lot of games, is like, this would be a really cool speed run if not for all the loads, you know? Yo, that glide, that rolling glide right there. All right, well, I've done some practice in the levels I wanted to practice today. So we're 2 hours into stream. The question is, do I want to do a run? And honestly, I kind of don't. I kind of want to just, like, I think this is what I want to do. I want to do the reaction to Ricky's video since we hit the sub goal for that. And then I want to kind of cool off the end of stream playing some Sonic, because I was getting a little worked up at the end of this practice session, and I don't think it would be productive for me to do a run right now, and I don't think I'm going to get anything out of that. So, who's down with that? Who's down to react to Ricky's newest video, all about getting better at speedrunning, and just giving thoughts on that? Who's down? Let's do that. I think that's a good idea for where I'm at mentally right now. I think that's the play. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, this is what I was complaining about earlier. Is like, I can play this game for like 2 hours, and after like 2-3 hours, I'm spent, like, mentally. And like, I don't think that'd be the case if I was like, you know, I don't know. If I was in perhaps Jordy's shoes, you know, having not played the game for like way longer than any human really should have, you know. All the emotions that go along with that. But yeah, I just have to acknowledge that that's just how I am, you know. I always am grappling with that. Like, man, my Spyro sessions do not go as long as I think they should. But I have to accept that my brain can't handle as much Spyro as it used to at the highest level. You know, I could sit here and just fucking turn off my brain and do no resets for 12 hours straight. I can do that. In fact, I should like sub-goal a stream like that just for funsies. But for the sake of like actually learning and practicing or getting good runs, no, I can't. I literally cannot play this game for more than like it's like a 2 to 4 hour window. Somewhere in there is just like, there's like something that happens in my head where I'm just like, I either need to take a break and come back if I want to do a run, or, you know, or just move on to something else. It always feels like the better play. Just funny. Just funny how your I don't want to say your patience weakens, but like your mental energy with something like weakens after so many years of doing it. Like, I just cannot focus at that. Like, I can already tell, like, I'm not gonna be able to focus at that level if I did a run right now, or even if I did more practice right now. But that's not something to be embarrassed about. That's just something like that I have to know about myself. You know, it's something I constantly grapple with on stream. Is like, do I go hard enough in this game? And if I'm feeling burnt out after 2-3 hours, and that's a signal that I am going hard. You know, at least it's better to go hard for 2 or 3 hours than to just, you know, be brainless for like 8. You know, the way I see it. So yeah, let's bring up the Ricky video here. I think we've done enough in this. Jordy's been balling out. Do I want you to do something? You mean kill him? We were joking the other day. I was like, guys, you know how I can keep record? We have to assassinate Jordy. Oh my god. So it sounds great plan. So stupid. Thank you, Roki PM and Finn for the primes. Really appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and get this reaction set up. No, please do not kill Jordy, guys. That was a joke. Jordy's over here like, whoa. All right. Damn, Joe. Chill, Joe. Chill. Chill, daddy. Okay. Bring up all my stuff. Bring up Ricky's video here. Let's see. Do I have a reaction? Hold on. Let me bring up the page first. Okay, YouTube, the Tharixer. Let's see if I have a reaction scene here. Not that, not this, not that. Just hopping through them here. Nope. Nope. Oh, oh, he's wide. No. That's the RuneScape one. That's this. I'll do this one and just mess around. Do the mess around. Close my blinds a little. I'm a little washed out. I'm also gonna take a piss real quick here. So I'll be right back in just one moment. Let me turn off my game here. Make my camera way smaller. Is that too small? That should be fine, right? Hold on, I'll leave the PS2 menu in the background. Swag. All right, one sec. I will be right back, and we're gonna watch this video together. So yeah, BRB. Motherfucking, I could never. Should I show the chat on screen for this? I feel like it's not necessary. I'm not really going to be talking to you guys much. Like I could. Let me move my OBS over here. Whoa. Let me make sure you guys can hear also. Close my live split. And yeah, let's put on my headphones so I can hear this shit. Dude, Yata, thank you so much. Blah blah blah. Laura McGarth for the membership. Hello, tuning in from Malta. Yo, that sounds amazing. Hope you're having fun out there. Hope work isn't too stressful or anything. Okay. Make sure this works. Can we hear Ricky is the question. Hold on. No, not that. We want this. Oh my God. Hold on. There we go.
Many people daydreaming.
That should be a good level, right?
These 3 words tell.
Let me know if he's too loud or quiet.
Isn't gonna matter.
Okay. I think that should be about good. If it's too quiet or too loud, just let me know in the chat. I'll probably be pausing a lot to like give my thoughts anyways, but I might talk over him a bit too. I'll make a new recording, why not? All right, guys, welcome. We are here with a brand new video by Tharixer. If you guys don't know, Tharixer made a video about me back in 2020. He's a speedrun documentarian and amazing Jack and Daxter speedrunner, amongst many other amazing accolades. He's a huge inspiration to many of us in the community, and I love him very much. So he made this video here that I wanted to react to, because it's called How to Actually Get Good at Speedrunning. And I've given a lot of thoughts over the years about what this means, how to get good at speedrunning. And I'm hoping that we can dig deep into the mentality of speedrunning and what good practice means, or how far one should go to the limits of their own like emotional patience, and whether how much fun you really need to have, how much tedium can you handle, things along these lines. I'm curious to hear Ricky's thoughts on them, and I'm going to give my own as he shares them. So I'm expecting something along the lines of how to practice efficiently, but also how to manage the mental and emotional side and different perspectives on that matter. So let's watch.
I could never is a saying that is holding us all back. With
True.
Many people daydreaming of achieving excellence, these 3 words tell the whole story. Putting in the hours isn't gonna matter because I don't have what it takes anyway. This is so common, by the way, and I'm going to be pausing a lot to talk about this. What he just said about how I could never is something that holds you back. This is what I thought about myself when it came to like Spyro speedrunning for the first 7 years, basically until 2020. I've been speedrunning since 2013. So yeah, about 6-7 years. No memes intended. I would literally say this. If you were to come into my stream and be like, hey, can you get world record? Or like, what do you think about, can you reach Saboom's level or Chris's level at the time? I would say, no, I could never do that. I mean, they're just built different. They're just, these players, like, I would never say something like, I'm not at their level yet, but I hope to be one day. Even if that's like implicit, I would rather just be like, doomer about it, because to me that was an easier form of acceptance, which I think is going to be a topic that comes up repeatedly throughout this video, at least from my end, is that I'll often assume the worst case scenario about something, about what I'm capable of, or emotionally. Like currently right now, Jordy's about to beat my record. So I've already mentally assumed that he's going to do it. So that way I can accept that reality and like deal with that better and move on from it. When in reality, you shouldn't necessarily accept that reality. You should be hopeful to change your reality. You know what I'm saying? So in the same way, saying I could never can be a real like deterrent or like negative, like beating yourself down to where you'll, self-fulfilling prophecy. It can also be a form of grieving acceptance that allows you to continue on with the hobby as well. So I have both
perspectives. I understand both perspectives about it. Like, I could never is bad, but also it can be good. That's my, call it a hot take.
Very dangerous mindset to have. A poison that before long begins to spread to your confidence. By saying I could never, you've already given up. And I don't blame you, because that used to be me. As a kid, I was dead average at every sport I played, and I started to wonder if I'd ever get good at anything. When I found speedrunning at the age of 14...
Ricky is the king, by the way, of like these types of selfies. Like the fucking 2008 like MySpace, like like that. Ricky is just such a beautiful person, and like he just puts it all out there. He's just like so wholesome. He's just a wholesome dude. You don't see many original people like that nowadays. That'll just like take a vibey selfie, like I'm in my feelings today, guys, type of thing.
If I'd ever get good at anything. When I found speedrunning at the
not making fun of him, I think it's a beautiful part about his personality. By the way,
at 14, it was much the same. I was nothing special. But this time, something was different. It was the realization that speedrunning is endless. No matter how much you play, your time can always go lower. And before I knew it, I'd become obsessed with improving. As of making this video, I will officially be 15 years deep in this relatively niche hobby, and I've carved out a respectable...
Who's this? Todd Gamer Pro? That's not Ricky, right? Oh, faces the... Oh, it's like a race, I see.
15...
Damn, it's crazy, back in like 2011, I talk about this a lot in some of the older, like the Summoning Salt videos and stuff. Back in this era of like 20, and I'm sure Ricky might touch on this in this video, he's big into this, is that in this era, racing was just a lot more popular, even though the tools weren't as good back then to do races, we would still go through the shitty IRC chat in Speedruns Live, and people really liked that aspect more so than the actual world record grind, it seemed back then, 2011 to 2015.
Years deep in this relatively niche hobby, and I've carved out a respectable body of work within this amazing community. A place where I felt so welcome.
Oh, am I in this picture? Wait, hold on, am I in this picture?
Within this amazing community. A place...
Me being so vain. Yeah, there I am. I think this was like my first ESA, by the way. You can tell I have like the no beard. I have a lot more hair than I do now. Oh my God. So many amazing people in this. So many amazing people in this. The old Toulouse shirt. That's my old cap, by the way.
Where I've felt so welcome, it's given me a reason to never leave. But I gotta keep it a buck. Improving at speedrunning was never taught to me. There were no guides, no tutorials, no older sibling or teacher who was there to show me the ropes. I, like many others at the time, had to learn through trial and error. Today, there's tons of videos that can help you set up live split, get a capture card, and learn whatever game.
Okay, I want to talk about this because I'm curious what Ricky's going to say about this, but I have an opinion I want to share about this first. So back in these earlier days of speedrunning, you'd have to just watch a run and copy what they did. And if you were lucky, you might get like a YouTube comment, or like you could maybe get into like an IRC Skype group, this is pre-Discord days, so it's like the actual proliferation of strats was a lot different. It would be like via forums and comments, and you wouldn't get the full picture of a game so easily. And if you wanted to learn a game, you basically just had to watch a run and copy what they did. And whenever you were confused, you just ask questions and hope they got answered. I think that there's nothing, it's not better today than it was then. This is another hot take, is a lot of people will say, oh, well, there's so many, like tutorials out there. Like I have a whole tutorial series for both beginners and experts in 120%. The capture equipment is a lot easier to deal with now, so you can play on console a lot more easily. Emulators are a lot better, so on and so forth. But I don't think any of these things were ever a barrier of entry for me personally. I think speedrunning requires a level of dedication that you're going to figure it out whether there's a tutorial or not. If you really are going to figure, and conversely, if you're too lazy to figure it out, a tutorial that walks you through it is not going to, is not going to save you. It's still going to be a long and tedious learning process to figure out a full route of a game. So yes, tutorials and all this stuff, it is a better landscape than it used to be, but it's not like it's that big of a fucking difference at the end of the day. In my opinion, it just comes down to your personal drive.
But there's very few videos tackling the extremely layered process of how to actually get good at any speedrun. This is going to be that video. So whether you're a seasoned speedrunner, completely new, or just a viewer,
I'm the cat.
This will serve as a guide on how to get better. I have consulted 5 of the best speedrunners I know, who all have years in the game.
By the way, Ricky told me about this video before he made it. I was like, dude, if you need any help, if you want to interview anybody, he was like, no, I already got some people. So I'm definitely not one of the
myself,
one of the interviewees or anything.
To becoming goated at speedrunning.
Before we get started, I want to let you guys know that this video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. I personally first used
Should I watch this?
in the COVID years, and it's super handy. I lived in the UK at the time and listened to a lot of underground rap, and YouTube was outright
Love
blocking
666.
most of the videos for the whole genre. Since these songs weren't on streaming services either, my only choice was to use Surfshark to change my location to somewhere else in the world to access it, and it was super easy to do. On mobile, it's literally
whatever. Let me skip this. That's a screenshot.
Or use Tharixer. How to become goated at speedrunning.
No, Ricky's got great music taste. Classic fucking hip hop. Dude, I love this. Love this little... That was a cool little intro there.
Before we even begin to play the game, we must take care of something important. Our bodies. Specifically, our hands and wrists. Stretches are not something you do when your hands start hurting. You do them to prevent injury for the future.
I feel very lucky with Spyro. I was just talking about this during my practice session today, but Spyro is a game where there's just the right amount of loading times to give your hands time to breathe. And when you're doing intense save state practice like I was doing today, you literally have to stop for a few seconds at a time just to shake out your hands because your thumbs will get so strained from like smashing buttons around and stuff just over and over and over, like, you know, for minutes at a time. And I say just for minutes at a time. It sounds like that's not too bad to be pressing button, but when the APM is as high as it is for speedrunning, you're trying to like fucking press a million things in a few seconds. When you're practicing over and over like that, you're even with healthy hands, they will be strained. Like no matter what game it is, it's just a different kind of strain, a different kind of thing depending on the game. And in fact, some games might be. I think this is a much more limiting factor than the actual like access to tutorials or help, you know, learning. I think the actual amount that something hurts your hands to play, like for example, Crash Team Racing, you have to hold the X button for like, you know, 90% of the time to accelerate. You have to literally teach yourself to not press the button too hard. Things of this nature. And those are the things that help people get to a high level in a game and have the longevity to get there. I'm sure that's a lot of what Ricky is going to be saying here.
So I'd recommend starting now. Stretching before runs or practice.
So even if you don't have carpal tunnel, this is like really important stuff to consider. You know, or just pay attention when you're playing. Like, am I hurting myself? You know, you're gonna know.
Can help circulate blood in your fingers. Not stretching could heavily limit your abilities to perform. Just don't run with stiff or cold hands. Here's what I do. I bend my hand backwards and hold it for around 25 seconds to get that nice stretch along the forearm.
Yeah, I'm feeling it.
This is gonna feel weird when you first do this, but trust me, it gets better with time.
This is actually really good because I actually recently sustained some palm bruising from skateboarding, and this stretch actually feels so good right now.
After 25 seconds, I turn my hand around and stretch the other way, again for 25 seconds. I do this.
Everybody do it with me in the chat right now.
After that, I roll them in circles, making sure I really get that stretch going. If your game involves the shoulder, you can use a stretching band.
I love that he's on the soccer field right now. He's on the pitch right now. Hypno Shark about to come out of nowhere and be like, you know, the referee jersey. Be like, nope, that's not how you stretch.
I used to do this before doing runs of Dragon Ball Z Budokai, but unless your game requires some kind of excessive
That's a good. I like this stretch. This is a good one.
Probably not necessary. If you are struggling with wrist pain right now, I'd recommend checking out these two.
People talk a lot about wrist pain. You know, carpal tunnel. I think it happens like in your wrist. But for me, where I get pain the most is in the actual muscle, like in this area of the thumb, like this whole tendon of my thumb. because I'm just like pressing and holding the button, the face buttons with my thumb so much that it's more in this area that I feel strain than in my actual wrist. Thankfully, again, some people, depending on the type of game you're playing, if you're playing like a point and click game, it could cause strain on the top of your hand. So you have to be acutely aware of like what part of your hand is like being strained depending on the game you're playing or your pre-existing conditions. Because there's a lot of muscles and shit going on there,
Struggling with wrist pain right now, I'd recommend checking out these two videos from Silent Wolf and Simply that cover a book called The Mind-Body Prescription. They both had horrible hand pains. And
this is a really interesting story. Simply he was not able to play Mario 64 for a number of years, and then his story is that he read this book and it cured him, like, basically. That's what Ricky's gonna say, at least.
Recover with the help of this book. So check it out. Wrist pain is no joke.
I mean, pretty crazy, right? That like, a doctor could tell you, yeah, you can't play video games again. And how common is that, right? You have like an injury or something, the doctor's like, yeah, you can't do this again. You can't do that again. But if you just like if you think about your injury and your pain and work on it in different ways, if you isolate your pain and you focus in on it rather than trying to avoid it, I think that's a lot of what can lead to healing at the end of the day. So don't run away from pain. Don't take pain. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but like, it's not all about like avoiding pain all the time. Sometimes it's about really honing in on it and embracing it and stretching it and feeling where it burns and coming to terms with it. There's like some crazy like psychology that goes into all that.
The very apex of any leaderboard is going to feature players that have mastered their game's fundamentals. This is understanding your character's movements to its core, or being able to fully internalize certain lengths of cooldowns or animations.
Wait, what did he say?
Players that have mastered their game's fundamentals. This is understanding your character's movements to its core, or being able to fully internalize certain lengths of cooldowns or animations. Getting good at any game requires a lot of playtime, and the more you play, the more you internalize its controls. To expand on what I'm saying, I've brought in Muty, a masterclass speedrunner in...
I watched this guy play, I think he was bee-hopping in Quake, like this clip right here where he's bee-hopping around and stuff. I was watching him play a bee-hop map on Quake at ESA, and then I tried playing it, and I couldn't do one bee-hop. And I knew like kind of how to do it, because they like bind the jump button to the scroll wheel, so that way they can jump like the frame that they land to like preserve momentum or whatever. But just the actual way that they like curve the movement around to actually build momentum is just, it's so deep, and it's like on a jump by jump basis. Like one wrong input and it's just dead, it's really cool. I mean, you watch this kind of gameplay and it's so sick.
I brought in Muty, a masterclass speedrunner.
You watch this kind of movement and it's so sick, and then you try to do it yourself, and then you like really get a new respect for it. That's very common, by the way, in any speed game, movement-based speed game. It's one thing to watch it and appreciate it. It's another thing to try it yourself, and you get a whole new appreciation.
Games like Quake, Half-Life, and Devil May Cry.
There are many facets in which you have to excel at to be a top-level speedrunner. Part of that whole package is getting the raw fundamentals down. There is probably a reason you picked the game you speedrun, and there's a good chance that reason is you enjoy the game mechanics and the speed tech. Whether it's bunny hopping in Half-Life, controlling your mid-air momentum in SMB1, recognizing enemy attack patterns in Souls games, inventory management and menuing in Resident Evil. Every game has a cornerstone mechanic, and it is quintessential you develop your mechanical skills to the point where you develop a sixth sense for the game. Being good at the fundamentals means you do things generally faster than most, you get to learn harder strats, you learn new strats faster.
People don't understand this people think they understand this when they first start learning to speed. I've been guilty of this. Anytime you learn a new game, you think, oh, okay, I figured out my strats here, or I learned this strat, and now I got this section down. But the problem is that you don't you don't actually have the fundamentals committed to like a sixth sense, as Muty said. So what'll happen is like you'll learn a new speed game and you'll get a good run, and you'll still be like, I'm not kidding you, 20, 30 minutes behind like 10th place. You're not even world record. Like it's actually so humbling to learn a game, learn its route, get a relatively good run, and still be like 60th on the leaderboard. And the only reason that that's the case is because, these other players that are above you have been playing for longer. And so they have just a better sense of the mechanics of the game. They're doing every little thing just a little bit more efficiently than you are. And it doesn't even look like anything if you compare the two, if you watch the two things side by side, your run versus theirs. It's like, what? I didn't make any mistakes or whatever, but the mistakes are invisible. There is a real concept of invisible time save in speedrunning, and that's what Muty is talking about and Ricky Wood when it comes to learning the fundamentals. So my advice to a new speedrunner, or to anybody learning a new speed game, this applies to me too if I'm learning a new speed game, is have the humility to know that what you're doing is not optimal. Like, even if you learn the best strat or you do it mistakeless, there's a level beyond what you're doing that is going to come with time and practice. And it's invisible time save, and you're not going to get it today and you're not going to get it tomorrow. But the more you dive into the game, the more that invisible time save will bubble up to the surface. And you have to be willing to accept that. Not every speedrunner is willing to has the humility to accept that, or is willing to go far enough to see that process through. It takes a lot of time to develop fundamentals in a game. I would say years, at the very least months.
On the fly, you can get more creative and come up with your own new strats and so on. I have noticed in many games over the years how having good mechanical skills would mean the difference between those contending for world records and those who are not quite there.
And another kind of funny thing about it is if you watch world record level speedrunners, it's not that they play the game perfectly, because they have such a fundamental sixth sense for the movement or mechanics or menuing of a game. That means they can make more mistakes and still be on world record pace or what have you, And so again, as a lower level player, someone who's in out of the top 20 of a game, but has still put in a lot of time learning it, it can be really frustrating, getting what your skill level is, a really good and clean run, and then seeing a world record holder fuck up and lose minutes in multiple places and still be many minutes ahead of you. This whole fundamentals discussion is key to understanding that you're human in a game and that you're not going to play perfectly. The key to time save isn't doing a mistakeless playthrough. It's having good fundamentals is what they're talking about. That's the key to getting a good speedrun. You don't realize that until you go really deep into a game. You just think okay, I learned the route, I learned the best strats, and I make as little mistakes as possible, and that will result in the best run possible. When really that is far from the truth.
Yeah,
it's humbling. It's a humbling thing that every speedrunner has to go through.
Sadly, may never make it. As to how to get fundamentals down, my personal recommendation would be to play around with the aforementioned mechanics. If there are mods or tools that allow you to practice the basics, go for them. For example, in Half-Life we have multiplayer servers with a custom game mode called KZ, where we play on community-made maps that solely involve bunny hopping and movement with the goal of finishing the map.
Dude, I love the skybox of this map.
As fast as possible. As movement is the undisputed boss of Half-Life speedrunning, every newcomer that comes along gets recommended to play on these custom servers to the point.
Half-Life and Source Engine speedruns are some of my favorite things to watch, just whether I'm stoned or whatever, it's just satisfying. It's just just like Spyro, just like any movement-based game, Source Engine stuff is just so fucking
reach meme status.
It's like wizardry. Watching this gameplay, it's like watching a wizard. It's so stimulating. It's how when you watch a TikTok and it's Joe Rogan on the top and then Subway Surfers on the bottom because Gen Z they need that mental stimulation. This is our version of that. Where this is that mental stimulation, and when you watch a speedrunning stream, this movement is just going bam, 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 and it's so many little dopamine hits. Just as a viewer, so many little dopamine hits. That's it's actually really. It's wild what this kind of movement does to our brains. How it tickles our brains.
If you have been speedrunning a game for a long time, it is never a bad idea to go back to basics and do.
Bro called me the Drake of speedrunning. Bro, what?
Nothing but just
bro, what?
Acquiring any game's practice tools is definitely something I can strongly recommend. For example,
Matt, am I the Drake of speedrunning? Be honest. That's so fucked up. I don't want to be the Drake of speedrunning. That's horrible, dude.
Ratchet and Clank practice, I use Rackman, a practice tool that can connect to your PS.
I want to be the riffraff of speedrunning. I love riffraff's freestyles. You guys ever watch after this video, we're gonna watch a riffraff freestyle. He said, man, I was born in 1991. I played for the Phoenix Suns. They said, damn, this motherfucker is older than the moon plus the sun. Woo! Bars! Okay, let me watch the video.
Acquiring any game's practice tools is definitely something I can strongly recommend. For example, in Ratchet and Clank practice, I use Rackman, a practice tool that can connect to your PS3
Matt
via
knows.
IP.
Matt knows.
Every time I de-rust this game, I use the tool to warp to Planet Umbris, give myself all the items and weapons I need, and begin using the map as a playground to strengthen my fundamentals. Obviously, not every game has these kinds of advanced tools, but if they do, learn how to use them. For movement-heavy games, make sure you watch tutorials and movement guides that can teach you about the fundamentals, even if you were able to figure out some basic concepts by yourself.
And it's tough because, like, you know, when you first get into a game, it's like, I just want to learn how to get through this game efficiently. Like, I just want to learn the route. You know what I mean? That's kind of like, at least for me, that's always my first inclination. It's like, let's just learn a route. Even if I'm not like an expert at it, let me just learn an easy route through the game. But there's always going to come a point where it's like, okay, like, let's actually like go into the fundamentals practice, you know, alternate practice map, practice codes. So I find that it's a very much like a seesaw effect of like practicing fundamentals versus actually learning the run. You know, they're almost like two separate like mind frames.
You likely missed some small nuances that could have been learned through something like a video. Going back to Ratchet, for example, I have a movement guide on this channel that goes in.
If you guys have ever watched a Ratchet and Clank movement guide, it's not just Ricky that has one. I think there's a few others as well for other games. They are like an hour plus long. There is so much shit in Ratchet and Clank games. Like these movement guides are like, look, it says 41 minutes. You see the timestamp there? That's 41 minutes of like, I'm not kidding you, probably like several dozen different like strats and things you can do just generally, like with pause buffering or momentum preservation and things. Like Ratchet and Clank in particular is like one of those games where you have to spend a lot of time learning the fundamentals before you can actually dig into runs. Some games are just more like that than others. Spyro, not so much like that. Spyro, you can just kind of hop into the game, learn a route. You know, sure, maybe you're not flame charging or, you know, doing all the best like jump chart, you know, whatever fundamental movement, but you know, some games, speedruns are just, they're more conducive to ignoring fundamentals than others. I think Spyro is one of those games where you can kind of ignore the fundamentals and still get through the game and, you know, generally emulate a speedrun route. And I think it's been a long time coming that people have like really focused on the fundamentals of Spyro. Spyro 1 at least, you know. But anyways, back to this.
On a ton of advanced techniques. If you want to get good, you have to be willing to watch something like this.
Link says this is a lot like learning a new language. You're probably right. I've never learned a new language, at least not to fluency. So yeah, I mean, probably right.
Replicate what you see and master these techniques yourself.
In terms of like learning fundamental, you know, like things like conjugation versus actually trying to speak. I think that's kind of the thing you're saying, right? Is that there's like two worlds of like fundamentals versus application, and that's a lot of what we're saying here, like fundamentals versus the route, you know.
Got practice.
I've never seen this before. MTV True Life. I'm a gamer. This has to be like early 2000s. Look at that keyboard. Dude, these hats were the shit back then. If you had like an older brother or something that wore this hat, dude, he was like the GOAT. This is like the fucking weed dealer hat right here. The backwards golf cap. What a you don't see this kind of fucking fit anymore. Yeah, this is like the fucking Ed, and Eddie type fit.
If you aren't practicing, you should be practicing. So keep practicing. It's the only way you're gonna get better. It's the only way you're gonna be number one. Number one in anything. You need practice.
This is Jonathan Fatality Wendell. He's one of the very first pro gamers to travel the world and sustain a living from winning tournaments in games like Quake 3, Painkiller, Unreal Tournament 2003, and more. I play this clip to countless people because not only does it ooze that cool early 2000s PC gamer vibe, but I feel inspiration in how he delivers this short speech with such confidence.
And it still really rings true. The only way you're gonna get to number 1 is to practice. And frankly, it's gonna be half this video. And while practicing sounds simple, making sure you're efficient is rather nuanced. So let's get into some surface level info to easy win. First, our runs practice. I hear this statement a lot in the speedrunning community.
Okay, I want to give my thoughts on it before Ricky gives his, because I think we have different viewpoints on it. Me and many other, like, this is like everyone's got their own take on this. Is like, can you just do runs and get better at a game that way? And my viewpoint is that yes, you can, and I've done that. I've taken that route, but it is a harder path for improvement. It is a longer path to improvement. But I think one thing that really rang with me, I think I forgot it was Drashed or somebody in the Spyro Discord said this once, is that like no matter how you practice the game, whether it's doing runs, just freestyle, screwing around, doing efficient save state practice, at the end of the day, if you're playing the game, you are slowly improving. Slowly. And whether that's building good habits or bad ones or whatever, you are slowly getting better no matter what you're doing. You know, a lot of this video, I think at this point is going to start to talk about efficiency of practice. But I just want to make that point clear that even if your practice isn't efficient, or you just do runs, or you just do this, or you're more focused on that, or you're not taking it this serious, as long as you're playing on some kind of a consistent basis every day, every other day, that's the part that people miss. People get really like caught up in this whole like, I got to practice efficiently, I got to do this, I have to do all that, I have to do every step, blah 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 blah, and then it's like they play for a month and then disappear, you know? So what's better, inefficient practice for years at a time like me, or efficient practice for months and then putting it down for a year? So there's no right answer to this. I'm just saying, like, efficiency isn't all there is to learning speed running and gaming. And at the very bottom, at like the fundamentalist level, like, you got to just play the game in the way that's the most fun to you, you know? So if you're starting to feel like, God, I have to play a certain way, and it's starting to feel like fun, you're starting to feel spiteful in the way that you feel like you should be practicing, that has to be addressed before you can actually practice efficiently. It's better to practice inefficiently and have fun with your approach to the game and keep that going over a long period of time than it is to be efficient and just be like this, like, whatever, fuck this, I'm over it after like a month or two. That's my opinion.
And I'm here to tell you, yes, it definitely is, just not very effective.
What do you say?
And I'm here to tell you, yes, it definitely is, just not very effective. Let me show you why. I've come up with a visualization called the dirty glass theory. So here I am with a dirty glass, and let's just say this is your current personal best in material form. It's messy. You got a lot to clean up, especially in this spot right here and here. Now, let's just say doing one big wipe across this glass is doing a run. The glass got a bit cleaner, but not by much. Let's say you do another run. And another run. It's getting cleaner, but those super dirty spots are still bad.
So instead of spamming runs over and over again in hopes that those sections will magically be cleaner, we need to really scrub those areas.
It's not magic. It's still repetition. It's just at a slower pace.
And focus on them to make it clean.
And in fact, there's something to be said about repetition and focusing on muscle memory rather than readjusting one's own reprogram. Saboom used a really great term to describe this, is that like, when you do individual strat practice or individual level practice, especially learning from different players and readjusting strategies like you'll have to do, you know, over time in a game, is you're reprogramming yourself in the game. And that can actually lead to a lot of really positive outcomes, even if in the short term your muscle memory suffers. So by reprogramming yourself, you know, in the spirit of what Ricky's saying here, you can still do runs, but not, but still like, what am I saying? You know, I'm going to stop ranting here. Let's let Ricky talk.
What's the best way to go about that? Well, I've brought in Spyro 1 world record holder Composer to talk a little.
Composer has a lot. Composer's probably one of the most efficient practicers ever. Composer also created all of the practice tools that we use. So Composer looks at the game in a very reverse engineering way. And I think it's worth stating something real quick is that like when Composer and I were kind of battling the Spyro 1 any% record, which by the way, Composer came out on top, like let's not mince words here. You know, I think both of us felt insecurity on two sides of a spectrum. I think on one end, Composer knew that they were doing the optimal practice strategy to get like the best possible runs. But I was doing like the, I guess you could say optimal streamer strategy where I'm like having, I don't want to say having the most fun because I can't speak for them in that regard, but that like that our approaches were different and that we both felt insecurity for not being more like the other player. I'm not going to say that that's exactly what they felt, but I've felt shades of that sentiment from them, that they've said, oh, I wish I was more of a streamer, that I could just play and talk like you. And that I would be like, man, I wish I could just stay focused on the IL strats and just be more practice pilled like you. So there's never, I want to make this like really clear. There's never like, there's no correct answer here. Like I think Ricky's framing this like there's a correct, perfectly efficient answer here. And there really isn't. There's like, if you have more fun doing runs or whatever, like just do that, you know? It's okay if your glass, you know, takes longer to get clean. That's okay, you know? There's like this sentiment in speedrunning. It's like if you're not catching up with everybody who's doing the craziest strat, like that you're fucking up or something, you know? And in my experience, it's always just been a seesaw effect where sometimes I want to disconnect from that mindset and just do, you know, old muscle memory, chill runs and talk shit. And then other times I get tired of that and I want to be more hardcore on the practice end of the spectrum. So I don't think that only focusing on one of those things is really the right approach for me, at least. And I think it's easy to get put into this camp like, oh, I already know Ricky's about to say, oh, Composer really takes a methodical approach to practicing and, you know, reverse engineering and doing this. I think he has like a 50-30 something rule about practicing that like, it's good. I mean, these aren't bad things, but I just want people to know that like, you don't have to, you know, subscribe to their practice regimen, you know, to get good at a game. Like, I just want to like make that clear because that's something that I've grappled with for a long time, feeling like I have to be like Composer. I have to be like Jordy. It's a thing I battle with mentally every day, and something I have to remind myself, no, you don't have to be like all these people that Ricky is going to, you know, show you. You don't have to be like them. Like, just remember that. With that said, let's watch the video. I'm sure this is going to be some very valuable information regardless.
A bit about efficient practice.
I think the most important part to improving at speedrunning efficiently is by doing efficient practice, which I think can be categorized in a few different ways. I think that practice can be categorized as either active or passive practice. Passive practice is just repeating sequences of movements or tricks over and over and over again to build consistency, which is important. But you must also do active practice, which is practicing with the intent to analyze the way you go about things, the way you line up and do setups, the way you do certain movements, and analyzing to see if there's places for improvement, places to change the way you do things, and see if other runners' setups or movements are more consistent for you.
This is what I was talking about earlier about
people spend enough
about reprogramming yourself. Once people learn muscle memory in a game, they kind of want to stick with it. At least that's my experience. Is when I learn a section and it feels good, I want to stick with it. And it's really hard to reprogram that, which is, I think, in the spirit of what Composer's talking about with active practice.
Time doing this kind
of... And it has to be like Composer said, it has to be like an active thing to like try to be like, all right, let's not fall into our old ways here. I think that's very much the difference between active and passive is muscle memory versus reprogramming.
Of practice, and this is the most important for improvement.
It's like the same thing we're talking about.
To give you the most straightforward advice on how to get better at active practice, you have to be willing to learn correct technique from the get-go. This is done by watching top runs on the leaderboards. When watching these runs, pay attention to everything they do that is different to you, even down to the smallest of things. To play at a world record level, you have to be able to visualize the world record lines, jump timings, and spacing in your mind. If you aren't able to do this, watch the run again and again.
it's worth saying that, you know, I fancy myself as someone that's on the more passive end of speedrun practice. You know, I always fancy myself more like the streamer, the guy that like just does no resets, and I've eventually gotten to the world record level. But everything they're saying right now, I do, you know, like just to make it like super clear. Like, I don't skip these steps about like watching runs, making notes about little frame by frame time save differences compared to record. You know, like that's part of the fun of, actually, that is part of the fun of speedrunning, is being super, speedrunners are pedantic. You guys know the word pedantic? It means being like too fucking specific, unnecessarily specific about stuff. Because that's like where the actual growth and the reprogramming happens in a game. Is once you know a route, you have to be pedantic about when you watch other players and be like, oh, they did that a little worse. Oh, they did that different. Maybe that's better. We should time that. Being pedantic is key to growing as a speedrunner. And so I just want to make this like clear. Like perhaps I put forth this like attitude like, oh, I'm just chilling, just playing the game, learning at my own rate and whatever, doing runs versus efficient. I'm doing all of this stuff as well. Like, just not maybe at the same rate as these other people, but I still do this stuff, you know, just so like people understand that it's like,
until you can,
my approach does not forego these things.
Replay it back in your head with your eyes closed. If you can, try to watch these runs on YouTube rather than Twitch if you have the option. Comma and period on your keyboard enable you to advance the video which
actually is really reassuring, because it's like, for me, it's like I've had a lot of insecurity about being like maybe an inefficient practicer, but everything Ricky's saying here is like, this is the shit I do to get better. So
frame it
when I am being practice pilled. So it's very reassuring to see this.
Time if you're looking to get ultra precise. Once you've analyzed a handful of runs, one thing you can do. I
was going to be under the impression that Composer was going to say like, oh, you have to play like this, and dedicate this amount of hours to this, and do this and this and this. And stuff that I don't do, but this is all stuff that like I do. So that's kind of nice. Maybe my self-image of myself as a speedrunner isn't really accurate to like the chill streamer speedrunner. Like maybe I am more practice pilled than I give, or like, you know, hardcore practice pilled over no resets than I give myself credit for.
Create a priority list of what you want to incorporate. I did this one time when I came back to Mirror's Edge after not running it for a few
Such a sick speed game. God, I love Mirror's Edge. Who here likes Mirror's Edge? Mirror's Edge is the fucking one of the best speed runs out there. I would like to one day maybe learn it. Super sick speed game. Such a vibe. Even just casually, such a vibe of a game. I love this fucking game.
years.
Both casually and as a speedrunner.
So many small new optimizations that it got a bit overwhelming trying to take it all in. So I wrote it down and started color coding all the things I wanted to.
I remember, when did this game come out? It must have been like 2011, 2012 or something this game came out. I remember playing this in high school, like on my Xbox all the time. In my early years, this is one of those games that like, in my early years of smoking weed, it really defined like my relationship to video games.
Practice. Because I was rusty, I usually prioritize things that I knew
2009.
were easy to incorporate or save the most
2008.
time for
There you go.
low effort.
Yeah, that's around the time I started getting interested by weed. And yeah, you know, this game is an absolute time capsule for, I think for a lot of us, you know, a lot of us in our early 30s, late 20s. This game is one of those time capsules for sure.
It's kind of like going back to the gym after not having gone for a
Hold on, let me hear what Ricky's saying here. I'm like totally ignoring it.
The game was full of so many small new optimizations that it got a bit overwhelming trying to take it all in. So I wrote it down and started color coding all the things I wanted to practice. Because I was rusty, I usually prioritize things that I knew were easy to incorporate or save the most time for relatively low.
And it can be, this is something I gotta like give credit for people who do learn like a lot of new speed games or kind of hop between speed games, is it can be really overwhelming. Like kind of just like what Ricky was saying there about like kind of making notes about stuff they could practice or whatever. Especially when you're not at the highest level in a speed game, it can be unclear at times. Like should I focus on this more or focus on that more or focus on this? You know, it can be overwhelming, you know, when it comes to like taking active notes about what you need to do differently, or maybe you should, it's hard to tell sometimes what should be the priority list of strats to practice when you're so fresh in a game.
Effort. It's kind of like going back to the gym after not having gone for a few months. You're not immediately going to go back to your max weight, but rather take it slow and work your way back up to where you were. Similarly in speedrunning, when your skill begins...
I've never gone to the gym once, by the way. I've never done it. Just side note, I probably should.
And work your way back up to where you were. Similarly in speedrunning, when your skill begins to return, that's when you can start focusing on the smaller time saves with bigger risks involved. If you tackle just a handful of these more difficult strategies every week, you'll be doing over half the stuff the world record is doing in no time. Another...
I don't want to think about it in those terms. Like, this is one thing I push back on is when it comes to efficiency in speedrunning in practice is that you have to reach a high level in a certain time frame. I don't believe that is for me, I'm just speaking for myself here. I don't believe that's a healthy way to approach speedrunning. For me, it's always been going back to the start of the video where it's like, it'll never be me. I think for me, it was healthier to accept that like whatever rate I improve at or that I'll never be there, that was like more of a load off my chest than to be like, okay, if I focus on these certain things, then I'll get there faster. It's like, in my mind, it was like, what's the rush? You know, not to say that you shouldn't do these things, but that it's not a question of like getting there in a certain time frame is all I'm saying.
Great analysis tool is creating comparison videos. I know not everybody knows how to use editing softwares, but if you know some basics, split screening two strats next to each other will give you clear visual confirmation on whether or not your strats are...
Oh, Ricky had a thought about this. I'll read this aloud. I guess my point was to make people realize world record isn't invincible and that it's actually cool you could do the same thing. No, it's cool. I and it was a very small like detail I nitpicked there. So you're valid, you know. Not like arguing with you or anything. It's just a different perspective is all. Let me go back and listen.
In no time. Another great analysis tool is creating comparison videos. I know not everybody knows how to use editing softwares, but if you know some basics, split screening two strats next to each other will give you clear visual confirmation on whether or not your strats are faster or slower compared to the world record.
There's one thing I'm really lazy about. I could totally do that. I never do that. Even when I frame count my runs, I always use the SumWest, like the browser frame counter instead of like actually like using a video editing program and doing it like manually. Same thing with just timing stuff. Like I definitely, even in my practice, I don't literally time stuff as much. I just kind of pick up on like, okay, this person does this thing different. Let me try that and see if I can incorporate it, see if I like it. And obviously going on vibes like that is less of a solid way of doing things than comparing side by side. But luckily, I think what one thing that helps me is that there's a lot of people that are like this in speedrunning, where if you're following the discords, like the speedrun discord for a given game every day, you're gonna see people doing side by side comparisons. And even in my moments, I've gotten curious enough to do side by side comparisons throughout the years. It's not something that I do a lot of, but it's definitely one of those things that's deeper on the practice end of the spectrum, the glitch hunter end of the spectrum, where, again, my identity, I've always felt my self-image as a speedrunner has been less on that side of the spectrum of like, you know, research and development and more on like application and practice, when really like the best players have a balance of all those things.
I'm a sucker.
What do you guys think? You did that to learn Nestor Skip. You put it side by side. I didn't know that. That's pretty interesting, Jordy.
For these, and sometimes games will even have
like, and let me just say, like, you know, I'm not wrong for that. I'm just like less efficient. You know, like I really wanted to make that point clear, like throughout this video. It's like, if you're not doing stuff like the way Ricky or Composer do it here, like that doesn't mean you can't reach world record level. It'll probably mean it'll take longer, you know, but you know, as long as you're like, you know, doing some of these things here and there, you know, as it feels like, to me, I think it's a real seesaw effect where it's like, you don't have to be like Mr. Streamer, no resetter all the time, in my case. And I don't have to be like hardcore comparison timer practicer, individual strat speedrunner all the time. The best world is following whichever one of those things stimulates you the most at a given moment, which one thing I learned from speedrunning is that every day you're a different version of yourself. And this whole discussion about efficient practice, I think, illuminates that, because some days you're just going to want to be practice pilled and some days you're going to want to be like just chill run pilled. Like Like, so I just want to make that, like, as we're going through this video, I like have to keep reiterating that there's like nothing wrong with doing something that's contrary to what Ricky is saying here.
Built-in ways to time strats that skip this whole process, like the Spyro one practice codes for
But
example.
yeah, with that said, you know, I do apply, I have done all of these things that they are saying, or continue to do them in different respects, you know, so, you know, I definitely have gone down the right track eventually, you know, but again, it's taken me time, and you know, there's no rush when it comes to improving at a hobby. There's no rush. There's no like, you got to be efficient. You got to be this. You just got to look at what other people are doing. You got to, you know, study it however you want, apply it if you want or not, you know, but like at the end of the day, you just do what you want to do in the fucking game. You know, it's not like, you know, there's no pressure to like improve at a certain rate, you know, to catch up to this guy or that guy, you know. Even for me as a full-time speedrunner, that pressure does not exist. That pressure is all like, if anything, I think that pressure can be a real negative thing in one's own mind. It can lead to a lot of feeling like self-worth issues, to feel like you're not improving at a certain rate. But also, it can be, in the same way it can lead to negative feelings, it can lead to change and positive growth and implementing some more of these concepts, which are undoubtedly very efficient ways to go about speedrunning. You know?
Cool. Now
cool? Wait, what do you say?
Whether or not your strats are faster or slower compared to the world record. I'm a sucker for these, and sometimes games will even have built-in ways to time strats that skip this whole process, like the Spyro one practice codes, for example. Cool.
I've always been really bad at using the in-game timer for the Spyro 1 practice codes. I prefer to just use like, and I know it's less efficient. This is like one thing I've noticed that like I'm really bad about as a speedrunner is like, I'm not specific about like timing things like splits or like, you know, individual like when I time something, I just use live split and like my fucking pedal, and it's like I don't know, like, am I worse for that? You know, should I be like using these things? I should try it. I think I should try being more. I think it's more like I'm not bad for that, but I should acknowledge that other people do it differently, and I need to like try it. You know, I think that's kind of the takeaway. Is whenever you see something that like you diverge from something that's you know, said in this video, it's not that you're bad for not doing those things. It's just that you should consider trying them. You know. I think that's kind of the spirit of this video.
Cool. Now let's talk about nerves.
I want to talk about nerves. Hold on. What the fuck? What is this?
Important thing.
Composer talking about nerves. You know, I'm gonna let Composer talk. Let's see what that.
The second most important thing is simulating nerves in a practice environment. How many times have you found yourself practicing something and it feels pretty good, but then you hop into runs and suddenly it feels bad again? This is because in a run,
very common.
Things feel different. Things feel more nerve-wracking. And there are ways to simulate these nerves in a practice environment. And my favorite way is using streaks. Set out a goal for yourself with a trick. Say, I want to hit this trick 10 times in a row. Or maybe if it's a bit of a harder trick, say 5 times in a row. What you'll notice
I do that.
is when you are 1 away from finishing that streak.
I didn't do that today, though.
You're at 9 out of 10 or 4 out of 5. You're going to feel nervous. You're going to want to hit that last attempt because you know if you mess up, you have to go right back to 0. And while this isn't a perfect analog to being nervous on a pace, it at least gets you a little bit closer to the mentality you'd be on when you're nervous. This
It's a good strat.
can also be applied to movement categories. Let's say getting just under 2 minutes in a level is quite hard, but achievable. Set out the goal to get just under 2 minutes 5 times in a row on that level. What you'll find is this will teach you where
The fucking D
it's
interlacing.
important to push your movement.
Oh, what is it?
What you'll find is this will teach you where it is important to push your movement and maybe where it's a little less important because it costs you consistency. Setting out these streak goals not only help you simulate nerves, but it also puts you in a mentality to find what is actually important to push and maybe what's a little bit too risky to push.
A runner's relationship with nerves can make or break a legend.
That's a great advice. Try to do like 5 in a row, you know, 3 in a row, 10 in a row. Like to summarize Composer's section, do streaks and do video comparison, and what else? Practice more than you do runs. Am I summarizing Composer's section correctly there?
The hobby. Many are scared to feel nervous, but we have to understand why it happens in the first place. Nerves are built up from a feeling of losing something you worked for. When you're new to speedrunning and you get your first really good pace into the endgame, you will experience your first true rush of adrenaline. Your hands are sweaty, your heart rate goes so fast it's hard to think straight, and while
this is the best part of speedrunning, by the way. People who don't like this part of speedrunning aren't like, I'm not going to say they're not real speedrunners, but like, this is the best part of speedrunning, because when you play a game for a long time and it starts to get boring and tedious, this is the shit that makes the game fun. This is the shit that makes you feel alive. And I say this in no uncertain terms. These nerves that whatever Ricky's talking about, this is the shit that will give you a spiritual connection and a greater sense of purpose to what you're doing. Because you can just feel this like it becomes bigger than yourself. It becomes like this sense of like, oh my God, like this is what speedrunning is all about. Like nerves are what speedrunning is all about. Like it's a really beautiful, or just anything competitive, I guess, in the world is like that. Oh, Composer said something. Being on pace is the best part. When a run dies, I remind myself, damn, that was a crazy feeling. Yeah. So Composer's in agreement here. Composer, I like summarized your section earlier. I don't know if you heard, maybe you just got here, but like I said, it came down to like practicing more than doing runs, doing streaks, and that was like mostly the thing, right? Am I forgetting anything from your section of the video? Like, feel free to enlighten me if there's anything I'm not taking away that you wanted me to there. But yeah, dude, nerves are like, people get scared about it, you know, like with any performance art, you know, with oh yeah, the side-by-side video comparison. Yeah, so side-by-side video comparison, do streaks, and practice generally more than you do runs. That's like the 3 takeaways I got. Or like active, what it was practice actively more than passively. That's probably a more accurate way of saying it. Practice actively more than passively, which comes naturally to someone like me, you know, when you really are a nerd for a game like me, but for others, it may not, you know. Yeah, practicing with intent. Yeah, like you're saying. Okay. But to get back to the nerves thing, before we watch the nerves section here, obviously you guys know that I love this part of speedrunning. A lot of speedrunners love this part of speedrunning, but a lot of people are genuinely really scared of this part of speedrunning, or just of any performance art, like going on stage and getting stage fright, playing music, you know. There's a lot of public things that you're going to do in your life that are going to feel uncomfortable and be nerve-wracking, because you know that it's either you do it right or you either shit the bed and fuck a part of your life over, basically. And there's something about that whole experience that, while it is very fearful to go into, like I said, it makes you feel very alive when you do it, when you go out of your comfort zone, so to speak. And experience like nerves, you know, to be on a pace that's like better than anything you've ever done, or to go in front of people when you're shy and you have to do a public presentation. These are the things that I think make us human and give our lives purpose. So all I want to say before this section is, please do not shy away from this. Embrace nerves, embrace being scared, embrace and dare I take this a step further, embrace failing in these situations. Like, it's gonna feel like the end of the world. Like on this run that we're watching right now, it will feel like the end of the world if Cosmic dies. It's gonna suck, like to fail in these situations. But it's better to have gone this far and fail than it is to not even reach that point. You have to remember that. And, you know, that this is really important life advice, not just for speedrunning, but for anything you do in the public eye, is do not shy away from something that makes you nervous or scared or whatever, or, you know, going in front of people or doing something you've never done before. Job interviews are very much like this as well. Do not be scared of these. Or it's okay to be scared, I should say. It's okay to it's natural to feel scared of these things. Don't let that feeling stop you from trying them.
All sounds awful.
Or in other words, learn to embrace that feeling, because it really will be the key. After doing something for so long, it will be the key to your enjoyment after so long. Take it from me.
This is why we speedrun. That exhilarating feeling of sculpting your own masterpiece.
Yeah, love is very similar. Matt said it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. You know, nerves are a lot like love, and the two things do overlap, you know? Romance, you know, it's like some people just write it off like, I'll never get a girlfriend, I'll whatever, you know? But it's better to put yourself out there and be nervous and maybe meet someone than it is to not even try and just, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. It really is the same thing. It's a beautiful part about being human is to be nervous and to be like uncomfortable and to know that there's a lot, that this one moment that there's a lot on the line. You should, it's okay to be scared of that, but you have to learn to embrace it. And a lot of, I'll say this, a lot of people have not learned that in their life yet, you know, especially younger people have not learned that in their life yet. So it's a big life skill that doesn't get talked about enough, is embracing nerves. And no one's perfect at it either, is the other thing. You can speedrun for years like me, or be a performer for years or whatever, but like you're always going to feel nervous on a good run in this case. I can attest to that. Like that feeling will never go away. That scared feeling will never go away, but it's truly, as the more you do it, the more you'll realize it is the best part of the hobby.
You want to see it through to the end, but sometimes you will choke under the pressure. So how does one avoid this? I have 2 tips. One is to embrace the nerves.
Damn, Ricky plagiarizing me right now. I mean, I think it's obvious that we were going to say the same thing there. Oh, where's the... What the fuck, Ricky? Ricky, I gotta copyright that strike this video. I think my reaction is more original than your video. No.
Take the adrenaline as a reward for you playing well and hype yourself up for the rest of the run. Instead of thinking, oh god, I hope this won't go wrong, it should be, whatever happens, happens. I'm glad to be experiencing this.
I think rather than saying like, instead of this, try to think of this, I think try to embrace both of those concepts. Like both of those things are real emotions that you will not be able to avoid. This one, the one down below, is easy to avoid. This one you'll never avoid. So like in the spirit of embracing it, it's not like this. It's not like this instead of this. It's this and this.
Moment. That will leave you free of expectations and help you stay grounded. My second...
Like to say like, man, I'm so scared, like this is just too much for me. Like I can't handle it. And to still keep going is like, it's just such a funny feeling, man. Just in a fucking video game, you know what I mean? With a couple hundred people, maybe you don't even have a big stream, maybe like a couple people watching, you know? And it could feel like the end of the world, man. And you'll have to like go, like have this inner dialogue, like here, and be like, God, you know, I have to quell this, like this nervousness. And all you can do is just take a breath on a loading screen and just go and say whatever happens. It's like that. You'll never conquer this. I want to make this clear. You'll never conquer that. The courage, the cowardly dog thing up there. You'll never conquer that. You'll only find different ways of coping with it.
That will leave you free of expectations and help you stay grounded. My second tip, experience numbs the nerves. When I was new,
yeah, I think this conversation, like people think, like hearing it as an outsider, it's like, oh, we got to outsmart our nerves. We got to like just accept our feelings and then not feel nerves. To feel nerves is bad. Wrong. To feel nerves is good. To be scared is good. To think that it's, if you fuck up, then your day is going to suck. There's like that fear, I can't say this enough, is what makes you feel alive, and it gives purpose to the whole thing, you know? So don't like try to like quell, you know, the fear, but try to accept it, I guess, you know? Try to find like both of those quotes together. Try to find that middle ground between these two quotes, which I'm sure is what Ricky's trying to say here.
Experiencing this moment. That will leave you free of expectations and help you stay grounded. My second tip, experience numbs the nerves. When I was new, the pressure would...
This is true. I'm going to give my thoughts before I listen to Ricky's. This is true that the more you do something, the less the nerves will, affect your execution or whatever. But, it's not as true as you might think. You're always going to be, like I said, you're always going to be scared when you're on your PB. And dare I say, the further you get into speedrunning, the more pressure mounts when you're on a PB pace. Because it's like a world record pace. Is that not more pressure than just a random 30th place PB? In my opinion, like it can actually be the opposite. That experience can at times intensify the nerves.
Crush me.
But it's like both things are true. I don't think it's like a really that heavy of a thing to rely on, that it's like, if I just do this more, I'll be better at dealing with it. That is true. But as you do it more, you will get better and that pressure will mount. So it's like, as you get better at dealing with it, the pressure also increases like twofold with it, or alongside it. So it's not really like, it's something you can control at the end of the day.
Finally reached the end game after trying for weeks, and I'd choke instantly. But after thousands of dead runs,
Ricky's face there.
Trying for weeks, and I'd choke.
Because it's like the shock, and I've been there too. It's like the shock, it's like the delayed reaction. Oh, and then the eyes close. Oh, these moments actually, I think, as a viewer, are like totally what makes speedrun. These little this is why people say why more people watch like a webcam speedrunner than than not, is because it's not that the person on the webcam is being super emotive and like a fucking monkey like the whole time. It's just that you get to see these tiny like reads on their face in high pressure moments like this. And it's not that Ricky doesn't have to be like, fuck, oh my God. That doesn't make that's no better a reaction than like both of those reactions have they hit so hard. They both hit really hard.
But after thousands of dead runs and lots of practice, my nerves have turned to steel.
Like, it's funny how when we see someone in a camera, we really overanalyze what's going through their head, and it just, even especially if they're not being super emotive. Actually, it's kind of the other way around, where it's like, by a speedrunner or someone on a webcam not being emotive, people are going to try to read deeper into the small things going on in their face. You know what I'm saying?
But after thousands of
so yeah, don't ever feel like you have to be a certain. This is a common thing I see with people in Spear. They feel like they have to be a certain level of emotive or extra. What's the word? Extroverted when they play. To justify using a webcam. You could just turn on a webcam. You don't even need a fucking webcam. But say you do want to use one, you don't have to move an inch the whole run, and people will read very deeply into that.
Runs and
it's interesting.
Lots of practice, my nerves have turned to steel.
I actually have no nerves right now. This is it. Let's go.
Typical thing someone with a lot of nerves would say.
My heart rate on some of the best runs of my life is nothing like it used to be. And that's not luck. It's confidence. The more you put yourself in that high-pressure situation, the less power it has over you.
But the pressure, you get better at high pressure situations, but the pressure will still mount alongside, like I was saying earlier. So it's not this isn't like a perfect science here where okay, you just do it more and then you just get better at it. It's like you get at dealing with nerves. It's that does happen, but then pressure increases to match that. So,
it's the same,
in my opinion.
Same reason veteran esports players perform well under pressure. They've simply been there too.
But it's huge. It's a huge point that Ricky's making here. To get to the top of a competitive game, you have to really be able to play under pressure. And a lot of people struggle under pressure, A funny thing about it, though, is that you don't have to be a certain personality type to work well under pressure. Is that you just have to do something a lot. And, that pressure, comes, you're able to work through the nerves, if you're so in tune with a game or something like that. So I think the real thing about crumbling under pressure comes from a lack of experience, and not having full self-confidence in what you're doing. But yeah, I mean, it's just an interesting thought that pressure mounts as you become more experienced with it. I just think it's an interesting thought.
Many times. During this Jack 3 grind in 2022, I came very prepared.
But I believe that nobody is exempt from like nerves or pressure, no matter how many times you do something, no matter how good you get at it. And no matter how many times Ricky says on one of his PBs that like, oh, I feel no pressure at all. There's a reason he's saying that. That's all I'm saying.
I was giving myself multiple chances at the world record a day, and the nerves disappeared with it. And suddenly,
see, I don't buy. Maybe Ricky is on that fucking level, and I'm not. But I personally just don't buy that. That like there's just no nerves at all when you're on a PB. Some PBs can be like that. I will say it's like a caveat. But to say that there's no nerves at all, it's kind of like saying that like how do I say this? I don't know. It's like a form of it's like you're putting a shield up. You know, you're saying like instead of like embracing stuff like we were talking about earlier, you're saying like, well, I don't feel any nerves at all, so we got this. But really, that's just another coping mechanism for nerves. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like reverse psychology. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, maybe that has more to do with it. Ricky was saying in the chat here that that it's, you know, to say their chat exactly. They said, I don't get nervous when I have a PB chance every day, but when I ran Budokai 1, you bet your ass I was nervous because it was 1 to 2 weeks you'd get a pace. That's definitely big, you know, big factor in it, you know. But I this is my opinion, is no matter the frequency does have a big effect on it, like you're saying. But I think if you have to say, oh, I'm not even nervous, like that kind of tells you everything, in my opinion. It just means all it tells me is that you're putting up a shield, and maybe you aren't nervous, you know, but you still feel the need to put up a shield, you know what I'm saying? And say, I'm not nervous. Look at me. I got this. Hubris, you might say, you know? So it's like, I don't really like buy this whole, like, if you just play it enough, you're not going to be nervous anymore. I personally, this is like the first moment of the video I would say I don't explicitly agree with this concept.
It stopped being a once in a week.
Even though I do agree with a lot of like the kind of like thoughts around this concept, I think the actual like you're never going to conquer nerves is just my personal feeling about it.
Circle. Nerves happen to all.
Yeah, I mean maybe it's a good strat. Like composer is saying like the fake it till you make it can give you confidence. I'm not saying it's a bad strat. I'm just saying that, you know, to say you don't have to fake it till you make it. I mean like. You're like, we're saying that you're eliminating nerves. You're just putting up a shield is kind of the way I look at that. It's not to say you're overcoming them. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess everyone has their own like sort of experience with that. Maybe from your perspective, it is like you're overcoming them. But for me, I'm not trying to have any facade about it. So it's just a question of perspective at that point. It's not to say one of us are right or wrong for looking at it either way.
All of us. But doing
because it could be a good strat, you know. I'm not saying it's
street
bad.
Goals is one of the best ways to help simulate it, and putting yourself in high pressure situations.
I'll tell you what, like, you know, in my experience playing music, you know, I spent a lot of time faking it. You know, I played an instrument, a vibraphone, it's called. I played this instrument in college that was 100% fake it till you make it. I spent most of my time speedrunning, playing Spyro, and, you know, I was interested by theory and, you know, learned stuff, but I never really, like, sat down and, like, really practiced and, like, got tunes, like, got into the sound of tunes and, like, learned jazz vocabulary to, like, a high degree. And so I very often felt like this feeling of, like, oh, I'm just faking it until I make it. And, yeah, like, you'll get good results with that. But for what was happening in my heart when I was going through that, I was like, it just felt like a disconnect between what I was, the message I was putting out on my instrument and what people were receiving. You know, people were receiving, oh, wow, he knows what he's doing. This sounds good. But in my heart, I'm thinking like, I'm not really trying hard enough. I'm not really like embracing like this experience. I'm not saying that's like a one-to-one like comparison to what's going on here, but I think there's a dark side to faking it till you make it. You know, there's a good side to it. There's a dark side to it. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't, you know, have that, put up that shield of like, when you're nervous, be like, dude, I don't have any nerves, you know, and just quell them and just be like, fuck it. You know, I don't, you know what? Nerves, bad, knock them out, fuck them. We got this. That can work. I'm not saying it can't work, but I'm just saying, like, there's a dark side to that.
Will strengthen your mental game overall. Choking is natural. It happens because you care. But don't lose runs because you weren't prepared. Lose runs for the right reasons.
I'll hear it out before I say anything.
In 2018, when speedrun content was fairly fresh on YouTube, Carl Jobs made a pair of practice tip videos.
I'm gonna say something. I don't like that. I'm sorry to be like such a bitch here.
It happens because you care. But don't lose runs because you weren't prepared. Lose runs for the right reasons.
The right reason. I mean, I'm not 100. Just hearing this, I'm not 100% on board with this logic, but I'll hear it out before I say much more. I just wanted to say that. It's okay whatever you lose a run to or why you lose a run. Like, it's okay, you know? You shouldn't feel extra bad because you lost a run in a way that you don't approve of. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I practiced that a lot. What's the common thing that happens is, oh, I practiced that a lot, so I should get it in runs. Whatever. Let me listen to this so I'm not talking out of my ass here.
All the way back in 2018, when speedrun content was fairly fresh on YouTube, Carl Jobs made a pair of practice tip videos with one of them focusing on the 50-50 rule that I'm going to reiterate on here. This concept is essential if you want to grasp efficiency quickly, and it can be applied to nearly every skill in the world. The idea is simple. You have a target and you must hit it. But we all know hitting a target, especially when it's really small, is essentially impossible to hit with 100% accuracy.
Right. I can see where this is going, is setting attainable goals to reach a far off unattainable one.
Chances of success is still as close to 100% as possible. We need to,
which is big in speedrunning, by the way,
to understand how we miss. The center of the target has the most room for error, so in most cases it will be the aiming point. But in video games,
this is the best part of the video.
Not always a clear visual indicator, and what you perceive to be the center will not always align with the actual center. Let's say I'm trying to turn this corner in Ridge Racer Type 4. Let's again say I'm able to get past it without hitting the walls 90 out of 100 times. But the 10 times I miss, I want to ideally be 2 inside 5 times and 2 wide 5 times, thus resulting in a perfect perceived center aiming point. Let's apply this to a frame-perfect trick. Say I'm able to hit this 75 out of 100 times, but with the 25 times I miss, 21 of them are a frame early and 4 are a frame late. This means I have a tendency to be early and my perceived center is slightly shifted to one side. If there are two things humans are amazing at, it's forming habits and pattern recognition.
This is a big problem with me in Nestor Skip. Is I don't really know which direction I'm failing the trick in, or at least like what, like I'm not measuring, like when I fail Nestor Skip, I'm not like measuring, oh, okay, I'm doing it too early every time. Like I'm trying to do that, but I'm not really always succeeding in nailing this like balance of failing an equal amount the one way versus failing an equal amount the other way. Like I'm not good at that.
We recognize that there's an imbalance in our perceived center, but quickly become stubborn and lack the willpower to break the habit. The best way to break this habit is overcorrecting. If you are missing a trick too high, focus on hitting it too low. If you are overshooting, try to undershoot your next attempt on purpose. It sounds counterintuitive because, of course, we don't want to ever miss, but say I'm consistently too early and then I finally miss too late, it shows me how much margin the trick has. Being able to envision leniency becomes far more clear. There is an exception to this rule, however. There will be situations where the time loss on either side is not equal. To take an extreme example here, let's say that missing a trick too high loses you 10 seconds, but missing too low outright softlocks your game. Here, you should err on the side of caution and shift your center slightly more towards too high. Of course you want to hit the trick, but it's smart to think ahead about where you want to miss as well. The 50-50 rule is quite possibly the most broken strategy in the entire world for improvement. It can be applied to literally anything that you want to get good at, and I encourage you to try and use it wherever applicable. But for speedrunning, make these error-based corrections during practice, not during runs.
Yeah, that's great advice. I never thought about it that way. I truly never thought about it that way. But it's true. I mean, like when you overcorrect, I'll tell you this, you know, even not actively thinking about this rule, when you try to learn a difficult trick, a strat, a glitch in a game, you're gonna naturally like be forced to do that, because like a lot of times, like out of boundses or glitches or strats, they seem like they should work one way, and if you're failing them a lot, you're gonna be forced to overcorrect in the other way. So I think whether you're like actively like thinking about the 50-50 rule or not, like a lot of good speedrunners will, or at least people learning a game to a high level, are going to naturally be forced to like overcorrect. Now, where I think like actually lining out that rule is really nice is in tracking the way you make mistakes, and to say like if you there was like a really good point that Ricky made about like it's common that you'll get a trick but you'll be leaning towards one end of the failure spectrum, when really you should be trying to be in the middle of the failure spectrum. That is like you should try to fail as much early, like doing something too early, as much as you do it too late. I think that's a cool thing to try to keep track of, especially if you're doing multiple attempts of something over and over. In speedrunning, I can see how that's like a very useful thing. Absolutely. So yeah, really cool concept. Absolutely. Icy flight. What about icy flight? You talking about with the pause exit? Extremely important concept. Yeah. Yeah, dude, it's just one way to look at stuff, you know. Like let me just say, like that's a cool concept, and it's definitely something I'll think about. But you know, it's not a big deal. What I was kind of saying is that it's you don't have to like be so what's the word? Like I think this sort of concept is forced upon you, whether you realize it or not. Like when you're learning a trick in a game. But when you can acknowledge it, especially when you're like really trying to get the most consistency with something, yeah, it's really cool concept. Absolutely. The introduction to that concept made no sense to me about like the way you lose it. This threw me for a loop. Lose runs for the right reasons. Now, after watching that 50-50 thing, I understand why you said that, but this made me think that like, I don't know, this tripped me out. I think like maybe to kind of to buckle down on this. I think like it's fine if you don't apply this. Like I want to just like, as we're going through this video, like I want to like really make this clear. Like, yeah, these are cool concepts and these are very helpful things. But like, if you're not doing these things, you're not like set up for failure or anything. It's just going to take you longer to get good at something. That's all it is. You know, it's not like you have to feel bad if you're not implementing the 50-50 rule. You don't have to feel bad if you're losing runs for the wrong reason. You don't have to feel bad if you're nervous on runs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure Ricky will have a point in this video where he's more reassuring in that regard, but, you know, it's like, I'm just saying, like, it's cool. These are cool things and I'm very interested by them. I'll keep them in the back of my head as I'm learning and practicing stuff. But you know, you don't need to do any of these things either. Like it's okay if you don't, and it's okay if you're inefficient in practice. I know that might be a controversial, composers in the chat right now, it might be a controversial thing to say. You know, so you might even just straight up disagree with me with that sentiment, but it's just like I've gotten to where I've gotten in the game by being basically an inefficient practicer. And I'm learning to be more efficient, and you know, we all have weak spots in our shit, and like it's all good. Like it's all that's all I'm saying. But yeah, this is a really cool thing, the 50-50 rule. I like it. Hopefully, I'm not sounding too like, you know, wishy-washy or anything. Like however you learn a game is cool. You know, like this is a good video like tutorial for like being the most efficient. But I cannot reiterate enough that being the most efficient learner is not all there is to playing a game. Or even to getting good at a game. Like getting good at a game, like I guess it's sort of a philosophical discussion about like, is getting good at a game like the main purpose of speedrunning? Like it's kind of like one of those questions. It's not even like a dig on the video. It's just kind of more of like a philosophy thing of like, why are we so obsessed with the efficiency factor here? About nailing everything down like perfectly. You gotta fail everything one way and then fail everything another way, like a certain way, so that way you can get the most consistency out of it. which is good. It's not a bad thing. It's just you know, there is like layers more to the way we enjoy games beyond this. And I think it's I'm kind of sounding like a YouTube commenter now, where it's like, oh, glitches aren't fun, or, you know, everyone's got their own like thoughts about like the right way to play a game, I think. And this is just one perspective on that, you know. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying this is wrong or I'm right or whatever. I just wanted to like make that. I keep saying that throughout this video, but like, yeah, I think it's just worth repeating. I hope that's not like too whatever shitty to say or whatever. This isn't like a what you have to do. It's a guide on efficiency. It's like getting good. Okay, so I think kind of like, so maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way. Like I'm looking at it like this is like what you should be doing or you have to do, or this is how, for you guys, this is how speedrunning is like the most fun, basically. And for me, it can be fun too, you know. But there's more to it also than that. I don't know. I think maybe I'm thinking too deeply about it. But I will say I agree with all the that 50-50 rule is pretty cool. I will say that. I hope I haven't like I feel kind of bad saying some of this stuff. I feel like I'm not trying to shit on this video at all, you know. But perhaps I'm just looking at it the wrong way. Feel free to let me know if you think I'm just looking at it the wrong way. Like kind of what Composer said is like, I think it's just like I'm looking at it the wrong way. That might be it.
Overcorrection is best applied when we're able to practice the same segment over and over again with little time wasted in between. This is why you should use save states or
Yeah, no, and Ricky says you don't have to do any of this stuff. For others, find improving fun. It's neat. I mean, and I want to like say this also. Like, I like this stuff. I'm not saying that like I'm against doing these things or whatever, and I don't want to sound like a contrarian or whatever. Yeah, you know, like I'm not against any of this at all. And in fact, this stuff really speaks to me a lot in a really personal way, because like there are moments, even right now in Spyro, like I'm very much like active practice pilled right now, and I'm definitely going to be applying the 50-50 rule as I go through the game, and it is fun, you know, it is really cool stuff, you know, but it's just one perspective of many, you know. And I hope it doesn't sound like I think that this is like telling you how you have to do it, but as I'm watching it, it's like, I guess kind of the nature of a video is that it only gives you one perspective on things, you know, and it's hard to see like the broader, I don't know. I think I'm just spitballing and I'm just talking shit at this point, to be honest, and I'm not really saying much, but yeah, you know, it's really great tips all around for improving and enjoying a game like this, and it's really great. Yeah, I think I'm overthinking it, honestly. So let's keep watching.
position codes if you have the option. Whether you're playing on an emulator, a modded version of the game, or something else, having tools that decrease your cooldown between attempts is a must for making adjustments and getting in reps fast. I got the world record in Mega...
Yeah, and I don't know why I had to keep saying this, but it's like, I'm like making the case for like inefficient practice, but like a lot of the things that are mentioned in this video, I do, and I am going to do in my practice. Like,
Man X4 by simply loading in the same save states over and over again in all of the areas in the game I sucked at, for about 30 minutes each, an hour or two every day. I must have loaded these 2 spiral staircase rooms 400 times combined. They both have a ton of enemies that come at you, with the background providing no visual indicator of when they'll appear. I just had to keep loading that save state until I learned the pattern of when and what spawned. I also practiced on Duck Station with a DualSense and swapped to a DualShock 1 when actually doing runs on console. I know some won't feel comfortable with using 2 different controllers like this, but I just adapted. If it still feels awkward and you care enough, you can get an adapter online for cheap. Your hours spent practicing matter a lot too. Many assume that in order to get good at speedrunning, you need to grind all day every day, but the name of the game is quality over quantity. Learning any motor skill, speedrun practice included, seems to be the most optimal when you spend roughly 2 to 4 hours per day. This is when you're the most focused, you're able to analyze mistakes well, and you...
That's really vindicating to hear, because like I've always felt like I don't play enough because I just genuinely get super mentally drained after active focus for 2 hours. Like today, that was just me practicing. I went for like 2 hours and I was like, I'm not going to be practicing as efficiently here. It's so funny. Like, I can't understand this disconnect in my mind where like, where I'm pushing against some of these concepts in the spirit of being like, you should just play the game however you want. But also the fact that I do all of these things as well, like naturally. So I think I have an identity crisis, guys, like in speedrunning, like where I fancy myself as someone who doesn't really care about these concepts so much. But really, I do care about these concepts like all the time. Like there's some disconnect in my mind about it. Like there's something wrong with me.
You can correct them.
Or in other words, my self-image doesn't match my actions. Which happens to be that my self-image is that like my self-image is less efficient than my actions, which is like actually a good thing. But it's just a weird kind of self-realization I'm kind of having watching this.
Accordingly, practice for longer than that and you will begin to fatigue.
I think Smelky said something great. It's like you want to do things your own way, you know? The more I watch this video, I feel like, okay, I got to do this. I got to do that. And it's like, okay, am I doing this? Okay, good. Am I not doing that? Bad. And I don't think that's supposed to be the takeaway, right? Like that's surely not, right? Like Composer and Ricky were saying, there's just supposed to be a guide. It's not meant to be like you have to do this. But I guess because speedrunning has just been such a thing in my life forever. It's like, I guess I'm just way more emotionally involved in like whether I'm doing things right or not, and like trying to justify like my approach, that it actually makes me get really lost in my self-identity. It's kind of sad. I'm just going to say it's kind of sad. Like, cause like I watched this video and I think it's really cool and this is amazing stuff. But, at the same time, there's like elements about like what's not being about like the opposite approach that I wish was also acknowledged as well. That it's like, you know, hey, it's okay if you don't do any of this shit, you know? But why should I even care that much? You know, like, why does that even matter? Like you guys were saying, it's just a guide. It's not like you have to do this with your life. So, yeah. Aloth said something funny. I've tricked myself into enjoying the most efficient way to practice by believing it's not the most efficient way to practice. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I think of myself as one thing, but at the end of the day, I'm just like everyone. I guess it's kind of a beautiful thing, honestly. Like, I think of myself, we all have like a big ego, or I guess maybe I have a big ego. We all think of ourselves as being so like we can blaze our own trails and do whatever we want. But at the end of the day, you know, as time goes on and as you progress in something, you just end up doing pretty much all of the things like said in this video, with the exception of like some of the more higher level concepts like the 50-50 rule and stuff. Or even that, I mean, that can kind of happen like implicitly throughout your practice as well. Just maybe not as like, you know, actively aware. So, yeah, it's funny. I think the whole discussion of practice ends up being a bit of a mental, like a bit of a challenge for me, because it's like all I know in my head is like, okay, I just need to go practice, or, oh, I'm going to do less practice today, or I'm going to do this or whatever. Makes me happy. And almost everything in this video, it's like I just do it implicitly. Like I don't have to think about this stuff. This video is intended for people who haven't thought about these things before, you know? And so for someone like me watching it, it really makes me grapple with my own identity. Like, am I doing everything right? But again, the focus of this video isn't to be like, you're right or you're wrong. It's just to be like, here's some helpful approaches, you know? So there's something wrong with my self-image that I can't like see that, I think. Let me see what you guys are saying. Yeah, I mean, I do streaks. Now, I've done streaks before, for sure. Whenever I struggle with a trick, you know, overcorrecting the wrong direction is always the way to fix it, you know, like the 50-50 rule states. So, like, a lot of these things are implicit to, like, just people who are just trying to get better at something, you know? But to, like, put it in words and in a guide form where it's like, okay, do this. It's, like, something that's, like, kind of emotionally difficult for me to ingest. That's a me problem, by the way. It has nothing to do with, like, Ricky's video making or anything. You think you have to have an unfounded belief that you're the best to become the best, Dino says? I don't know, because at the start of this video here, I'll try to remember where I was at. At the start of this video, it said, if I can read it correctly,
I could never is a...
At the start of this video, it said, I could never. And I feel like this attitude was as freeing as it was confiding. Like, you know, it's very easy to look at someone having a negative self-image and be like, you know, you're only stifling yourself, you know, you're hurting yourself by saying you could never, when you could, in fact, do something one day, you know, do that thing you said you could never do one day. But, you know, I like, I feel like as I've gone through this video, it's like I've just been such a contrarian, you know, it's like, it's okay to not believe in yourself, you know, type shit. It's okay to feel nerves and to choke because of that. It's okay to choke because you are not following the 50-50 rule and you always do a strat incorrectly. Like, these things are all okay. And again, this video isn't trying to say that those things aren't okay. This video is just trying to give guidance to overcome those things. But it's just funny, the way I watch it is that it's like, that's the message I'm getting, because I'm so emotionally like far gone, so lost in the sauce of this hobby. So it's absolutely a me problem in terms of like the way I take things here. Let me go back to where I was. Let me see what you guys are saying. You think your philosophies are surface level? So you too, Ricky, are having like a identity crisis. Ricky said like that their own philosophies are pretty surface level, but that's what that's what people who are just learning a speedrun need. They just need like very basic, like surface level philosophy with this stuff. They don't really, you know, people who are watching this video are hopefully looking for that, you know. Whereas me, I'm not the target audience here. I'm maybe I was when you were making this video, but I'm seeing now that I'm not. You know, isn't that kind of wild? Just wild, you know? It's wild how just being so far gone in a hobby will just make you second guess like basic good advice, you know? At the end of the day, that's all I'm doing. I'm just second guessing basic good advice. And dare I say, a lot of this advice is stuff I haven't even thought of. But like the 50-50 rule is great, you know. I'm absolutely going to take some of the things from this video and try to apply them, but especially that. But yeah, the self-awareness that I think, I don't know if maybe a beginner would grapple with these types of ego type issues the same way as I am. Watching a video like this, but there's definitely a real like question of self-identity when I'm watching this. And maybe that's just a me problem, but maybe that's something that other people think about as well when they're watching. Anyways, let's keep watching.
Them with little to no weaknesses across the entire game. Of course they're going to be good when they do any percent. So my advice, do ILs. It can be for a 30-second long stage or a 10-minute chapter. Since the run is now
like you guys are saying like, oh, this is just a guide, but you're literally saying like, do this, do that.
It can be for
so you can understand, you know, like where I might be feeling a little like, I don't want to say attacked, but like, you know, like what Composer was saying, oh, it's just a guide, you know, it's like, no, it's like literally like it's like a dogma, you know, every approach to a video game is like a different dogma, a different like, okay, you do this or you do that and it's wrong. And even if you're not saying that, that's kind of like the implication there. That's like our problem in speed. That's not a problem with this video. That's just a problem with speedrunning or playing a game competitively in general. It's like that there's a right and wrong way to play, you know, and it's hard to acknowledge that there isn't in a video like this. Go to 2059. My bad if I skipped forward. My bad there. Oh, go back. Oh, shit. Fuck. Wait, what?
How many times have you seen...
Oh, I skipped like 5 minutes forward. Yeah, I went to the wrong part. Here, let's just go at the start of this section here. I can't be alone in these feelings of introspection when I watch this, right? Am I like far gone, like watching this and being like, is this what I want? Is this me? Should I be like this? Should I question this? Or am I just overthinking it? It's a tough question for me to answer.
Overcorrection is best applied when we're able to practice the same segment over and over again with little time wasted in between. This is why you should use save states or position codes if you have the option. Whether you're playing on an emulator, a modded version of the game, or something else,
yeah, I saw
having
that.
tools that decrease your cooldown
I saw you sent me a whisper. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate it.
between attempts is a must for making adjustments and getting in reps fast. I got the world record in Mega Man X4 by simply loading in the same save states over and over again in all of the areas in the game I sucked at for about 30 minutes each, an hour or two every day. I must have loaded these 2 spiral staircase rooms 400 times combined. They both have a ton of enemies that come at you, with the background providing no visual indicator of when they'll appear. I just had to keep loading that save state until I learned the pattern of when
Yeah,
and
dude, the
what
fucking
spawned.
music is great.
I also practiced on Duck Station with a DualSense and swapped to a DualShock 1 when actually doing runs on console. I
Which can have a big impact on execution.
know some won't feel comfortable with using 2 different controllers like this, but I just adapted. If it still feels awkward and you care enough, you can get an adapter online for cheap. Your hours spent practicing matter a lot too. Many assume that in order to get good at speedrunning, you need to grind all day every day. But the name of the game is quality over quantity. Learning any motor skill, speedrun practice included, seems to be the most optimal when you spend roughly 2 to 4 hours per day. This is when you're the most focused, you're able to analyze mistakes well, and you can correct them accordingly. Practice for longer than that and you will begin to fatigue. It turns from deliberate, focused practice to low-quality repetitions. After practicing for the day, you're gonna want to get those nice 8 hours. Yes, good sleep is necessary for improving at speedrunning. This is something called memory consolidation. And to explain it to you like you're 5, think of practice as planting a seed and sleep helping it.
It's crazy how little we value sleep, especially like when we're talking about like gaming and all this stuff. It's like the whole culture is built around like, okay, I have like my normal life, and then in the wee hours of the night, I play a game and I basically don't sleep and I play for 8 hours. Like, that's the culture we're talking about here, guys. That's like Twitch streaming, speedrunning culture. And like, that's why I feel bad for only playing for like 2 hours on a given day, even though that's like what our brains are designed to do, is to like get good sleep. Also not I have a problem with oversleeping actually. Yeah, I mean, it's just so funny that I grapple with this, like, fuck, I should be playing more, because like the culture around competitive gaming is that you just play for like infinite hours a day. It doesn't matter how tired you are, it doesn't matter how much fun you're having, you know, all this stuff. Like, don't matter how well you sleep, how happy you are. These things I've found are like very important in speedrunning. Like, if there's something that's going on in your life that's like upsetting you, that's going to come out in your runs 100%. Like, you can't, like, I can't do runs on a day where like my loved ones are upset with me, for example. Like, I just can't do that.
Grow. When you practice the next day, everything feels more consistent and automatic. That's the real payoff from the day before. Now, of course, you're not going to be a god gamer in one day, so this is where you're going to have to be persistent if you really care about this shit. You need to be continually practicing. It doesn't have to be every day, in fact, I don't recommend that. There should be room for runs and breaks, but if you want to get better, I'd say for people who are more pressed for time, find a few days a week where you can put in 1 to 3 hours, and 2 to 4 if you're someone with more free time. For the love of God, be deliberate with how long you play. We gamers,
interesting
find
schedule.
a few days a week where you can put in 1 to 3 hours, and 2 to 4.
My schedule looks more like 2 to 4, like Monday, Monday through Friday, and then like 2 days off, which is like close to what Ricky recommends. I guess like the doctor recommended thing would be to like, instead of 2 days off, have like 1 day off twice. Oh, there wasn't a lot of thought in the schedule you put here. Okay. Ricky said like, I just put something up there. Okay.
Or if you're someone
Again, I mean, like my practice or, you know, streaming speedrunning regimen is very similar to this. You know, it's like, I want to reiterate, I feel very vindicated watching this video that like a lot of the things I just do are like acknowledged as the right way to like approach getting better at something. Even though I think of myself as a quite inefficient player and practicer, you know, so I'm having a bit of an identity crisis there, but it is very vindicating regardless.
With more free time. For the love of God, be deliberate with how long you play. We gamers get carried away fast. You gotta stay disciplined.
Yes, I'm glad he's talking about that.
6 hours, 2 days in a row is not going to yield the
It's
same
not
result
good.
as playing 3 hours a day over 4 days.
And here's the other thing is you'll see people do that, like do 12-hour streams for like a couple days straight. And they might thrive, you know. This is like the confusing part is we're all fucking different, you know. And especially when we're talking about like niche hobbies like gaming, you know, you'll see fucking like Anchovy do like 5 12-hour streams back to back. And then it's like, and then she'll get a PB or something. It's like, dude, this is, or you'll pop in. She's not like crashing out. She's just chilling and enjoying it. And so, you know, you see people like, you know, putting in more hours or doing all this and they're enjoying it. That's like how they like to do it. Yeah. Whether it's like the prescribed way of actually being efficient with it or not. You know, it really makes you second guess. Like, again, a lot of this comes back to like self-identity, you know?
You can also improve.
It's not that this is wrong, or it's not that this is wrong, or she's wrong, or anyone's right or wrong. You know,
you'll find that you can suck at something in the first hour.
So some things are more backed up by science, like what Ricky's saying, and other things are just like more like just the culture of the hobby.
Hour of play,
and it's like who's got the right approach here?
But by hour,
because they're very different approaches.
3, something clicked, and that's what practice is for. It's for experimentation and trying things out. And at times, that won't always go well. Sometimes practice goes poorly, and I want to assure you that this is normal. But some will cherry pick one bad session and say, practice doesn't work for me.
I've never done that. I have said that I'm not a big practicer, but I've never said that practice doesn't work. My monitor turned off. Hold on. One sec. Oh my God, is my stream crashing? Come back. Okay, we're good.
Reality.
I think this video is really valuable for people who think in these absolute terms, you know, like, oh, I can never, like, I think that's kind of the spirit of the quote at the start of the video, like, I could never, or, oh, you know, like, this guy can do it because he has all the free time, or, oh, you know, the way they're just built different, whatever. You know, this is, it's good to like overcome these like mental barriers, which I think this video does focus on, which is nice. That's a nice thing for a beginner to hear.
They probably just don't find it fun. Yeah, practice for many.
Okay, now let's talk about me here, because, you know, I think I've been pretty vocal in that I kind of prefer to do no resets over runs. But I'll say this, I had fun practicing, you know, I'm not like anti-practice, you know, we all have a different like balance of practice to runs and stuff. And my balance happens to be a little bit more on the run side. But I think it's easy to place me in this box of like, oh, Deo doesn't practice like Composer does, or like Jordy does. So therefore, Composer's going to be better. And on top of that, Composer will be like, or Jordy will be like, and I have more fun practicing this way as well. So it's just like, it's like this positive feedback loop for them, which like the implication there is that like I need to get on that feedback loop. But I want to make it like clear, like, you know, as much as my image might say that I'm not a big practicer or I don't like practicing, like I like doing this stuff, you know, I like playing the game, you know, I may not do it as much as others, I may not have as like good of a regimen as some, or even as effective as a regimen as some. I do like these things, and I know I sound like I'm super defensive right now perhaps, but I feel like that quote like kind of directly was like kind of, I don't want to say Ricky directed that at me, but it felt directed at, and as I'm watching this video, like every quote feels directed at me like in one way or another. Like practice isn't
find it fun.
Practice isn't fun, you know? Sometimes that's true, and other times it's not. Like every day you're a different version of yourself. Every day I'll like get up and I'll be like, you know what? I'll sit down and I'll think like, all right, I'm going to play and do whatever game plan, do like 2 no resets, or I'm going to do a bunch of resets and try to get 1 good run, or I'm just going to practice all day. And so that's going to be me like before sitting down and playing, is I'm going to have that game plan. And sometimes I'll just load up the game and I'll be like, actually, I'm realizing now that the version of myself that I thought I was today is not that guy. So we're going to switch game plans. So yeah, there have been times where I've been this guy, the practice doesn't work for me, or I'm not having fun practicing. And there are times where I am the exact opposite of that.
When in reality, they probably just don't.
So am I like, so what should I, so again, back to the self-identity thing is, what should I be?
Find it fun.
Should I be either of those things, one more than the other?
Yeah, practice for many feels repetitive, slow, and
What are you guys saying? If you look at the quote and think it's aimed at me, then it is. Yeah, well, I don't think like Ricky like was intending that, but I think like what you're saying is that it's like what Laura was saying in the chat is that like if you feel that it could be aimed at you, then that speaks to an issue that you have with yourself. You know, I think is kind of the spirit of what you're saying. Yeah, it's not that Ricky is literally like it's a personal thing, you know, from him, but subtweet, you know, it's that like if you can see it that way, then that speaks more to your own self-image. Again, this whole video has just been like a test in my own self-image, you know, like a test in either vindicating or going against my own self-image and seeing how well I align with what's considered to be the correct way to speedrun, you know. And then having to be reminded, I had to get reminded that this is just one perspective of many. That this isn't like you have to do this. It's just a guideline, you know? So it's a little much for me to take in. Now, I know it's not intended that way, but from my perspective, it's a lot to take in. Just emotionally.
Rewarding. And it's hard to improve at something you fundamentally.
And maybe I'm also, let me acknowledge, maybe I'm just a giant pussy for that and totally overthinking it. I'll give up that L.
Mentally don't enjoy. And honestly, I can relate to this. I had a rocky relationship with practicing, but over time,
Thank you for the Prime
I grew
Dwarf.
to love
Appreciate it.
How I learned to enjoy practice is appreciating the incremental improvements I make every time I play. It can feel like a slog when you're just starting for the day, but once you get in the zone and can really see yourself getting better and better with each rep, that's when it gets really good. Just knowing that your PB is going to get absolutely demolished the next time you do runs should be more than enough reason.
I never feel that way. Even if I practice a lot, like I'll never feel like, oh, my PB is going to get demolished now that I'm good at this part or that I'm a little better at this part. I just hope that part goes well next time. But like this outlook of like, okay, yeah, this is giving me gas for my runs now. I've never really looked at it that way. I enjoy practicing sometimes. I enjoy, you know, I do what I have to do in the game, you know, to have fun and play the best I can. But, you know, this whole like, what Ricky's describing here is more like what I experienced early on in my speedrunning journey. And now that I'm late in my journey with 120%, I find it's most freeing to look beyond that outlook of like, okay, now I practiced it, so now I should get better. That sets a false expectation in my mind of like, okay, I practiced Dark Hollow, Treetops, blah, blah, blah. So now those levels should go good tomorrow if I do a run, right? But guess what happens if they don't, which is likely. If they don't, you feel extra shitty, you know? So that gassing yourself up, it goes both ways, where you gas yourself up and then you tear yourself down, you know, for feeling that way.
To make you want to practice.
But it is definitely a lot more of a real thing when you're not like, you know, aimlessly going for like a PB for, you know, plateauing for months at a time, you know. If you're a beginner, then it's like, it is very much like a very real, like, okay, you practice something, you're just objectively better now, you know.
It's not only fun, it fuels you with long-term fulfillment, which is something I'll talk a bit more about at the end of the video. Even when you do enjoy
I'm interested to hear Ricky's takes about long-term fulfillment and what that means.
Practicing, targeting which areas to practice is going to be very subjective depending on the game and the person. A good place to...
Hey, is anyone still here like watching or lurking in the chat? I feel like I've gone off on like so many tangents and stuff. Is anyone still like paying attention to this reaction?
Start.
Let me know. Post an emo in the chat.
To focus on areas you know you're not very good at.
Hello.
To become the most well-rounded player you can be, always target your weaknesses. In a similar vein, try to avoid practicing things you know you're already proficient at. Over-practicing the same thing can have diminishing returns. When you're at a point when you feel like you have everything down, your default should be to build consistency with the game's hardest sections. In Mario 64, top level 120-star runners will usually spend a while practicing carpetless.
Oh, crazy strat.
I'm sure you've heard about it. It's a trick that's late in the game, and missing it is run over. For tricks like these, you have to understand that you can only get so good at them. Hitting them every single time is...
I love that Ricky mentioned that, because that's exactly how I feel about Nestor Skip. Now, granted, maybe my skill level could be a little higher with it. You know, if I apply the 50-50 rule in this, like, I could get better at it. But it's like, it really feels like you can only, like, you'll never be 100% consistent at something like that. And like accepting that as part of the like the freeing your frustration from it.
Not gonna happen. There will be a point where you plateau, but this...
A lot of things like a lot of games like this, like Mario Kart, like skips, gotta be like that to the nth degree.
Shouldn't be an excuse to not practice it. You
think the Nestor skip cap is 40 to 45%? Yeah, oh, interesting.
might not be able to get it to a...
I don't know if I agree or disagree with that, but I like that outlook about consistency caps.
A literal 100% success rate, but get as close to it as you can. The last thing I'll mention for this section is individual levels, or ILs for short.
And then how do you know that something's a consistency cap just for you, but not for someone else, you know? That's the other thing. It's like consistency is like, it's kind of like a human thing, right? So it's like, we think of something as a certain amount, even if there is a cap, like one person's cap is different than another's and so on. And so it's really hard to measure.
Times have you seen an IL runner swap to full game only to demolish the leaderboards?
Oh my god, Laura loves tracking Nestor skip and rat consistency. Laura's a fan of that, which I love. I think that's very wholesome.
In my experience, this happens a lot.
I'm like on the, if you guys don't already realize, I'm like on the opposite end of that spectrum of like, all right, well, some days I suck, some days I'm good. I'm not even going to try to like get too crazy about the consistency, factor of it. But, we're all, even with that outlook, we all have different like caps with it on it. And again, we're different versions of ourselves every day. Some with Nestor skip, especially, it's like some days I'm really consistent. Some days I'm at that 40, 45%. Some days I'm at like 10%. So is that a skill issue on my part? Technically, yes, right? Because there's no RNG, but yes. Interesting discussion. Interesting rabbit hole to think about consistency caps and variable consistent caps across players and days.
This is someone who takes each part of the game, grinds...
Like, are those even real? Is any of that real?
...out amazing times in all of them, leaving them with little to no weaknesses across the entire game. Of course they're going to be good when they do any percent. So my advice, do ILs. It can be for a 30-second long stage or a 10-minute chapter. Since the run is now quite short, resetting is not a big loss, which means you're able to incorporate more experimental and risky strategies that you will find more consistency with as you keep doing that same IL. The pipeline of something being TAS only, to being IL only, to then being possible in full game is all too occurring. Get a head start.
Yeah,
to
right.
then being
right.
possible in full game is all too occurring. Get a head start. Be daring and push strategies into the run that nobody else is willing.
I've never been that guy. I've never been the guy that like incorporates the thing that no one else does. Maybe I have, and again, this might be a self-image issue on my part. Maybe I have done that, but like I've never felt like that guy. That's like, okay, I'm going to do this thing. The only time I've ever felt like I've done that was with rat proxy in any percent. That's the only time I've ever felt like I've like pushed the limits of what was thought to be humanly viable. It is a really, I will say for one's own like self-confidence, it is really vindicating. And it's really exciting just from a timing perspective to feel like you're the only one doing something that can save a lot of time that no one else is doing. But those moments, they feel very, I don't want to say few and far between, but you can't count on those moments, I think, in this hobby. Sometimes those moments those opportunities will present themselves to be like, okay, hold on, here's a thing that people think that humans can't do that I'm going to try to do. And then lo and behold, you actually can do it with whatever consistency cap. And then you can do it in a run. Like that is a rare, I'm not going to say that's like super rare, but like, it, as Ricky said, it's part of the natural progression of speedrunning. It is cool to be on that pioneering end of it. So it's no diss in any way. In fact, we need people that pioneer stuff like that. But also, it's like I've always fancied, like just in my experience speedrunning, I've only been that guy like once for a very short moment with Rat Proxy. Just an interesting thing to think about. Not that it's like right or wrong or anything. Oh, thank you, Cerebral. Sharing some love in the chat. I really appreciate that.
When you finally get around to doing some attempts, there are quite a few different do's and don'ts in regards to seeing success and having fun. Some are preferences and depend on the game, but was
that Spider-Man the PS2 game? Yeah.
Success and having
I loved this game.
Fun. Some are preferences and depend on the game, but
Spider-Man 1 on PS2, not to be confused with Spider-Man 1 on PS1, and not to be confused with Spider-Man 2 on PS2, but Spider-Man 1 on PS2.
Are essentials you must incorporate.
Let me go back, listen.
Some are preferences and depend on the different do's and don'ts in regards to seeing success and having fun. Some are preferences and depend on the game, but some are essentials you must incorporate to improve. First off, warm up. If your game has a level select of some kind, go to a few of the harder stages in the game and do a handful of repetitions on all of them. I recommend doing this for about 15 to 30 minutes, but whatever works for you.
That's another one of those things that just really varies from the day to day, I find. The amount of warm-up that's right. Some days, I genuinely feel better playing the game with almost no warm-up. Other days, most days, it's like 15, 30 minutes. And then other days, it's like, I sort of like, dude, I'd rather just be like, continue this warm up into the hour plus range before doing runs. This is a really great example of something that varies on the day to day, is what the proper amount of warm up time is.
On all of them.
Just another example of so many things that's like, you're just going to be, this is going to feel different from the day to day. You're going to be a different version of yourself every day.
I recommend doing this for about 15 to 30 minutes, but whatever works for you. This is because you want to prepare yourself for what's about to come, reinforcing that, yes, I do remember this sequence of buttons I need to press, and yes, I can get this run. Despite your preparation, you will fail and be forced to reset when you're running. And when you do, keep track of what you're losing runs to and pay attention to any patterns. I've watched runners who make it to the halfway mark in their run, throw it to some easy trick, immediately start a new run, then throw it in the exact same spot.
Me and Ricky have talked about this at ESA, that it's like, if you get to a certain point in a game on a given day, like a certain point of your run, and you fail, is the correct strategy to just sit there and just grind it out until you... I'm sure that's what he's about to say.
Again, don't do this. It's a huge waste.
Yeah, he's about to say, he's saying don't do another run. You're wasting your time. Practice out that section. But then it's a double, like every point in this video has a counterpoint, because it's like, this is good advice. I'm not saying this is bad advice, but there is something to be said for just writing it off and being like, look, I know how to do that. I have the self-confidence to do that. Let's just run it back and and then if you fail it again, then you can do the fucking whatever this part, but I don't see, running it back without practicing something until it's perfect as a waste of time, personally.
Time and can easily be prevented with this one change. When faced with this, use error.
Even if you fail it a second or third time, I don't see that as a waste of time. I see that as a test of self-confidence, and I see it as like a test, or again, a test of self-image, like, are you really as confident in this as you think you are, and if you're not, yeah, you should practice it,
Correction.
But sometimes you're very confident in things and you fail them. That doesn't mean you have to practice them into the ground every day, just because you failed them that day.
When you lose a run to a trick that you feel like you should have hit, stop your attempts and spend a few minutes doing that thing you failed to make the correction and prove to yourself that you can do it.
This is good advice, but I'm not saying this is bad advice. I'm saying there's another side to this coin as well.
If you don't and just...
Yeah, I mean, that's a good rule, like what Composer says. Like, if it happens twice, then it wasn't a fluke,
Start a new run, it's going to be yet another gamble. Because your idea of what it takes to hit it is misaligned with the center, and now we're back to the 50-50 rule. One thing is knowing the mistake, another is doing it a few times to ensure you have the timing down.
But what I'm trying to say is there's no, like, perfect rule to address this. There's, like, every day, like, you're gonna, just fuck up different things that you're confident in, and that's okay. Like, this is why I'm a big no resetter, guys. Like, at a certain point, when do we just acknowledge that we're human and we don't have to reach like some pinnacle of perfection with these games? When are we going to accept that? Like, oh, no, you fucked this up and you lost the run. Now you have to practice it and get it right and then reset and get it again. There's another option there where you just continue regardless. I'm just saying there's like other ways of looking at this conundrum. I'm not saying that my way is right or Ricky's way is right or any other way of approaching this is correct. I'm saying every day we're different versions of ourselves and there's different ways to approach this. No one way is right or wrong.
It's stubborn and unrealistic to assume that you're so good at your game that you'll just magically make that adjustment next.
I don't think that is unrealistic. I think if you've practiced something enough and you're confident in it, then that can absolutely be a valid reaction.
Time. Just practice it quickly, make that correction, and go again.
Good advice. Again, not arguing with Ricky. It's good advice, but to discount the alternatives is not fair.
After all, you want to ensure that there are no shaky interruptions so you can enter the flow state.
Okay, I want to talk about the flow state because people talk about this a lot, like with, at least with speedrunning, like you got to get into a flow state. People talk about like, whenever I'm like playing Spyro and I'm like talking like this and I'm like more quiet and I'm like, people joke around the chat that it's like, oh, Deo's on monk mode right now, And there's some certain element of that being real, like I'm not saying that that's not real, but I think it's a fool's errand to chase the flow state. And the reason why I think that is because your expectations are never going to your expectations of what the flow state should be aren't going to match the reality of what they are for you on a given day. And if you are like midway through a run and you fuck up during when you think you're in the flow, you're in the zone, you're in the flow state, and then you make a mistake, that is a very crippling feeling. So in my mind, I think it's healthy to not set expectations about like, okay, this run's good, I'm in the flow state, this is all self-image stuff about when you're playing, and like you're just creating expectations that when you don't meet them, they're gonna tear you down harder. So if you feel like you are reaching a flow state or you aren't reaching a flow state or something like that, I just don't, for me personally, I don't think it's a healthy thing to chase, because it ends up with a lot more like negative self-image reaction when I don't reach it or I have reached it but mess up. Oh, that run could have made it. I was in the flow state. That may be true, but like it's just not something I think is emotionally healthy to cling on to. Just my 2 cents. Let's see what Ricky says about it.
Flow state is the act of completely losing yourself in whatever you're doing. It's the zone where play feels effortless and where your synapses are firing with such intense excitement that you truly feel alive.
I love Zem.
I believe most people know what this feels like, but what if I told you I think flow is achievable at will? Step
I disagree.
1. Detach yourself from results. This does not mean don't be
okay. Actually, we're kind of saying the same thing, but like in a different way. Like I'm saying, like I'm saying that like rejecting flow state is the key to like achieving like flow state, But for him, it's like we're kind of saying the same thing here, actually.
Step 1. Detach yourself from results.
Right. Like, and this is what I'm saying is if you're thinking about flow state, you're going to naturally attach yourself more to the results of what you're doing.
This does not mean don't be nervous, because of course you'll be nervous on a great run if you really care.
Yes. Hello. By the way, a total contradiction to what was said earlier in the video.
But you will never play perfectly. So by accepting that chokes can and will happen, you eliminate the anxiety of expectations. Step 2. Whatever you're scared of messing up, do it immediately. Flow requires you to play at the edge of your abilities. If you waste even a single moment doubting yourself, you won't be truly happy with your run anyway.
That's good. That's good.
To speedrun is to create living art, and art isn't allowed to be boring.
Here, first of all, yes, it is. Art can be anything. Art doesn't have to push the limits of fucking anything. Art is just, you just create something and it's out there and it's art, okay? It doesn't have to be good, doesn't have to be bad, doesn't have to be boring or interesting. That's the first thing I want to say to that. Secondly, I like this thought of like, okay, if you're feeling nervous or fearful, you want to play things safe in a run. It's kind of like what this is alluding to. When you're deep into a good run, you play things safe because you're fearful of messing up. that isn't always a bad thing. Yes, as Zem said, you may look back on it and say, I could have pushed it harder. But also, like, you can also commend yourself for having restraint in those moments. In my world record, I feel like I played Dreamweavers in a very restrained way. Yes, I could have pushed things a little harder, but at the same time, I wouldn't have the time I do now. That run wouldn't have been so ahead of its time if I hadn't have acknowledged my fears. You know, there's an element of fighting the fear. Like, I like that he says, fight your fears. It's not like you have to overcome them completely or not respond to them, but like, there's always a fight with your fears there. So I agree with fight with your fears, but the way he worded it, I don't mind.
Step 3, have fun.
Have fun. I have a whole little YouTube short about this, about have fun. What the fuck does have fun mean, guys? Like, what like, how do you have fun? Like, what's fun about speedrunning to you guys in the chat? How do you have fun when you're on a bad run or a good run or an intense pace? What's like the most fun? Like, where's the fun coming from? It's a difficult question to answer because a lot of the stuff that's being asked of a given player in this video is stuff that, you know, is not always like intuitive. You know, it's not always stuff that's like, you know, it's like sometimes you have to tediously do a section over and over and practice it before doing runs, you know? So are runs the fun, or is the practice the fun, or is the practice then the runs in its totality the fun? And then is it like only fun if you know what I'm saying? There's like a lot of ways to deconstruct fun. So a very common thing that speedrunners will say to new players is just have fun. But it's a very difficult thing to actually do in this hobby sometimes. I think that's just worth saying. And it's okay to not have fun also. You know, there's always like, to all the shit they're saying in this video, there's always like, there's a separate side to that coin. Not that they're wrong, not that Zem is wrong at all here. In fact, I think he's quite right in his assessment of things about reaching flow state. But, you know, these are tough things to quantify and achieve. And if you don't achieve them, that doesn't mean you're doing it wrong. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm not following the guide because I'm not having fun, you know? That's why I feel like such a contrarian watching this, is because there's like such another side to the whole like have fun thing. Sometimes you gotta do some shit that's not fun in the spirit of having fun. You know, like that's real in speedrunning, you know, like, is it not? So yeah, I mean, we want things to be this simple, I think. Our natural human brains, and when we're on a run, things need to be this simple. That's like kind of the funny thing about our brains is like, we need to just be like, with how complicated it is to answer that question, honestly, like, and specifically, like, what does it mean to have fun speedrunning? You can't be thinking about all that, you know, when you're on a run. You just have to be like, all right, like, what are the vibes? Am I having fun? Yes or no? And then that's it, you know? So these are very complicated topics to like really address and dissect and get better at. How do you get better at having fun at something? You know what I'm saying? How do you get better at fighting your fears at something? You know, like that, this is a guide, right? For people to get better at these things. But really all you can do is think about them and then push them out of your mind when you're actually playing. Sometimes when you're in practice, you can bring them back into the forefront of your mind. But when you're on a run, these are things that like, it's really just an exercise in pushing some of these complicated topics out of your mind. Stuff about self-image that I was struggling with earlier. These are things that I have to push out of my mind if I'm on a good run. Stuff about being fearful or about having fun. It's like, these, at a certain point, you have to like, I hate to say it like this, but there's a certain element of like, you have to sacrifice a little bit of your humanity here, because I think like being human means overthinking stuff. You guys can tell during this reaction, I've been overthinking a lot of these concepts, even though it's all really good advice. I'm overthinking it and looking at it from many different angles. These are things you can't do in a run because it will distract you. So yeah, the have fun topic is like really poignant to that, because it's like the true way to achieve that is to not think too hard about it.
The more speedrunning will simply feel like breathing. World records don't matter, leaderboards don't matter. All that matters is enjoying this moment of expressive beauty. If you don't understand how to start, then simply pretend. Show up, try your best, be an imposter.
And you will feel like an imposter when you're starting out in speedrunning. Any competitive game, you're going to feel like a fucking clown Let me just tell you that point blank. If you think you're going to look cool or whatever the fuck you think you're going to look like a fucking you're going to feel like especially if you're streaming, like, you know, practice and learning and stuff. And you see, this is anybody who speedruns and streams can tell you this. When you're learning a new game and then like the world record holder of that game comes in, and then you're like, oh God, why are they watching now? God, they hate this, blah, blah, blah. It's kind of that thing of like, you have to embrace like that being an imposter thing, like what fucking Zem is saying. You have to embrace being a little bit of a clown, a joke, like, okay, this is a big joke, but that's okay. You know, like it's a lot of humility to accept that and not let that feeling of like, oh, I have to be a certain way, you know, overcome, especially when like someone better than you is around, you know.
Do poorly and try again tomorrow. If you improve at flow 1% every day, you'll be 37 times better this time next.
If you just make $1 more than you did today, tomorrow, then in exactly 1 year, you'll be a fucking trillionaire. This graph makes no sense.
Next year.
Thank you, Zem, for the insight. I really agree with detaching yourself from expectations and having fun. If you're simply existing in the moment, you can just...
But I do really agree with his sentiment about it, about like, about just having fun, conquering. A lot of it is like what we're saying, is just clearing your mind, you know? To achieve flow state, you need to clear your mind. You know, all the shit that we're going in circles about in this video, about the right way to practice, how many, you know, the 50-50 rule and all this shit. At a certain point, you're playing a game and you can't, you just clear it from your mind at a certain point. You know, there's a time and place to overthink stuff, and there's a time and place to clear your mind. And in the effort of reaching a flow state, you need to learn how to clear your own mind when playing a video game. That's, I think, the takeaway of that discussion.
Focus on your play and nothing else. I find that I play at my absolute best when I'm playing at full focus, or if I'm having friendly banter with my chat. Nothing in between. I'm either in the flow state or so distracted that I'm operating under full muscle memory. If you want more insight on this topic...
Great point that, you know, being in this flow state doesn't have to just mean that you're playing a game well. It can mean that you're just like enjoying what you're doing and, you know, having fun on stream, having banter with it. Doesn't have to mean you're on a good run. That was I'm glad Ricky said that.
I recommend checking out this video from Waifu. That gets into the nitty-gritty about flow state, choking, and how to avoid it a bit more. Flow state can be achieved under the right conditions, but of course, every game is different. I'd say it's easier to achieve for games where the fate of the run is completely up to you. But for the ones with RNG, it's a different matter. You could be locked in for 30 minutes.
This is an interesting discussion. Everything we were talking about is about stuff that's within your control. In a lot of speedruns, shit will not always be in your control. How do you deal with that? I want to hear Ricky's thoughts on this.
Only for some terrible luck to occur that can take you out of the flow state. It can be very frustrating to experience such a sudden interruption. And how exactly do you deal with those emotions? I think it's best I leave that answer in the hands of someone who lives and breathes RNG on the NES.
The Mike Tyson guy. What a legend, Summoning Salt. I was going to say, my thoughts about it before we listen to summonings is that when a game is heavy in RNG, it's very important that you go in with the correct expectation, that you can be playing very well and that you can lose a certain amount of time to RNG, and that part of being good at that game means recovering bad RNG and dealing with that. It's not about like just resetting until you get a favorable RNG run or else you suck, you know, like part of playing a more RNG heavy game it's all about setting the correct expectation, is my opinion.
Okay, so how do I deal with RNG?
Like, yeah, you're going into fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! FM, you know, and it's like you're going to think that like you're going to be 10 minutes ahead, but you're going to expect at any given moment you could get the wrong fucking card or whatever and then just get absolutely shat on, you know, over and over and over. Like, if that's not the expectation, then that's like the wrong approach, I think. And furthermore, having that kind of doomer expectation helps make the painful, you know, cards dealt to you by the universe a lot more easy to stomach, because it's like, oh, this is what I expected to happen. You know, not like, oh, I'm on a good run now, hopefully I don't get fucked up, which is natural to think that. But you have to keep that expectation at the forefront that like, I'm probably going to get fucked up here, and that's okay. Let's keep going.
obviously I run
So it's all about expectations.
one of the most RNG heavy speed games out there in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. And when you run the game at a high level, a lot of times it feels like there's way more RNG than there is actual execution. And for me personally, I always just have to remind myself, as long as I'm doing everything correctly, I'm doing my job. And, you know, the game's going to do what it wants to do, but I need to focus on what I can control, and that is executing everything as perfectly as possible, and the game's going to do what it wants to do. And, you know, sometimes that can be pretty frustrating when you play over and over again and you're not getting the results.
That's what Summoning Salt looks like. I've never seen his face before. Dude's got massive eyebrows. He's got like that. He's got that fucking, got that Chad eyebrow. He could like look into your soul with those eyebrows.
You're not getting
nice head of hair too. I'm jealous.
I don't know. I feel like for me, a lot of speedrunning is the mental game, and I tend to get more frustrated when I make mistakes versus the game giving me bad luck. It's almost like every run where I do
right, dude, this is what I'm saying. Like, he has the right expectation of the game. He doesn't get frustrated when RNG deals him a bad you know, situation. He gets frustrated when something he can control upsets him. So he has it's all about setting expectations. So his expectation is that the stuff that he can control, he wants to do like as good as possible. That's like his expectation. And so if it's something he can't control, implicitly he's saying if it's something he can't control, he's not upset about it. That is key to any game with a lot of RNG, or even with any RNG section in a game.
Correctly, but Tyson does the 8-second delay.
It sounds like fucking obvious, but it's just hard to feel that way, like in the heat of the moment. It's hard not to let bad RNG on a good run get to you. So that's why that's why we're like clarifying this in a really big way. That it's like, if you can't control it, you shouldn't feel bad about it. Even if, you know, you're going to lose runs to it. Like, that's what you're signing up for. You have to know what you're signing up for.
Or Dawn 2 doesn't give me stars. It's like a miniature ego boost, because it's like, all right, this was totally out of my control. This was not my fault. I couldn't do anything about this, so whatever.
Yeah, so actually what he's saying is like, it's like the opposite, actually. Is when the game deals him like a bad situation, he handles it well, he feels more vindicated. He actually feels good about that. Like, so it's the exact opposite of like what someone who's like emotionally, who doesn't set that expectation will experience, where you get a bad situation and then it spirals. A really good example in my speedrun experience is Gulp in Spyro 2. Gulp has a lot of RNG factors to the boss fight, but if you can make bad RNG work, you will play Gulp much faster than someone who gets good RNG and just sort of makes it work. And so Gulp can be very vindicating in Spyro 2, even with bad RNG, if played well, with the correct expectations in practice. So it becomes less about RNG and more about like maneuvering, you know, the outcomes beyond your control, you know, and only assessing the ones that are in your control.
So I kind of build up my confidence a little.
But if you go into a game and you're thinking like, I can't, like, why even bother trying to speedrun this because there's so much RNG? You've already set the wrong expectation, because you're just going to be upset when something doesn't go your way.
But that way, there's no magic way to get better luck, obviously, but it just comes down to how badly you want the record and how badly you want the goal time. Like, I wanted sub 2 Tyson really badly, and I decided I just want to focus on playing as best I can, and I don't care how long it takes. I'm just going to keep doing this until I get the luck for sub 2. And it took, you know, like 9 months, but I decided I wanted that record.
What's up, 2 Dank?
So it just comes down to a combination of getting your mental game strong and wanting it badly enough, and then fine-tuning your execution so that you're doing everything that's in your control.
There will be times where...
Very methodical. I mean, very you know, cut and dry, the way he says it. It's like, you know, I can control some things, I can't control other things. And he didn't like say this so explicitly, but he kind of implied, like, why would I get upset about something I can't control? That's not a good like approach to getting eventually a good run. He went into the game knowing it's going to take a fucking long time, even with good execution. You know, that's something that I have yet to internalize as a speedrunner, playing a game that has very little RNG, Spyro 1.
You get bad RNG, and there will be times where you mess up, and in situations like these, you're gonna contemplate resetting. Resetting is probably one of the most nuanced parts of this hobby.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly pause and take a piss here.
Resetting.
I'm super curious about Ricky's thoughts on resetting. Resetting is its own whole fucking thing. So I'll be right back. And 1 second. Thumb skills, remind me when he's going into Nasty's world, okay? If he's going into Nasty's world, like after he beats Lofty Castle, like don't even tell me in my chat until he's like leaving Lofty Castle on world record pace, okay? Just for future reference. Because it's like, if everyone who tells me when Jordy's on world record pace comes into my chat, it's like, we're not going to get him out of our chat, you know what I'm saying? So just tell me, this will be the new rule. You can tell me when Jordy's on record pace. I am curious to know. But tell me after Lofty, okay? Deal? 10-4. Thank you. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go pee real quick. Also, real quick, I just got to text the homie on Discord that I was going to meet up with today. Gonna be on FaceTime. So, sorry, I'm just DMing someone I'm going to meet up with after stream. 1 sec. Sounds good. How much of this video do I have left? Still got like quite a bit left. Sounds good. I'll probably be closer to like 7, 8-ish. Hope that's cool. Oh man, grab some water here. All right, turn off my BRB. We're back. We're back.
Is probably one of the most nuanced parts of this hobby. It's something all runners have to do, but some are more trigger happy than others. Resetting hundreds of times in the early game because you keep losing 2 seconds in the first level is a bad mental trap that will leave you underprepared for the rest of the game. The way you escape this trap is to treat the run equally from start to finish.
Hey, who knows where this area is from? Who knows what game this is? What game is this? I'm looking in the chat right now. Let's see if anyone gets it. Do 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 do. Sunshine, yeah, Composer got it.
Escape this trap.
This is like a deep cut area of Mario Sunshine. The squid race.
Is to treat the run.
You guys all knew it. I thought that was like a deep cut. I guess everyone knew it.
Unequal.
Bail you out. Thank you for the Prime for 12 months. Appreciate that. Okay, let's watch this. The way you escape the trap of resetting is to treat the run equally from start to finish.
From start to finish. Lots of runners will be disappointed with their early game if it was just a few seconds slower than what they usually do, but be totally fine losing 20 seconds on the last 3 levels. Your final time doesn't care about where you lost it.
Those splits, dude. That art is amazing.
5 seconds early, 5 seconds late, it will still be the same time regardless. So take more early games where you play a bit subpar. You never know how great your late game can be.
It's like inverse sunk cost fallacy. You know, like the sunk cost fallacy is that we're willing to take time loss later in a run in the spirit of finishing it strong. But the inverse is also all the more like prevalent in speedrunning, where like inverse sunk cost is like a reason for you to reset more because it's only 5 minutes into the run, only 10 minutes into the run. So like inverse sunk cost fallacy is a big problem that speedrunners have to like grapple with in their attempts.
I also recommend finishing out your dead runs if you don't have that much left to go. It can be healthy.
Right, that's sunk cost fallacy. You don't have that much left to go, you might as well finish it. Right? But at the end of the day, what difference is it whether you reset in the final 10 seconds or in the first minute? You know, the only difference is the amount of time you've invested on the attempt. But at the end of the day, your play session is going to be as long as it's going to be either way. So it's not like the length of any one attempt like really matters.
To reflect on the run and look at the splits like, damn, this run could have had some sauce without this and this mistake.
Yeah.
It's an encouraging feeling, and if you're someone who doesn't enjoy finishing runs or find it boring, I highly suggest you check out this 12-minute video from Deo on the topic.
Let's go.
He covers various subjects, including the approach of reactive versus proactive resetting, where sometimes you should play the rest of the split out instead of immediately hitting the button so you can truly assess whether or not you want to continue.
I really think that's one of the best things you can do when it comes to reset. Whether you're hardcore in the reset department, this is good advice whether you are a hardcore resetter or a hardcore no resetter, is play out the split. I love that advice because it applies to both groups. Most advice around resetting will only apply to one group or another, one mindset or the other, which is being more resetty for a good pace versus being more no resetty for an overall experience of the game. But playing out a split before resetting, even if you are planning on resetting it, is, first of all, conquers sunk cost fallacy because you're only sinking an extra maybe minute into the run at the most to finish a level, you know. So it conquers that issue about reverse versus, you know, sunk cost fallacy. Then also it's okay if you want to continue or not. Like whatever choice you pick, you have a more stable mind frame for. So that's why it's I think it's probably the best advice anyone can get about resetting is to just finish the split. Even if you make a run killing mistake and you know you're going to reset, just resist the urge to hit the button right away and just finish the split. It's what skin off your back is that? And you will find, I guarantee you, that you will be more willing to continue the run if you just finish the split. I don't know how many times I've said, oh, I'm going to try not to reset today. And then it's like, boom, reset, 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 reset. By doing the fucking, I forgot what I called it in this video, like by doing proactive resetting, that is proactively deciding to finish a split before resetting rather than reacting to a mistake. That totally changed the resetting game for me. And I think for a lot of other speedrunners, they could benefit from that. Whether you're trying to reset a lot or a little or whatever, you know, I think it's good advice for everyone.
Give it a watch.
But yeah, that was basically the TLDR of that video.
In this section, I'm going to give you some various tips that didn't necessarily fit into any of the other categories in this video. Let's quickly talk about mashing, as it's quite essential for a lot of games. There are loads of different methods to being off.
Before I watch this section, I got a question in the chat about, do I think it's wise to set a reset point for Spyro when doing a run? Or just like in any game, like, is there a point where, I think what you're asking is like a point of no return. Is that what you're asking? Like, okay, after I finish Peacekeepers, I'm going to no reset. But I'm allowed to reset up until that point in the spirit of not sinking too much time into the game. Again, this is all related to sunk cost fallacy, or in this case, reverse sunk cost fallacy. That is avoiding wasting time on a run that you don't care about or whatever. And you know, I can't answer that question for you. I can't tell you whether having a reset point is good or not. It's like, it could be good for you in your game. Some days I like to do that. I will say in my case, some days I like to be like, okay, if I get past Peacekeepers, we're no resetting. But at the end of the day, like I'm still, whether it happens before that point or after, I'm still going to have to deal with that whole, if I make a mistake, am I resetting immediately or at the end of the split? That's why I'm saying like the advice I initially gave kind of transcends the whole like reset point discussion, you know? Like it's just good advice whether you're using a reset point or not. or whether you are resetting or you know what I'm saying? And so I'm not big on like stressing reset points, but it's a good goal to set when you're, early on in a run and you are noticing that you're resetting a lot. It's like, let's try to at least make it to Peacekeepers here in the spirit of like not resetting as much. It can be good. It can be pointless. I'm not saying there's a right or wrong answer there.
Mashing, as it's quite essential for a lot of games. There are loads of different methods to being optimal at button mashing, but the two that I recommend is the sliding method and the double thumb method.
Okay, what?
The vibration method, but as someone who's used this technique a lot and turned 30 this year, avoid this technique if possible. It fucks up your tricep, and it's not even the fastest method anyway. There's not much I can say that isn't already covered extremely well in this video from Silverboxer. It explains how to do each mashing technique properly, and covers some interesting history too. Go check it out. Next, I want to talk about collaboration and respect.
I'm glad he didn't dwell on the mashing thing for so long.
If you are aiming for the top, remember that others are chasing that goal too. In speedrunning, there's almost this unwritten rule that when someone beats your time, you congratulate them, because they didn't just beat you, they beat the game. The real goal is to go as low as possible, and that only happens because glitch hunters, routers, and runners build on each other's work. So respect your competition, no matter the community. Like, you're literally the only active Scooby-Doo unmasked runners actively playing, don't get toxic. Aside from this sounding like a really funny YouTube video, it's always best to collaborate. When you feel stuck in your practice, talk to other runners. If you're struggling with consistency, work together. It all leads to a healthier environment, and you might even make some friends along the way. Lastly, I want to talk about running multiple games.
I wish Ricky would have dived a little deeper into this, because this is something I've been grappling with a lot. I mean, Jordy is like right on my ass, probably about to beat my record. And I've, really faced, I guess it's just more personal to me, going through it, having done it to someone, beating their record, and maintaining a friendship with Saboom. And then now, like, having that experience with Jordy, it's like, it's not just so easy as like, oh, I'm just happy for Jordy, and I'm just so happy, and Saboom is just so happy for me, because we all want to see the game improve. There's some real, like, egotistical, gross, selfish feelings there. There's some real, like, I worked really hard for this, and now this guy's just going to come along and beat it? Like, fuck, dude. That sucks. And it's illogical to say, but I mean, we're emotional creatures, It's illogical to say. It feels gross even saying that out loud, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't feel that. Like, hello, there's a reason why this toxicity comes up, is because people spend a lot of time on this stuff. People get their emotions really tied up into it. And I kind of wish that Ricky had dived a little deeper into dealing with those emotions, dealing with that selfishness and that egotistical feeling of when you spend thousands of hours in a game just for someone to come along, learn all the strats that maybe you even pioneered, and then beat you with them. And you're going to tell me, oh, just be happy for them. It's not that simple.
Best to collaborate. When you feel stuck,
but you should be. I mean, you should in my opinion, you should grapple with those feelings, be honest with them, and be a respectable sportsman and friend to your competition. In conclusion, you should not be like a toxic bitch. I agree with Ricky in this respect. You should not be a toxic bitch and like lash out. Obviously, you should learn to grapple with those feelings and accept them. I kind of wish that was discussed a bit more here.
In your practice, talk to other runners. If you're struggling,
he does. Okay, Ricky says that he does get into it later.
Work together. It all leads to a healthier environment, and you might even make some friends.
Again, I have to remember, this is like a guide for for people just trying to get better at a game. This isn't necessarily like a guide for world record holders dealing with their emotional, this fucking bullshit. Right? Like, I got to remember that as well
along the way. Lastly, I want to talk about running multiple games. If you're in the speedrunning scene, you've seen the type. Some insanely talented runner who keeps bouncing between games and categories. They could be amazing if they chose to commit to one thing, but have the attention span of a fucking iPad baby. If you want to get better and you're doing this, it's hindering your potential way more than you realize.
Wait, doing what?
Spreading your effort across too many games makes it harder to actually improve.
Yeah, dude, I don't know how people do it. You see it a lot in speedrunning. People just will play one game one day and then play, speedrun another game another. And it's like, dude, how do you do it? And the reality is that you're sacrificing your potential in the one game that you want to be the best at. That's just the reality of it, you know? But there's nothing wrong with that. That, you know, and to like, I'll listen to what the video says in a sec, but I just want to make it clear there's nothing wrong with that. Like sometimes you need a break from your main game to maybe speedrun something else or play. I've been playing a bunch of Sonic lately. Like this stuff can be good for you. I'm curious what Ricky thinks, actually.
Sure, drop a game if it's not for you, but when something clicks, commit to it. Stick to it for months or even years. When time save becomes more scarce, keep pushing. Ironically, a lot of my own growth as a speedrunner.
Can the video be louder? Is it really that quiet? I'll turn it up, but it's crazy that you guys waited for like an hour and a half to tell me that. I like literally asked at the start of the video. I kind of want to just leave it as it is since we're this deep into it. Yeah, the fucking captions are right there. You can read it. It's fine.
Through running multiple.
I'm sorry, quiet complainers in the chat.
Ironically, a lot of my own growth as a speedrunner has come through running multiple games. But the difference lies in the time frame. I usually stick to a game for about 3 to 8 months before moving on. This gives me time to build real skill that I can use to reach
what does he do?
8 months before. But the difference lies in the time frame. I usually stick to a game for about 3 to 8 months before moving on. This gives me time to build real skill that I can use to reach the top of the leaderboard.
I mean, that's kind of like, I mean, some games might require more, some games might require less based on the competition, the game, like, you know, the depth of the mechanics and glitches and stuff. It's kind of hard to just set like a time and be like, okay, I'm going to do this I'm going to pick up this game and I'm going to do it for this many months. It's like kind of hard to say that until you get deep into it, you know?
Improvement takes sustained effort. It's like,
but yeah, to the point that it takes sustained effort. Yeah, absolutely.
An instrument. Jumping between 10 of them won't get you very far, but spending months on one will.
Oh. Ba, ba, ba.
There was a tweet I saw back in 2021 from former Celeste World Record.
Can I say something real quick? I have to pause it because I love this music. This is actually one of my top 5 favorite video game soundtracks. And I forgot the name of this song, but man, it's like actually going to be hard for me to pay attention to what Ricky's saying because I love this music so much. Like as like a little sidebar, as a fellow video game content creator guy who also uses a lot of like, you know, what I imagine to be amazing video game music in my videos. It can be tough when you put a song in there. It almost makes me feel bad when someone's like in the comments like, dude, this fucking game soundtrack is amazing, blah, blah, blah. Cause it's like, dude, are we like paying attention to the video or are we paying attention to the like? It can be distracting. Too good of a song choice can be distracting, but you can't know whether it's that. You know, you can't know whether it's that good until someone hears it and like, oh, I remember that. It's just a funny phenomenon with video making. Like you can actually pick too good of a song. You know.
Marlin, that red.
From Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
There was a tweet I saw back in 2021 from former Celeste World Record holder Marlin, that red. Speedrunning is a fun pastime activity, but over-prioritizing it or going as far as equating it to your success in a hobby with your success in life can be a very damaging mindset.
Let me read this. Speedrunning is a fun pastime, but over-prioritizing it or going as far as equating your success in a hobby with your success in life can be damaging. Let me tell you guys something. I experienced that a lot. I think, what I've done in speedrunning or what I continue to do in speedrunning says a lot in how successful I am just as a human. And that's really not, those two things don't equate. When I say it out loud, it's easy to see that those two things are not the same. There's so much more to life than playing a video game than, getting good at a speed run. And when it's your full-time gig, like me, it becomes your entire self, like I was saying earlier in this video, like a real struggle with self-identity, that if you're not good at a game, then what are you even? At a certain point, like if I'm not or here's another way to say it, if I'm not the Spyro world record holder, then what even am I? It's a bit of a, it's obviously you can say, well, I've done this and I've done that, and I have a girlfriend and cats that I take care of, and I'm entertaining streamer or whatever. There's so many copes around it, but at the end of the day, like that overarching feeling of equating your self identity with your achievements in a video game, it's very insidious, it's very evil, and it's an extremely hard thing to get over. Absolutely, especially when you start, saying, okay, well, it's like this is the main focus of my life, whether it's like your job or not. It's like, so this is the main focus of my life. It's very, as this guy says, damaging. It's super damaging. It's something I grapple with like every day, actually.
I hate
you guys hear me on stream. I grapple with this shit all the fucking time.
This tweet. I didn't want to admit to myself that speedrunning was all I really had in life. But after
I'm just gonna say this point blank. It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad that like we've put so much time into these games, and and we just play them over and over and over, and we might, discover something or build a community, and that there's so many beautiful parts about it. But when you just take a step back and you take all the emotional attachment out of it, it's like you're just playing a game over and over. Like, what are you doing with your life? You're just playing a fucking game over and over. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not bad, but just as it can be just as beautiful and as much of a growth experience as anything in the world as it can be just pointless and sad. Like both of those things can be outcomes of this. It's not fair to say that for all the beautiful things about speedrunning to not acknowledge the sad reality of it as well. I'm sitting here, I'm at the mercy of my chat, of my stream, of a game, watching my competition overtake me as I become washed, and slowly, interest might dwindle, and I have to reinvent myself. For what?
These years, I understand now. Having other things
But with that said, I love speedrunning, I love it so much, but it's just as much as it can be a beautiful, like I said, a beautiful growth experience, it can be a sad and damaging one too. There's no right. It's not just one or the other. It is both.
Care about outside of speedrunning is very important for your life balance. When I was in school, I couldn't wait to speedrun Jak 3 when I got home.
Me too. It's crazy. I've talked to Ricky about this. It's fucking crazy how excited I used to be. Or we used to. I'm not going to speak for Ricky, but it's crazy how excited I used to be about speedrunning. I used to when I was in middle school and I watched SDA, Half-Life 2 runs, I was mind blown. I was like, this is the coolest fucking thing ever. And as I went through high school watching Mario 64 and Zelda Ocarina of Time stuff, GDQs, slowly getting into Spyro as well. It was just so exciting. And I, just like Ricky said, this feeling of I'd go to school, and who wants to be at school? I'm not a big school. I wasn't big into my studies, I'd go to school and all I would think about all day was just or most of what I would be wanting to do is go home and speedrun, or go home and watch speedrunning videos, or, which there were very few and far between at the time. Yeah, I mean, just that when you look back at an earlier part of your interest with a hobby, it makes you kind of sad and sentimental, because it's I'll never be that excited about this hobby like I was back in those days.
Granted, I really hated school, but in hindsight,
yeah. Me and Ricky share that outlook where we just wanted to be anywhere except school, and we happened to have a fixation on speedrunning.
The space it gave me away from the game made me cherish my time playing it more.
Absolutely.
When I finished school and had no job, I was playing all day, and
Me
suddenly
too.
I felt a lot more burnt out. Not only that, but my ego got way more fragile as I began to care a lot more about losing my world records. It was all I ever did, and it was all I was ever good at. So I tied my sense of self with my success in speedrunning.
I think I've moved past that particular life experience. But I still grapple with a lot of the feelings that exist within what Ricky just said about tying your self-worth to your records. All that. Every speedrunner does. Even if you don't have record, you're going to tie a lot of your self-worth to your PBs. And unless you're doing other stuff in your life that you're proud of, that you're happy with, your entire identity is going to be in playing a video game fast. And you are so much more than that. You're so much more than a speedrunner. I truly believe anybody can speedrun. I think it doesn't take a special talent or like it takes some dedication. Sure, that might be unusual, but you know, I'm not special for being a speedrunner. I'm not special for having a record holder or even for being a good streamer. Like I don't know. It's like the sense of self-worth that comes along with the hobby, or how should I say this? The sense of accomplishment that comes with the hobby comes with a challenge of self-identity and self-worth. That's a great way to put it.
To sustain a healthy relationship with any hobby, you have to not overdo it. Since speedrunning is a hobby where you're sitting a lot, I suggest balancing it out with something more physical. Every week, I hit the gym twice and play disc golf 2 to 3 times, and that works well for me. I definitely speedrun less than I used to because of this, but honestly, the balance has not only made me appreciate my time when I do speedrun, I actually feel better at it than ever.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
I really have been doing this for like 15 years, huh?
Yeah. What was I going to say about the balance? You know, when I decided to become a full-time streamer in 2021, I thought that it was like, okay, now I get to devote all my time. Now I'm going to devote all my time to not just, and when I'm not doing runs, I'm making videos. And when I'm not making videos, I'm clipping this and I'm just Mr. Content all day. And that is absolute. And I knew in my heart that is not me. First of all, I'm a major procrastinator. And second of all, that shit doesn't make me happy, you know, sitting there and just grinding out videos after stream, you know, just isolating yourself in your room, doing, you know, even something that you're proud of, you know, it's like isolating yourself to overdo something you're proud of is not a good feeling at all. It can be rewarding, but it's not all there is to, it's far from all there is to life. And after meeting Sarah and spending time, you know, moving out here to Virginia, you know, I spent like this whole weekend just hanging out with her and going out. And, you know, it's just every day is just a reminder that every day that I don't stream is a reminder that there's more to life than speedrunning. And I think that's why whenever I take a break day from speedrunning, that I'm not like itching to come back to it. Instead I'm like opening my eyes to what life like really can hold. Even if it's just going out for walks or skates or going and getting drunk at a brewery, going out for brunch with Sarah, simple pleasures, you know, let alone like other hobbies or interests. So, yeah, it's just because you give yourself all the time in the world to do something, it doesn't mean you should do it all the time. That's what I'm saying.
And it still feels just as good to PB.
Of course, you can still get good at speedrunning if it's...
Ricky said after 15 years of speedrunning, it feels just as good to PB. That's what I was kind of saying about the nerves thing earlier, is that if there's one thing that doesn't change, is that it's like there's a feeling of being alive on a good run. Like, what's the common question in this hobby? You've been playing for so long, doesn't it get boring? A PB pace is never boring. It's only boring if you don't have a good PB. And even then, you know, you're just one PB away from it being interesting, you know? So it's like, it's never ending. It's endlessly intriguing, endlessly like an endless growth, you know, pursuit. It's a beautiful thing. But with that beauty comes a lot of scary, like a lot of self-identity crisis and a lot of, you know, putting your self-worth on just something that happens in a game that you had no hand in creating, that you barely had a hand in even pushing the meta for, you know, like you're just a vessel, you know, for runs or practice or whatever. You're not even like really that special for being good at a game is what you learn. So what does that make you really? What, like, tens of thousands of hours I have in Spyro 1, and I don't regret a second of it, but it's not to say I couldn't have, you know, done something else with my life either, you know. Let's not mince words.
All you ever do, but the rest of your life will suffer as a consequence. If you've ever reached that stage, it might be best to take a break. Either stop running for a while, or perhaps pick up a different game for a fresh start. So, I
think that's the perspective of people who like hop between speedruns and different games. I think that's the perspective, that it's like I don't want to stop having fun in this one game. So I'm going to give myself a breath of fresh air with a different one. I think that if I were to guess, I think that's like the perspective of people that run multiple games simultaneously, kind of hop in between them and stuff. It's like, this is my coping mechanism for, you know, putting so much time into the hobby, is hopping between things to, you know, at the end of the day, you're still just sitting in front of a TV and still playing a game, but it's at least it's a fresh experience each time. You know, it's something different. It's not as, you don't have to look so deeply inside yourself as if you were to just play one game for all that time.
Something I think that is highly underrated in speedrunning is the power of taking breaks. I am the master of taking breaks. I've utilized it by complete accident early in my speedrunning career, but then later...
Me too, because I'm lazy.
Later on, I realized it was actually like a good idea. And this could be as simple as just like switching categories in the same game that you're playing. I personally...
Dude, this is what I'm saying, is like, people have different definitions of a break in this hobby. Like, for me, this blew my mind. I went to the Spyro Discord recently, and I was like, hey guys, like, what is like the ideal time to take a break? Like this exact subject. Like what's a good amount, and what's too much, do you think? Or what's not enough, or how often? Like what's a good schedule for you guys? Like I'm just curious what you guys think. Like I obviously have a very skewed perspective as like a full-time speedrunner, but what do other people do? You know, and I was kind of posing that question. And when I said that, I said for me, taking a 2-day break was enough for me to make me feel like, okay, this is like enough and I need to get back to it or else I'm going to get rusty. And when I said that, a 2-day break was like a lot for me. People in the Discord were like, what? That's like normal, like 2 days? That's it? Like you should, like, I was surprised to hear that people were like, dude, you should probably, they weren't saying this, but you like, anecdotally, they're like, you should probably take longer breaks than this, you know? Like that's just an average amount of time to just take away from a game, you know? That's like every week, you know, most people are taking 3, you know, the odd few days off and stuff. And it really blew my mind that it's like everyone has a different definition of what like a good break is. And even here, what is this? Average Trey is saying like, oh, a good break. It's not like it's not streaming. It's not playing the game that you're playing. It's just playing a different category. That's enough of a break. But like, is it for maybe for him? But is that for someone else? You know what I'm saying? Like, these are all very different, like, definitions of a break. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying any one of us is right. Just saying, there's, like, a lot of ways to take a break.
Recommend, like, if you run just one specific game.
Also, I totally do not ascribe to this idea that, like, okay, just take a break by playing a different category. I hate doing that because what happens is I'll start getting really into the other category, like any percent, for example, in Spyro 1. Like, if I start playing any percent a bunch, then I'll start getting all the muscle memory for that, and that'll fuck me up when I go back to 120%, and I'm still playing the same game at the end of the fucking day, so it's not really much of a break at all. So, like, what he's saying here, like, I do not agree with for me at all.
Find like a secondary game and just like take a break from your main game and just only focus on your secondary game for like maybe a few weeks or a few months. And
good strat, but let's not forget, you're still sitting there playing games, especially as a streamer. You know, Average Trey is a full-time streamer, I think. You're still sitting there playing a game all day in front of a chat. You know, it's like, how much of a break is this break? You guys see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying he's wrong for this. These are all good approaches. But, yeah, you know, like, when we say take a break, do we really mean take a break? That's all I'm asking here.
And you'll find that when you return to your original game again, after just, like, not even really thinking about it, not playing it at all, just put it totally on the back burner.
What about, like, don't look at a screen for like a month? What about like you uninstall like social media, Discord, Twitch, YouTube off your phone, and don't like play a video game for a week, for a month or something? What about that? Because when I'm talking about breaks, I'm talking about like go outside. And when he's talking about breaks, he's like, oh, just play a different game. 2 very different breaks, guys. These are different breaks. Different, and they both have different effects on your psyche. There's levels to this, you know? Again, it's not that like I'm right for taking a more heavy, like high level break, if you want to say, you know, versus a lower level. Like sometimes you just want a little break, like just playing a different game. And other times you need to like fully step away from the fucking TV. you know?
Somehow you
Oh
come
my
back
God.
to that game and
This fucking thumbnail.
you have this mental refresh where you just sort of see the game in a brand new light. You're just able to improve a lot quicker, and just like when you were hitting a wall before, it was just tough to get past like a barrier of improvement.
It's so real. It's so real, and it's like insidious, because like when you play a game, when you speedrun every day, and you know you're not progressing, and in fact you're getting worse. It's like, why? It feels so like, why does God hate me? You know, it feels like, why? I'm doing everything right. I'm staying dedicated. I'm doing it every day, when all you need to do is just literally even just play a different game for a little while and then come back. And it's very similarly to like when you get a good night of sleep. You know, there's some shit that goes on in your brain that just makes you so fresh when you come back to it, and just like a fresh pair of eyes. It's like a really crazy, I don't know, it's a really interesting, I would say it's an unintuitive thing when you're trying to stay dedicated to something, is to get the right balance of breaks. It's a tough thing to hit. Because here's the other thing also, is when you take a break and you're trying to stay dedicated to something, and you know you got to take a break and you do, it can be hard on you mentally. It can be like, fuck, I should be playing Spyro. If I had $1 for every day I took off from streaming that I said, man, I should really have streamed today, I really should have played Spyro today. That's like, I would say the ratio of days that I've thought that versus not thought that when I don't stream, I would say it's like maybe like, I would say like 80% of days, 70-80% of days where I've taken a day off. I thought, man, you know, I could have done some Spyro. I could have at least streamed a different game, or so I could have, you know, at least get in there, and, you know, it's like, so even taking breaks, you know, there can be some challenges to it, like mentally as well. I'm not saying it's worth doing. I'm just saying these are things to acknowledge as part of the break discussion.
I used to run Pac-Man World 2, and
what the fuck, dude? Doesn't D-Ty run this?
I was stuck at like trying to get a sub 50-minute time for the longest time. Like I was just hitting my head against a wall, just trying to get this sub 50-minute time. And after like 500 attempts, I finally get it. Then I took a break from the game for a few months, just focused on Mario Sunshine for a bit. And then when I came back to Pac-Man World 2 after like 6 months of not playing it at all, within just like a couple practice sessions, my first day of attempts back, I got a 47.
D-Ty's been like improving like the record in this game like a bunch, I believe, right? So like, outdated. I'm just kidding.
So it just goes to show, like, just not even thinking about a game for considerable time, it just like changes your perspective on it. This has worked for me personally in multiple different scenarios.
Oh, it's a different game. My bad.
But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. So taking breaks, don't neglect it.
Don't neglect it. Yeah, I mean, good advice. Tough. I mean, dude, and then the next tip, pursue your dream. I mean, think about this. Think about like this, the contrast here. I'm sure that was intentional on Ricky's part.
Don't neglect it.
Don't neglect taking time for yourself and your mental health. You know, when you start crashing out on stream, everyone in your chat's going to be like, dude, just take a mental health day. It's okay. We won't judge you. Meanwhile, your sub count's plummeting. Oh, don't neglect it. It's okay. Take a break, you know? Yeah. And it's true. You should. Then, the very next frame, pursue your dreams. So are these do these two things sometimes kind of feel at odds with each other? Like, am I the only one seeing that? Like, where it's like, we grow up in this world, at least me, in this American capitalist, you know, individual business owner world, where like you gotta, you know, fucking grind your ass off to get what you want in this world, and yada yada yada. And that's like antithetical, you know, pursuing your dreams in a lot of ways. The way we're taught, it can be antithetical to fucking just taking a break. Like, these two things are often at odds with each other, and that's the great challenge about breaks, to me. Mentally, at least. I should watch it without pausing. Dude, Ricky, let me just say this like point blank. Like, I'm so sorry if I haven't given your video like the time of day. I'm trying to take it as slowly as possible here and listen to everything, but it's inevitable in a reaction like this that in the spirit, we were just talking about this earlier about fair use and stuff. Like, I'm not going to watch everything and then give my thoughts on it. I'm going to see a topic and I'm going to be like, here's my thoughts. Let me hear his thoughts. I know you're probably going to say the things I'm saying already. I'm aware of that. I'm sorry if I sound arrogant in saying that, but this is like, in my mind, this is like what you wanted from creators when you asked for like the community to react. You didn't want someone to wait for you to say something first. In my mind, you wanted me to give my thoughts and then see what you think and then come. You know what I'm saying? So I realize that I sound pretty arrogant and stupid by saying things without fully listening beforehand. But we're getting through it. We're getting through it slowly. This next bit has momentum. All right, I'll try not to. I'm not going to promise that I'm not going to pause, but I'll try not to.
My intention with this video is to create one big grateful love letter to the speedrunning community.
Dude, how can I not? Dude, look at these pictures. I'm sorry. These pictures are so cool. Dude, this is where was this? God, do I recognize any of these people? Yeah, I do. Yo.
Grateful love letter.
Oh my God, these practices are so sick.
To the speedrun.
Ricky's like, don't pause this. And meanwhile, he does like, he fucking sends like 3-4 different like emotional like pictures for me back to back. Don't pause this, by the way. Fucking Ricky, dude.
With this video is to create one big great.
All right, I'll watch it out.
My intention with this video is to create one big grateful love letter to the speedrunning community. I want to give back to the place that supported me when I was young and provide a resource for the next generation that I think is missing on this platform. In the grand scheme of things, speedrunning is still in its infancy, and lots of people still have the stigma
you think
that
so?
It's a waste of time.
I don't think so. I don't think speedrunning's still in its infancy, and I'm sorry for pausing, but I don't think speedrunning's still in its infancy.
I think that largely comes from it being tied to video games, something that is typically seen as a way to kill time or de-stress. When you put a competitive element on top of something that's not typically considered serious, it's met with skepticism. And I think that stigma is why improvement in speedrunning is rarely treated as something meaningful.
Let me watch that whole part again so I can understand what he's saying.
That largely... And lots of
in my defense, I am rewatching parts to fully understand what you're saying.
Still have the stigma that it's a waste of time.
Yeah.
I think that largely comes from it being tied to video games, something that is typically seen as a way to kill time or de-stress. When you put a competitive element on top of something that's not typically considered serious, it's met with skepticism.
Yeah.
And I think that stigma is why improvement in speedrunning is rarely treated as something meaningful. It's a major passion of mine, but when I talk about it, I'm met with this cold stare that says, why are you taking this so seriously? It's just a game.
It's fair. It's a fair point. Like, it's okay that you and I and all of us have this emotional attachment to video games, but to someone else, it is just a game. I think it's important to remember that.
But so is
they're not discounting. Yeah, like exactly. Like we're not discounting tennis or other things that people take seriously. But just because not everyone takes it seriously or maybe discounts us for it, it doesn't mean it doesn't make it any less valuable. Like I think, in fact, I think it's important to see things from a lot of perspectives and to see video games from that like boomer take of like, this doesn't matter, whatever. Like, I think that's I think that's a valuable insight to like really take a step back and be like, why am I stressing out about this? Why am I losing my mind over this run? Like, it is just a game. Like, that can be, you can spin that into a positive, in my opinion. Let me go back and watch. Don't worry. I got you, Ricky.
It's a major...
It's also arbitrary, you know, right? Like what composers say. It's all arbitrary.
When I talk about it, I'm met with this cold stare that says, why are you taking this so seriously? It's just a game. But so is tennis or fingerboarding. You can be as casual as you want about both of these, but pursuing greatness in either is viewed very differently. Is it because one has money behind it and the other doesn't? Who fucking cares if it makes you happy? Yeah. You know, lots of sports that are cultural juggernauts today began as something people dismissed as weird or pointless.
Yeah, skateboarding's a great example.
People never gave up on what they loved. Did their sport grow? Why are we gatekeeping passion? The literal fruit of life that all of us live by.
Who's gatekeeping?
Matter of fact, fuck anyone who tells you to not pursue what you love. They don't understand passion like you do, so prove them wrong by keeping at it.
Am I gatekeeping by questioning some of the points raised in this video? Because I feel like if anyone's gatekeeping, it's probably me here.
Wake up.
Wake up.
They don't understand passion like you do, so prove them wrong by keeping at it. Wake up every morning, live it, breathe it. It doesn't have to be speedrunning, it can be anything. There's stuff in this video you can apply to any skill. And once you do, you'll feel how good long-term fulfillment feels.
True. Oh, damn. Love this shot.
The collective issue among the youth in society today is locking in. People are addicted to their phones, constantly overstimulated, living a life full of short-term satisfaction. Stop engaging in these destructive habits, find your path in life, and send it. If you're deep in the mud, nobody's gonna pull you out of it but yourself. Quit using the word motivation. No, I just need the motivation.
Right,
My guy,
big.
you need discipline.
Yes.
Is putting your faith in your feelings really gonna get you to your destination? Dude, there are times where I really don't want to go to the gym. There are times where I don't want to tackle this trick that I'm dreading, but I fucking do it anyway. Because I'm not thinking about what I don't want to do right now. I am thinking about who I'm building towards becoming. And so should you. Don't do it for me. Do it for yourself. Find what you're passionate about and stick to it. Fine-tune your craft and be relentless with it, because it'll leave you with some of the best moments in your life.
Yes!
Let's
fucking go!
That's exactly what a beginner needs to hear who watches this guide. The number one piece of advice was that ending right there, is just stick with it and have some discipline. Whether you use the 50-50 rule or whatever the fuck you do, stick with it and you will find something meaningful in this. That was the best advice of the whole video.
Yes! That's it! There we fucking go! Let's fucking go, man! Fuck yes! Oh my god! Oh my god! Come on! Yes, man! Yes! Yes!
Can you believe that people like watch these pop-offs and are like, dude, that's so cringe. These people are so cringy. Can you believe that people are that soulless?
I'm the best to ever fucking do it! Holy fuck, dude! Fuck! Yes! Fuck yes!
Dude, pop-offs are amazing. They're like they're so raw and beautiful and gorgeous. They're like such a culmination of so many things in one moment. And there's always some guy in the comments that's like, bro, this guy is so cringe. It's just a game. And the funniest part is that he's not wrong. That's like the funniest part about it.
Heart is beating out of my chest right now.
He's just missing what we're seeing, you know.
Fuck yes! 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 Come on, baby! Come on, baby!
What song is this? I love this
You see the
song.
passion here, dude? That's fucking passion. All the thousands of hours spent finally paying off. No matter how many attempts it takes, no matter how many times you choke, keep going. You will achieve what you set out to do if you just keep going. So what if you suck? Everybody fucking sucks when they first started anything.
No, and they still
Don't
suck.
let this stop you. You have one life to do whatever you want. And if you chose speedrunning, you better not stop until you're proud, because you'll never get the time you want by wasting it.
Best advice ever. What he just said right there, not this quote, but it's
Stop until you're proud. To do whatever you want. And if you chose speedrunning, you better not stop until you're proud.
yeah, you have one life. And if you chose speedrunning, you better not stop until you're proud of yourself. If I had $1 for every speedrunner I've ever met that stopped before they were proud of themselves, a few dollars.
Because you'll never get the time you want by wasting it.
Nice. Beautiful, beautiful ending. Heartfelt. I felt that in my heartstrings. That was beautiful. This little beach wharf right here. We have one of those back in Long Beach as well. These like little jetties or whatever. They're so cool. I love walking on these at night. Yeah, wonderful video, Ricky. Wonderful video. I'm not going to sit here and just glaze all day. Like everyone loves your videos. I love your videos. They're amazing. I think there was a lot of just really interesting concepts in this video. A lot of like just going through some of the timestamps. Hand health, mastering fundamentals, just looking at it purely as like a guide, as an intro to speedrunning and approaching discipline and all this, and like guide to speedrunning. Like just looking at each of these points, I think it's like really well organized. Excuse me. Nerves, 50-50 rule, routines and efficiency, doing runs, other things, work-life balance, and pursuing your dream. I mean, I couldn't have I couldn't have worded any better myself. I couldn't have like covered. I like that it was like there were so many specific topics that you covered, as well as overarching concepts that tie it together. It's not just like, you know, with speedrun tutorials, it's like, okay, do this, do this, do this. Or with someone's content like mine, it's like, okay, it's very like heady and philosophical. But I think Ricky tied it together in a way where it's like, okay, here's some like concrete things for you to do, but then here's some more like broad concepts for you to consider. And I think that's like one of the, I think that's the best part of this video, is that it's you know, it's just it's like life advice, you know. Getting good at speedrunning is just getting good at life, you know, type shit. So yeah, amazing. Fucking amazing. Is there anything else I want to say? I guess I'll say in conclusion again, like, I know I was very contrarian to a lot of the viewpoints shown in this video, but I want to make it super clear. I only explicitly disagreed with like a couple of things that were said, and in a very pedantic way. Like, there's more just like rewording it in another way is really what it was. And for anything I like was contrarian about, it really wasn't like, oh, that I disagreed or thought it was bad advice. It was just more that there's what I felt watching this is that there's another side to like a lot of the advice that's shared, that I guess maybe not a lot of people would really consider unless they're like in my position already anyway. So, you know, and also it was kind of funny going through and like having kind of I don't want to say like an identity crisis, but, you know, always, I guess for me, like I've always grappled with like the balance of practice to runs, and to hear that discussion, to hear someone's raw opinion about it, to be like, do this, do that, don't do this, don't do that. It was both vindicating, and it was like in moments where I disagreed, it was very much like made me look at myself like, am I doing it wrong? You know? And that's a good thing. That's, you know, it made me very self-reflective to like watch a lot of these points. And, yeah, I mean, obviously very beautiful message in the end. I mean, that I really want to say again that was like the most valuable part of the whole video was the ending, in terms of like what a beginner speedrunner needs to hear. But all this other stuff is fucking really amazing stuff that for both beginners and experts can take from, you know, the 50-50 thing, you know, was amazing. I never thought about that. And yeah, just kind of bemusing about everyone's different types of route. Hearing different runners talk about what Trey thought of as a break versus what I thought of as a break was very eye-opening. Seeing what Zem thought of as the flow state versus what I thought of as the flow state was very eye-opening. We define it in like the opposite way, but we're saying the same thing, which was like really mind-blowing to me. Talk about nerves and all this, like what it means to embrace nerves. This is like kind of another section where it's like I sort of was contrarian about it, but like at the end of the day, we were kind of saying the same thing about embracing one's own nerves. Yeah. Really made me look at it. In conclusion, it really made me look at myself as a speedrunner, as a human, as a friend, you know, to Ricky and all these other people in this community. Obviously, a ton of pictures and stuff of, you know, meetups that I've, you know, people that I know and stuff. So it's just, it's very special. I actually feel very sentimental, like, not just for the emotional ending, but in a similar way to Summoning Salt's video about Spyro's history. You know, this video made me walk down my own history in speedrunning, and it really my own life story. And it was really powerful, you know. It's like there's moments where I'm grappling with my identity, whether I really have the right grasp on things, and moments where I'm looking back very nostalgically on like how I used to see the hobby, how I see it now, and trying to look at it through even trying to look at this video from the lens of someone who thinks speedrunning's an entire waste of time, and not discounting that. You know, there was just so many different perspectives to look at this video through, and I think it was just all very eye-opening to like what the hobby could be, and just what, you know, just what one guy's opinion, you know, could like how it could stimulate that many self-reflective thoughts. I think that was like my favorite like concept, like experience with this video, is that it made me look at my own story and my own, you know, moving forward, my own actions, ways I practice, and just how I view the hobby, and every different perspective around, every arbitrary perspective around it is, you know, that it's all valid, and it's all very special, you know. Even the guy that's like that in the YouTube comments that's like glitches are cheating, you know, he's a special part of this community, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. Some boomer saying you're wasting your time playing games, they're believe it or not, like, you know, they have an impact on us. I mean, they had enough of an impact on Ricky to acknowledge it in the video. These are things that sit in the back of our mind, you know, when we're playing, that really all got brought to the forefront on this video. So that was really special. That was just really special. All these things that, you know, I've bemused about over the years, all kind of really, really tightly assembled in one video as like one big kind of reflection on things. Was very special. So yeah, I love that. Love that video. I'm glad I watched this on stream and I could like really give my thoughts. I'm glad I watched this on stream instead of like off stream, so that way like we could really like share in that experience and I could really rant about all these things. Because like I said, you know, watching speedrun content and video game Spyro content, it does feel like hard work for me at times. You know, that's as much as I hate to admit it, it's like it's hard for me at times because like there's so many like emotions tied up in this hobby that like when I go offline and I step away, I don't want to keep like surrounding myself with it all the time. And but it feels good. So that's why I said it feels good to go there with you guys. You know, very special. All right. What are we saying in the chat here? I should raid someone, I think, is what I think. You wanted to motivate people at the end. That's all that was. You know what's funny about that? First of all, is that you said it's not about motivation at the end. It's about discipline, but I get what you're saying. And secondly, that because you said that, it actually was less it was less it was motivating, but it was like that actually was, in my opinion, the most valuable advice for a new speedrunner is to just stick with it. Whether it's fun, whether you're doing it right, whether you're efficient, whether you're taking breaks or not, whatever the fuck you're doing, stick with it, because when you like you said, when you only have one life, you only have one, you know, shot at it, I guess. You want to, if you're going to spend all this time, here's another way to say, if you're going to spend all this time on these games, you want to be proud of what you've done. And I am, Ricky is, a lot of us here who are deep into the hobby are, even if we think we suck or whatever. I mean, we have our moments where we really, where it's just all worth it. So guys, thank you so much for watching today's stream. I'm going to find someone to raid here. I am going to go to the brewery, actually to the local Vietnamese spot, meet up with the homie, to fucking have some beers and some pho. Shout out Kyle. So we're going to go ahead and raid Jordy here. And yeah, that was a really special, I think that was a really special way to end the stream. I think there was a lot of insight. Hopefully, Ricky, hopefully I didn't upset you too much with some of my thoughts on that video. I hope that you got as much out of that reaction as I did. You know, I hope that like that was insightful for you, and I hope it didn't feel like an attack or anything when I was being a contrarian. I want to reiterate, I loved that video and I agree with pretty much everything in it. So that was fucking awesome, man. Awesome video. Really, really, really emotional, special way to end the stream. I'm really glad that you were okay with me reacting to it and being as candid as I was, and for pausing as much as I did as well. So thank you. Anyways, guys, I will be back tomorrow. Back for more runs. That's about it. So yeah, more practice probably tomorrow. Maybe some more fucking, what's it called? Sonic. I think I'd like to do practice. Maybe we'll sub-goal something else. We'll see, but do some practice, do some Sonic, and that will be that. So see you guys then. Have a beautiful evening. It's just about to be a beautiful sunset right now, by the way. So did I hit the raid? Is the raid happening right now? /raid Jordy 925. Yeah, is it going? All right. Well, anyways, it doesn't show me that it's going. But either way, love you guys. Peace out. Have a beautiful day. 25. It's without an underscore. There you go. There we go. Now I figured it out. It took me a few tries. We figured it out. So yeah, it's actually looking like, it's kind of starting to look like this outside. So it's a very good time for me to go outside and go have a little skate. First time on my board since my injuries as of recently. So this will be nice. Oceanside, California. No wonder I thought it looked like my home. That is my home. That's funny. That is really funny. I was like, this looks a lot like the California coast. Anyways, yeah, have a great day, everybody. I love you all very much. Thank you all for watching, and see you tomorrow. Peace.